here sitting by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Splat World Series. This is day 2, the day you've all been waiting for, and pretty much the day in which all the marbles are on the line. But before that happens, we are doing this precast, previewing everything before we get into the action. I'm Saucy here with Siren and Magic, who is now joining us on this side of the analyst desk after casting yesterday. But before we get into the action, how are you guys doing?
I've been so busy. It's been such a hectic week, and I'm sure it's been even busier for these players with the anticipation of the event. So I'm really excited to see what everyone pulls out in the culmination of things today.
And I'm doing pretty well myself. A late night last night, but I'm going to rally. We're going to make sure that this analyst desk is fun and powerful and hopefully a bit more optimistic than I was last night, right?
Yeah, well, yesterday was a late night. It's going to be a late night again because, of course, we do have Analyst Desk right on the top of things to get you into the action. We'll have another one midway through, right after Winners Finals, I believe, to kind of set the stage. And then, of course, we will close it out at the end. But before we do all that, let's start with talking about our day 1 high performers from Japan and the West. We have right at our side the Swiss stage standings. I know there were some predictions coming out yesterday, hoping that someone from the West would make that top 4, but unfortunately, no dice, guys. But let's talk a little bit about our top 3 starters, or rather placers from the West and Japan, starting with Vacuum World, if you don't mind, Siren.
Yeah, I'm going to be so honest with you, Sasu. You might want to skip me for a lot of these Japanese teams today. Like I said, it was a super, super busy weekend for me, so I haven't been able to really catch up on the really exciting stuff that we might want to go over today. But very consistently throughout the season, Vacuum World has been performing super, super well. So I'm excited to see them once again tonight, but I'm more so curious, and maybe you could fill me in for the other people who may have missed things going on yesterday, what that one singular loss is and how that looked and how that played out.
Well, yes, they actually went, I think, 0-3 against Paint Prime, who finished 8th overall. Usually when you have a really strong team like Vacuum World, who were our second seeds going into things, you would think that they got taken out by a CutieNK or a Pacdora or someone else who was super strong. And not to say that Paint Prime isn't super strong. Obviously, they are rounding out the top 8, but not only did they go down, they went down in an 0-3 Siren. So Vacuum World going 5-1, having a bit of a blemish on their record. They did pretty well, but I'd like to note also they gave up a game to one Western team, and the team in question is Milky Way, who you will notice has not placed in that top 8. So Vacuum World, of course, we will be keeping an eye on. CutieNK as a team.
So CutieNK was one of the teams that had a lot of interesting points last night, right? Was constantly coming up during the analyst desk segments, was constantly coming up on the back end of the stream. They were starting out in a very rough spot, which was very counter to the way that they played in Global Gauntlet, where they just completely obliterated, only dropped, I think, one set or no sets, and I think only 3 games. So they had a masterful performance there. So then when they came out of the gate and lost in splendid fashion, then all of a sudden they had a reawakening of sorts and was able to just take out almost all of the top seeds that they were playing against. So I think the main thing actually to even point out about most of these teams, right? All of them had points where they were in a slump, basically, right? They had, everyone was streaky, where all of a sudden they showed like they were, this is like a team that could definitely contend for the top. But it was almost everyone in the field felt that way at one point or another, where they were just suddenly on a high, and then they crashed, or they crashed at first, and then they got back up to where they normally would. And CutieNK was the perfect example of that. Yeah. Yep.
Team, I think. I think, as I said, a lot of people were looking at sleep tats. A lot of people were looking at the fact that Swiss stage, the way it was, you would kind of go up against team that had, I think, a similar win record at some points. So some teams certainly had easier runs than others to get to their overall standing at the end there. And CutieNK being 0-3'd against Rip Pig 9, who we're going to get to soon, a Western team that finished outside of the top 8, for being such an unstoppable team, dropping a game, not just a game, an entire set to Milky Way. And however, 3-0ing FT win, certainly a bumpy ride to that second place finish for CutieNK, I'd argue.
Yeah, Siren, how much of Rip Pig 9 have you caught in the past? And I know that this iteration of players has been around for at least a little while. So, you know, Zenith and Phoenix have been a pair that has been doing super well for a long time. And now they're joined by Yoshell, and I forget who the gal was on the roster last night, but I will get there. Give me a second.
Phoenix
Siren,
is the gal. And Dat Kid was on Brush.
No, it was Dat Kid. I was like, I know it's something specific. But Siren, what can you tell me about those players?
I mean, this is gonna sound maybe a little bit intense for me to say, but like that sounds like a lot of names that I've heard in the Splatoon community for quite a while, but it was always like, these are like young folks who have just hopped in. They have so much time to spend with the game, and it's very rare that you see a set of players like that who have the time commitment and continue to play together. Like a lot of those teams, like they don't really have that lasting power. They'll play together, they'll be very explosive and leave a big impact on people, but at the end of the day, like they don't usually stick around long enough for them to build up the type of synergy that an event like this requires, let alone, the duration of an event like the Splat World Series, where consistency is super important. So honestly, I'm impressed. Like obviously these players have definitely grown up from those days where like it was one of those, these are new people. But it's something that is on my mind where it's like, okay, you have Zenith and Phoenix who've been playing together a very long time. That's not something you see a whole lot of outside of teams like Milky Way and FT Win, at least on the Western side. There's a lot of mixing around. So it is good to see pickups within that type of nature where it's just not like an amalgamation of like a bunch of strangers who were just like, hey, I got this high X power, let's hop together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Magic, you got to see the Magic straight up last night with Rip Pig 9 and how they were absolutely on the tear. I think you also witnessed a crushing defeat, if I'm not mistaken, where you're kind of rooting for them, but they didn't quite show up. You see there on the chart that they did end up going 3-3 with a perfect down the middle. Funny that they're ninth, if anything, with 9 losses and 9 wins. But notably, 0-3 against Let's Go Brother and PXG, who we will get to them shortly. And then 3-0 once again against CutieNK in second up there. and Aeternus, which is, of course, a Western team. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that they got an upset over FT Win, which you mentioned, Siren, which really, I would argue, shows their power as a team. I feel like we were kind of looking at them as like just a sort of pickup, but they've really shown their power, I'd argue.
Yeah, there's so much to say about specifically them compared to like the standard teams that we've been used to in the West, and the fact that, you know, even though PXG ended up coming out on top of Ritpig9, Ritpig9 is able to not only beat FT Win handily, but they were doing well in a lot of these games, right? Paint Prime just was on a whole other kind of playing field once they were at that point. Again, another team that was like streaky, and that was the crushing defeat that I witnessed, if I'm remembering correctly, because yeah, it was Grand Roll, and they chose Hammerhead Bridge into a Dread player, and I was so confused. But outside of that game, what we saw from them on stream was spectacular. It felt like they were playing at that high international level that we want to see all of these teams get to. And the fact that they were able to completely, in that moment, best FT Win shows that either there was a step down in the way that FT Win was approaching things, or there was a step up from Ritpig9. And that was so much fun to watch and to see out of these players, because Siren, like you said, it wasn't explosive. It was calculated. It was constantly trying to improve. And that's what I love to see about them. And that's why I'm so excited to see how they do today, with hopefully some fresh eyes and fresh hands.
Speaking of... Oh, my apologies.
All good, all good.
Actually, Siren, since you're chomping at the bit, let's round it off talking about a step up that you're talking about, Magic, PXG. I feel like we know them, we love them. Give us the preview. Siren.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Magic. You're so good. PXG. Honestly, they've just been on the top of everyone's list very consistently in all of these North American tournaments. Well, not North American. Anything outside of Japan, PXG has always been everyone's #1 pick. And so there's absolutely no surprise for me that they've been placed where they are right now, and making it into the top 8 in our Swiss stage standings, alongside a very thick wall of Japanese teams, and just being sandwiched between Rush and Paint Prime. There's no surprise there. They've done extremely well so far in this league, and they've been sweeping the floor with all these North American teams and everything like that. But it's one other thing when we're comparing at least the last season to now, where we felt maybe that there was absolutely no chance for the US to make it super far in the tournament. If I'm giving it kind of a pessimistic approach in looking at things, I think PXG is like the team that we're all looking at and we're going, that's the one that's going to put us on the list.
Yeah, well, speaking of PXG, a team that 3-0'd PXG, the third from the top, Pacdora, did get that 3-0 on PXG, Paint Prime, Let's Go Brother. They are a dominant team. I think they've gotten some of the most 3-0s out of anybody on this entire standings. And just to wrap it up, Aeternus went 3-3. They are the third highest for the West, going 0-3 against Ritpig9 and Let's Go Brother. And they played exclusively against Western teams, except for Let's Go Brother, which is a team they lost against. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on them here, especially because they were able to overtake Milky Way and FT Win, which I would argue is like a really big surprise to us over in the West. But that's enough of the standings. Let's talk about some of the meta highlights. Specifically, I think you got to witness some of this magic when you were commentating, or at least keeping an eye on things. Some unusual weapons, popular meta you've been seeing pop up, and some surprises that maybe you anticipated would come up and didn't. Tell me about your thoughts about the meta.
So it's not in completely unheard of place right now, right? Things are pretty solid and set. The difference is what approach teams are choosing, right? There are some that focus on the pencil. There are some that focus on the e-leaders app, and there are some that are focusing on trying to get something completely unique, right? CutieNK was just completely throwing everything out with the bathwater, the entire house basically, picking Reflux and then 3 frontline weapons. So that was a bizarre thing to see. And the other one was RipPig9. They were picking Splatlings, and not the heavy, but they were picking Mini and Nautilus, and it was so much fun to see, and it's such a good point to pair it with that brush from Dat Kid, right? Who is that very offensive presence that you can have somebody that's sitting a little bit more back and focusing on zone and control. And that's what I think is really key here too, is that there's an emphasis on trying to stuff out the blasters and the sloshers, because it's slowly kind of falling out of favor, and not out of favor, but there are definitely times and places where it's useful and times and places where it's not, and they're trying to catch players out when they shouldn't be using it. And with either a stamper or something long range like the Nautilus, or something that is very, very much can match up to it like the Gal, that's what we're seeing more of. That's what I've been seeing. Siren, what have you been seeing in terms of the meta?
Not a whole lot of surprises from the West, but I feel like there's always this constant state of shock every time there is some sort of different comp that we're not used to winning Area Cup. Every time, like every week when those results come out, you see the chats to Magic. They're like, "Wow, they won Area Cup with the 10 umbrella," and then we see that happen here in the West with Shadowwind winning a tournament just this last week. And we're like, wow, that's possible. Like, we already knew this kind of thing. And I think that's what makes tournaments like Splat World Series so interesting, is that, like, we have such a different concept of what is and isn't meta, that it does force us to shift our playing cards around a little bit here, and be willing to approach things that we aren't used to because we maybe didn't think they were viable. But there's just, like, they're living in 2050 over there. They're using L3 nozzle nose D and like all this other stuff just to accomplish a very specific goal. And that one specific goal is the thing that's pedaling them to win these games. It's revolutionary, and that's been the general theme I found throughout the whole tournament series. Is that, like, okay, we can go on and be like, this is the new hot thing this week, but like there's going to be a new hot thing next week as well, because they're so much more open to comp diversity, and that's, I think we're actually so far behind in that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you have players like Streamer Senna, right, who plays roller, and I feel like even when you think about Western play, there's very few roller players, even though I think a lot of people would agree that it is a strong weapon. There are lots of weapons that I think we agree are strong in the West, but simply won't really run all that often. So sometimes seeing a lot of one tricks, seeing a grand roll on the Dreadringer, or, something to that extent, seeing these weapons, we're like, they're strong, I'll agree they're strong, but none of us playing it, maybe in seeing all the play this time around, we might see it kind of enter our Western meta. But speaking of metas and weapons, I wanted to have a little bit of a guessing game for you two. We have some of the stats in for what was selected on day one in terms of weapons and specials, and I wanted to sort of quiz you two as to what you think the top 3 weapons and specials are for day one of Splat World Series, starting with you, Magic, and give us some reasoning.
So top 3 weapons, top 3 kits, right? Like main sub special, or just top 3 main weapons? Top 3 main weapons. Okay.
Like specific kit, yes, of the not just Charger or something.
Probably Sniper Rider 5, right? Sniper
Is that
Rider
your
5H.
number 1?
That has to be number 1, right? And then probably Sea Blast, right? Custom Blaster.
Okay.
And then after that, it's probably a toss-up. Maybe NZAP. I would go with NZAP 85.
Interesting. So we have 2 cooler weapons as the top choices.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's very interesting because I would think that the cooler weapons would cannibalize each other.
I'm hedging my bets. You
Oh, I see. It's like an over-under sort of moment
yeah.
here. Siren, I am chomping at the bit to hear your thoughts.
I am gonna go in the I would probably also guess Snipe Raider. However, because I want to make my picks as non-repetitive as Magic's, I'm gonna say the Heavy Splatling with the Wave Breaker. I do not remember the names of the kits off the top of my head without seeing them usually. So Heavy with Wave Breaker. After that, I would put 52 Gal with the Killer Whales. Okay. And then third. Ooh, this one's gonna be tough. What would be the third? You said Sea Blaster, and I do really agree with that. However, because you said Sea Blaster, I'm just gonna say regular, even if Sea might be better.
So, for me, I am going to start with 52 Gal. I feel like that is the splat weapon. You want splats, go ahead and put on a Gal. Equip it, forget about it, don't worry about it, move on. After that, I'm going to do a bit of a spicy take here and say leader. I say this because I feel like all throughout Splat World Series, there's always talk about striking, to counter picking a leader. We say, oh, there's a leader on this team. There's a leader on that team. You have Noah and Yoshel and all of these players that are leader one tricks. So I feel like, between Pen and Zap, and we saw some Red Dapple also yesterday, that there's so many cooler picks, Tri-Slosher, that I think it can dilute Pen's stocks. And leader can end up on top of the Charger. And then after that, I'm going to have to go Blaster. Blaster got nerfed, but the stocks are still up somehow. And people are still running it. So I think instead of straight up giving the answers, because I think that spoils what the answers are for specials, we're just going to move on straight to our specials.
That's fair.
Now, Magic, we're going to loop back to you. Give me the top 3 statistics you're expecting for special use.
I would think that Cooler is at 100% even because one of the teams was running double Cooler and one of the teams was not running Cooler, and I feel like all in all it's going to even out to like it was run 100% of the time on one person per team, right? So I'm going to go with a 100 for that. Next, I kind of, now that you guys say it, Whale, the Whale Gal really did show up a lot, so I'm going to put Whale next. And I'm going to put that at 70%. 70%, how about? And then triple splashdown because of Blaster at around 50, I would put for my third one.
All right, so we're locking in, what is that? Cooler Whale Splashdown.
Yeah, Cooler Whale triple splashdown.
Siren, on to you. Go for the win. Don't mind if you're.
I'm gonna go. Well, yeah, I definitely can't not overlap a little bit with Magic's on this one. Definitely Tacticooler is up there for me. I think definitely like a good 100%. That's going to be up there on that list. I am on the side of I think that there is a lot of blasters, but I think a lot of them are split between bubble and splashdowns depending on the stage. So I'm going to actually say that there's probably more overall Inkzuka happening. Or actually, you know what? Scratch that. Crab Tank. Crab Tank. Just because I'm thinking of Jared right now. That's all. I think everyone just associates like that's the Jared special now. And then as for my third, I do want to just say Killer Whale. I'm gonna say Killer Whale.
All right, that's Tacticooler. Jared single-handedly
carrying Crab Tank,
shoveling all these stocks into Crab Tank, and then ending it off with Whale. My guess, of course, Tacticooler. I think there are very few teams that are going coolerless to the point where you have to mention it when you see that they're not. So, and the double coolers and everything like that. As much as I did not put Pen on the list, I do think everyone is running that Tacticooler. Second place, I'm giving to Whale. It's just me doubling down on the Gal guess. I think everyone is just running it. It's universal. Good special to have. And I feel like the third position is the really hard one. Not going to go with Splashdown like you, Magic. Not going to go with Crab Tank like you, Siren. Instead, I'm going to go Strikes. I think a lot of people are running Slosher. I feel like, and I feel like there's very few people stepping on each other's toes, and Strikes is just so strong in zones. So my guess, Tacticooler Whale Strikes. Now, despite that, I will tell you I have the answers in front of me, and some of my answers are wrong. Starting with the top weapons, maybe a surprise only to me, it is going to be Snipe Rider 5H.
Right.
With the star. I was thinking Leader might be able to impede there and cannibalize it again. Not going to happen. Second, no one is surprised. 52 Gal. It is the Splat weapon.
Yeah.
Is what it is. And remind me of your third choices here.
Mine was Heavy.
Magic and I picked Blaster.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Mine was Heavy, 52 Gal, and Magic picked Sea Blaster specifically, and then I said regular Blaster.
And I am here to inform you that all three of us here on the analyst desk are actually incorrect. We're going to have to analyze harder, my friends, because it is actually Slosher that was used the third most overall somehow. I feel like Slosher is such a low-key weapon that you just don't really, it's just kind of in the background. You don't notice it, and it kind of snuck up on us.
Just goes over the head,
It's gotten nerfed so many times, too. That's one thing to note is, like, I considered Slosher so high up here, and then it got hit a couple times, and I feel like a lot of us, at least in the West, kind of chickened out of playing it after it got hit, and things like Dynamo got really popular here. Yeah, it's I am happy to see it still getting this much play, but it does come as a shock.
Now, to wrap up those special guesses before we get into the action, it is going to be Tacticooler. Check, and check. We're all correct on that one. And claps for Siren for almost getting it. It is the Trizuka in second in terms of use.
No!
Much to my surprise, Jared duped you out of picking that one. So that's the second one. And of course, Whale in third. So be on the lookout for those specials and weapons. But that is going to be it for the analyst desk for now. I'd like to remind you, in case you clicked into this stream, maybe you're Nihonjin, you might want to check out Hemi and Barukan on that JP cast, or perhaps if you just want to see some of the other games. But for now, we are going to throw it to Popgun and Pat, I believe, on the cast. So from the analyst desk, this has been Saucy, Siren, and Magic, and we will see you at the halftime show.
Hey everybody, how's it going? It is now time for the finals, the final bracket of the Splat World Series. I am Pat, and with me is back Bobgun. How are you doing today?
Good evening or good morning to you, Pat. I'm doing great. I just got back from a local in Owensboro, Kentucky. It was fun to be a part of that, and I have had some coffee. I've had some stretching in. PJ is sound asleep, and we are ready to see if everybody else that's actually going to be competing in the West was able to get the same kind of rest that I did today.
Yeah, rest was important. Bobgun, we both watched the games yesterday. There was a lot happening. A lot of these teams have shown, but also, I don't know if you agree, but a lot of these teams haven't shown. There's a few teams, especially on the West, that did not perform as well as we were hoping. And now it's the last chance. I mean, it's double elimination, so they've got still one extra chance, but we are reaching the end. There isn't much more time for them to show how well they can fare on the world stage.
I love the fact that we are streaming PXG versus Milky Way in round one of a 16-team double elimination tournament, just to give you a sense of the skill level caliber that this tournament is. The last time these two teams played against each other was the last Super Jump in December. You remember the dramatic end to that Tower Control Art Academy, where one frame away, do they hop onto the tower before overtime cancels it out, saying no, they weren't on the tower long enough. PXG stealing the tournament and have been on this tear ever since then. This is the first time those two teams get to go up against each other. The revenge tour for Milky Way in this set. And it's coming in round one. It's a double limb tournament because this is just where the seeds lined up for these two teams.
Yeah. I mean, every round, every game we're going to see today is the kind of game that you would see on grand finals in any other tournament. It's most of these games you would not see in grand finals in any other tournament. It's just the level that we have today. And yeah, it's rough. PXG versus Milky Way, round one. Two teams that we've seen so much, that we love to see, that we know so well, even though both of these teams have a few players switching. PXG, of course, is bringing Torareta from Japan to be their leader instead of Basil and Noah that we've seen in the global gauntlet. But still, they're still incredibly strong. They are our number one Western team in the tournament today.
That's going to be the E-Leader they've been rocking. We saw PXG be pretty strong. In fact, we saw both teams be pretty strong earlier in the tournament yesterday. Everybody seemed to fall off the cliff hard after as we got later into the night, as you would expect any human being to do. So now that these two teams are going to be playing against each other in a fresh best of three scenario. When's the last time we saw these two teams play in a best of three format scenario? Of course, you look at Milky Way, it's not the same exact roster that you know Milky Way for. Ice is out and the Shadow Tent has been in, which is completely switched up the Milky Way comp to make that work. The Tent has been, depending on who you ask, been pretty successful. I think it's been a nice change of pace for things, but it does allow other players to be switched up. Jared might be on the dualies, but might have to opt to the in-zap that you traditionally see Ice do, but you traditionally see Shadow Wind do for Milky Way as well. Bran has been using Slosher a lot, but has also mixed in Blaster, which has been a nice change of pace for this team as well. Now, obviously, .Q doesn't just have to do Pencil. If Jared's going to be doing in-zap, that means that opens up the door for them to do E-Leader, which you might see some E-Leader versus E-Leader matchups against two of the best sniper players on planet Earth.
Yeah, for sure. Two incredible snipers. I always love a sniper duel. I always want to see the sniper duel. But of course, all 8 of these players are to pay attention to. All 8 of them will be rough. Now, yesterday with Popgun and Zach, we were kind of dissing on the tent. It's still up to Shadowwind to show us that we are wrong, and Shadowwind has shown a lot of people wrong throughout the years. So I'm sure we're going to see a show for sure. But I mean, Popgun, it's still a game that we've seen. These two teams have played before, and there's one team that has been on top of the West this past year, and that's been PXG. So it's very much Milky Way, kind of a bottom seed today. They have to play the uphill battle, and in a best of 3, I mean, anything can happen in a best of 3.
And that's
Anything
what
can
makes
happen
this
between these
scary.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we're used to seeing these teams get 5 games to kind of feel things out. And again, game 1 is immensely critical, being the random one.
Yeah.
And you get home field advantage going forward if you were to find a way to win that, because then you get the counter picks. But this is the same format that we saw yesterday and in the global gauntlets and in the qualifiers, where you are going to strike a couple of stages at the start, and then you're just going to let God decide what game 1 is. And eventually we are going to go to the hub or the airport, and I'm going to be super excited, even though it's not going to be something you traditionally see in game 1. But with best of 3, you don't get time to figure things out. You have to win game 1 if you want to get through this one. And a very quick KO, if that were to able to find into the favor of one of the teams in this one, could just be the decider. Too much of a steamroll to keep things going into the direction of a dub. But yeah, fireworks right off the bat with this one.
Yeah, fireworks for sure. I feel like the player that we'll have to look out for the most is going to be Grey, because Milky Way run a tent. The thing that counters the tent is the weapon that can just fire an explosion above that tent and make it die so fast. And Grey is the most dangerous blaster I've ever seen. It's incredible the splats that he's able to get. That's going to be rough, but again, as you were saying, that's a matchup they know. That's a matchup they're ready for. That's a matchup that they've practiced probably a lot. These teams knew that they have to face each other probably throughout these games. They knew because, contrary to the global gauntlet, we are making Western teams match each other. They were preparing for it. And now the big question is, what is going to be our first map?
And considering these two teams know each other really well, you would hope that they could be rather quick in making those decisions. And just to give you a sense, I don't know if we have the rest of the bracket looked up, but I was kind of curious what the bracket was going to look like after the seeding is done here, and just how everybody's kind of mixed up. Because PXG and Milky Way are technically the, I guess not the 9 and 10 seed overall, but okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused looking at the bracket myself, how this actually ended up the way that it did. But if the winner of this one will likely go up against CutieNK, who Milky Way beat them. I don't think PXG played them, or if they did, they didn't beat them, because the other team that beat CutieNK was Rip9. So if you look at like the path that you get here, we are at least guaranteed for the first time ever, a team from the West will in fact be in winners round 2. And you know, depending on what version of CutieNK shows up today, there could be an advancement into a semifinals where you're going into best of 5 territory. So this format where the West can dodge Japan a little bit longer is going to have a positive impact on the final standings. You just got to manipulate it in the right way.
Yeah, and so if you are looking at our bracket on sendu.ink, the seeding that you can see was the seeding that we were using for yesterday, where all the Western teams were seeded 9 to 16, and all the Japanese teams were seeded 1 to 8. So that seeding is not really applicable today. What you want to look at is the results from the Swiss stage of schools, which you have to switch tabs. Yes, so that's for the bracket. But yeah, right now, all teams are thinking they knew yesterday that they were about to face each other. Maybe they could have thought about what weapon map to ban. Oh, it looks like PXG has banned Urchin and Barnacle and Dime. I guess they already have a plan.
Well, they know they're going to be going up against Tent, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the one outlier that's going to be looking a little bit different. I mean, you might get the Blaster versus Blaster matchup. Well, no matter what, you're going to get kind of a mirror match. It just depends on what Brand wants to do. Do you want to do the Slosher against Jordan? Do you want to do maybe not the same Blaster, but a Blaster against Gray? But Milky Way is the team that's going to be mixing things up a little bit to play around the Tent that they are normally going up against. Flounder Heights is going to be gone right off the bat. Milky Way will get one more selection to remove, and then we'll be rolling the dice to figure out, hey, we could go to the airport or the hub, and we're going to Eeltail Alley. Well, if you watched Splat World Series last year, you got your fill of Eeltail Alley in that tournament. And it's funny that we changed some of the rules so that we didn't have to go to Eeltail constantly, but the great Zapfish in the sky had other plans to start this one off.
Hey, I was asking for a sniper duel, so I'm happy.
Oh yeah, actually.
I'm getting it.
If you're not going to get it here, where would you? And both teams, or well, not both teams, but PXG right off the bat, the very first stage they got rid of was the one that kind of forces you to drop your charger in general. So they kind of invited this.
Yeah. I mean, they have to be kind of happy with that. Now, one thing to know about Eeltail is this is the the widest and most annoying zone to paint in the game. I think you have to take control of the whole place before you can fully paint the zone, and that makes retakes, which are hard to get if your opponent is in the right positions. These retakes, they are so hard to make successfully because you have to paint that zone, and that zone is so hard. But let's get in the game, Pop Gun. Round 1 of Splat World Series. It's time for that final bracket.
And nobody wants to use NZAP this time around for Milky Way. That means Q is going to have to use the pencil, the Snipe Rider. So Jared is going to be using the Crab Tank dualies, trying to find some spots where they can extend the range of that crab, but also not making sure that they get sniped right off of it by the splat, the scoped E-leader. So the maximum range that sucker has. And there you go, exactly what I was talking about. You don't want to get shot off the horse right there. That's the very first thing that happens.
That's the difference of an E-leader. That means PXG is going to move forward. They don't already have full control, but they are on top of that bridge. And Jordan is slushing. They have the strikes ready too. They're simply waiting for a mistake from their opponent Jared with a crab. Might be able to get that much, but still fighting for the zone. But an extra blast by Gray is going to really keep the control in green for PXG.
And now you got to start thinking of Milky Way. Okay, how do we keep this from spiraling out of control? Step one is getting Q up top there, but the problem is that the E-leader can poke the Snipe Rider from that distance, so you're never going to be safe at all if you're the Snipe Rider right here, which means you're going to be constantly worried about where you're positioned in. And Shadow Wind deploys the tent, yes, but can't find ways to stay alive long enough to attack the zone. And like you said, you got to unload a dump truck of paint onto the zone just to stall it. Milky Way didn't bring a truckload with them, and PXG goes 0 to 100 immediately. And I was talking about how important game one is, and how if you're going to lose, you don't want to lose in this kind of a fashion, because Milky Way hasn't got their feet on the grounds yet. But it's best of 3, so they have no time.
And Milky Way, they were able to get back to mid, but on this map, it does not matter. On any other map, getting back to mid, you can just paint the zone, just a split second, you apply penalty, you breathe. On here, nope, you can't do that. You have to get more. And once they were in mid, once they were in that fight, they could only get trades. And not only could they only get trades, they could not trade with Goss. I mean, they got the trade with Goss just at the end. It was already too late. Goss stayed next to the zone for so long. There was way too much paint. And now, as you said, Milky Way are back to the wall and facing a loser's bracket already.
It's... If you're going to go up against that E-Leader, you have to respect them. I mean, there's no missiles that you could throw at them spamming wise in Splatoon 2. There's no ink armor you can use to kind of make it a two-shot weapon. So you just have to assume, especially an E-Leader of this caliber, they're just going to hit every shot. Yeah, when it's scoped, every shot is just like the entire stage, basically. So when you pop the crab right there, right at the very beginning, you have to think like, okay, I just have like a few shots that I have to lock on and destroy this E-Leader because I'm immediately going to get fired off. And that's exactly what happened. They just instantly got splatted right up top. And I mean, you're popping it right at the very top there. What do you think is going to happen? And I don't know. This is kind of an example of not into the tournament groove yet, making that kind of a play. But the opponent you're going up against is just going to punish that immediately, and Milky Way might not ever get a chance to get established in this one because they're already on to game 2. Hagglefish is gone. Umami Ruins is gone. Milky Way does get to select the stage, however. Did they go to Undertow? Is that what I saw? It is.
That's lots of corners, lots of walls, lots of cover. There will be a few spots to hide from the all-seeing eye of Torareta. And that's kind of what they need. As you said, an E-Liter of that caliber is going to get the headshot on the crab every single time. Like you can't go into that game thinking you're going to get away with a crab and dodge the headshot in it. But now is time for the game. Game number 2. Remember, it's the best of 3. Milky Way needs to win that game if they want to stay in the upper bracket.
The last time we saw PXG on this stage last night, I forget the team specifically that they were playing, but they had a huge lead early on because they were able to spread their players out, win the 1v1s, Gray dominating the right side, Jordan on the left, but ultimately lost control of things and got steamrolled. They couldn't break out of a lockout scenario at the end. So that's where you're going to look to see, hey, we got this huge point. They didn't score a single point on us last time. Let's make sure that we always have control of one zone. Let's make sure our players are spread out perfectly to where we can take these 1v1 fights we feel like we can win every time.
Right now, Milky Way just lost .Q again. .Q is dying too much. Can't lose your backline so often, and penalty was not applied. PXG is still in the positions that they want, but E-Liter is just sniping all that they can see. And that's just 40 ticks left on the zone. That's not much time, Popgun.
You know what? It's the point sensor in conjunction with the E-Leader. I mean, the player like this, who's just so good, doesn't need the point sensor, but when you have it on top of it, I mean, you might as well just, like, I'll just go back to spawn myself, thank you. I'll take the splat. The respawn Punisher, too, is just so damaging. Do they have a way to get to them? The answer is splat everybody else and then force the player out, which they're able to do right there. So not getting the splat on the E-Leader, but still nicely done of dealing with everybody else that forces the E-Leader away. And now here you go, Milky Way finally in a situation to where they can start breathing in this set, and they might find a way to extend this out.
Now is the big question. How well can Milky Way defend that zone? How well can they hold their ground? And it looks like they're able to do a bit. Jared dying to a bomb, that's a bit early. The cooler is coming to prevent the attack from PXG. Now the big question, can PXG go in? We know they are so dangerous when they attack. And right now, here comes the strike. The lead just swapped. It looks like Milky Way. Their plan is working. They just lost 2 players, but I mean, they still have control and they're scoring good points.
And they're finding ways to attack one zone, but oh, They are going to find a way to cap this, right? Right, they are. Okay.
Yeah.
But still, 94 points scored right off the bat for Milky Way. So not just, okay, we can breathe. They can finally settle down into this match because that's a ton of penalty points on the other side. But now, once again, the problem, the E-Leader's in a good position. Shadowwind doing a good job of surviving that and winning a 1v1 on that backside as well. So that's going to draw some more attention away. But how is Milky Way going to capitalize off of that scenario, knowing that PXG is going to be starting to get into some key spots and Shark in key areas as well, getting a splat on Q. Yet again, you pointed it out, Pat, we don't see Q get splatted often, but it's been quite a lot so far in this game.
Yeah. But it's still Milky Way that's in the lead right now. They still have a lot of control over the zones. Jared going in with the Julie's not able to get the splat on the opponent's backline, and Gray still in the middle of the map and getting more splats. Gray gets away with things that nobody else does.
Well, Gray has such a great supporting cast around them as well that it just kind of capitalizes as everything else. But again, you see the spreading out over here. You see two players on the right, one player off on the own. That's Jordan on the left, and the E-Leader dominated everything from the mid, bouncing back and forth between the two sides and supporting what needs to be done. You see Milky Way starting to hyper-focus on just one side there, because knowing they need to stall it out and give them chances to keep the fight going. But the penalty point's already gone, Pat.
Yeah. Milky Way needs to play in both zones right now. That's probably the game on the line. The strikes are coming. They're not enough to cap. They need both zones. 20 seconds left. And the clock is still ticking. Almost the cap, but there's always some green somewhere. And right now the fight is still raging. Shadow trying to survive with the tent. Gets splatted. That's the lead for PXG. With a final splat, that is 2-0 for PXG.
And PXG becoming the first team in the West to win in the winner's side of the double eliminations Splat World Series. And again, I'm not like griping about the format. It's just a shame that these two teams play in this scenario, because it looked like even though Milky Way lost, they were finally getting themselves established and set up into the match. But at that point, because game one was just over so quickly, they didn't have time to settle into things. They had to figure it out over the course of game two. At that point, it was just too big of a mountain to climb at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, and no matter how well you play, how much you lock in, you're facing PXG. And PXG moves forward when they face a Western team. That's what we were expecting, and that's game for them. And as we were kind of figuring out, like, they were supposed to win this one. Milky Way were able to get a few good pushes, were able to at least get their head in the groove. Now they're going to the lower bracket. They'll have more work to do. It's certainly not over, Popgun. We have a lot more games to watch.
And give you a little bit of an update of where the bracket is at. So this was the only West versus West matchup. There's one Japan versus Japan matchup, and everything else is just split. And that's just how it just so happened to land here. Rip Pig 9 is tied 1-1 with Paint Prime. Vacuum World 1-0, Content Cat, Let's Go, Brother 1-0, FT Win. King Ham beat the other team from Japan, Odd Loop 2-0. Odd Loop becomes the first team from Japan to lose in round one of the Splat World Series. Pacdora gets a 2-0 win over Ascension. The French team is up 1-0 over Rush right now. And the most disappointing thing is that CutieNK and Flowerman have yet to report game one in the first 25 minutes. That is, from a TON perspective, not a good sign, but I think we're going to have to yap for a little bit here, Pat.
Yeah, we've been notified that one player from CutieNK might have been paying the sleep tax. I mean, you want to pay it before the tournament, but yeah, someone's late, and someone is a bit late to the tournament.
Well, there's some games that need to be taken. Like I think we're all looking at this and saying, I want to go to bed at a decent hour. So hopefully there's some decisions that are made with that respect everybody's time here. And
hey, we could have
get this
Flowerman
train
be
moving.
the second team to reach round 2.
That would be the Flower Man reaching round 2. Would be a headline for sure. For sure. So yeah, I think we're just waiting on all those other ones. I mean, Rip 9 and Paint Prime is a key one to keep an eye on as they're going into a game 3, because Rip 9 looked like the best team out of the West yesterday until they ran into the wall that everybody did in the later rounds. So it's just a matter of like, okay, are they going to come out the gate just as strong as they did last time, knocking on the door of taking a dub?
Yep. But one thing to note is that Paint Prime wasn't one of the teams that reminded Rip 9 that they still have some work to do, but they still have a bit of fights to play. I believe they just started game number 3 on you can watch if you watch your shell stream. But yeah, we have a few teams running late right now. We were kind of expecting it. Bob Gunn, that's an international tournament in the middle of the night.
It happens every event, language barrier, all this other stuff. But the good news is that these events keep going on, whether it's the Global Gauntlets or this continuation of the Splat World Series. There's more integration between the West and Japan. I wouldn't say then that there has ever been, but certainly within the last 3 or 4 years, the connection has been brought back. And I mean, just the fact that players from Japan are playing on Sindao.Inc. is a huge dub for this event in general. Like that,
for sure.
That has been a huge thing, just like the integration between our two worlds, and getting people off of stop running tournaments on Google Sheets has also been a huge step in the right direction with these things.
Yes. Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Splat World Series did a lot to accelerate that. That was something that was happening, more communication. But after Splat World Series last year, we saw more Japanese players coming to weeklies in Europe. We saw a few players come with pickups made by Western players. 1 or 2 Japanese players come to that. Until that, I had not seen that many Japanese players come to Triton Cup to just play the game. And it's really these connections that we want to have. Splatoon is a game that works whatever language, whatever time zone you're in. And I mean, you were talking about the point sensor earlier during the game from PXG. Reminder, PXG, they have 3 native languages on 3 different continents. They need a point sensor because that's the best way to communicate. It's simply through the game. And I guess they're probably using this way. I don't know what language they use in comms, but I mean, what you have in the game has to help.
Yeah, there's no better language barrier breaker than a point sensor. Hey, shoot that guy.
Yeah. Especially now with the health bar, like you don't even need to say they're weak, like people can see it.
They're a one shot. Some updates of some scores that have finished. Vacuum World has finished off CutieNK 2-0. Rush and the Aeternus is now tied 1-1. So there's another couple opportunities. There is a chance the West can get a couple of dubs here. Who are we watching here, Pat? Dat Kid? This is Rip 9 and Paint Prime.
That's Rip 9.
Rip 9's got the lead here.
Yep, it's a small lead. There's a minute and a half left in that game, but we're going in. And Rip 9 still playing the comp that they were running yesterday. I don't think they switched weapons. Same for Paint Prime.
Now, whose stream are we watching here? Is this Area Cup broadcast, or?
I think that's Yoshel's.
Well, they was switching back and forth between a couple players' perspective. Oh, yes, I got you. Okay, Yoshel here, and yeah, this would be a monstrous win if they could pull this off here. They got the lead. They got about 45 seconds left to go. Getting rid of some penalty points. What have they got? The mini Splatling, the Brasso Brush. Yeah, this is the same kind of comp
Yeah.
Rip9 was using yesterday as well.
And right there, penalty was applied, but Rip Big 9, they have full control with 30 seconds left and the lead. So they're Gucci right now. It's really on Paint Prime to push in to get a huge way forward. And whoo, okay, I guess, is that the game, Popgun?
Unless they like jump all in and just bull rush from where the Snipe Rider is, which the Snipe Rider goes down. That's dub.
Yep.
That is dub. That is a
Go.
that is a straight up Rip 9 versus Paint Prime dub.
Yeah.
And that was the 6th seed team from Japan that Rip 9 is able to get the win off of. Just continuing to be the most impressive team from the West. And we got to come up with, they need to be like either an actual team, and if that's so, they need a better name than Rip Big 9.
please.
I don't even know what that means, but history has been made right here. A straight up, no gimmicks dub. Just straight up lined up against them and beat them. Nicely done there.
And Popgun, that's especially important since yesterday a lot of teams underperformed. CutieNK, it took them a few games to wake up. Rip Big 9 was able to reap the benefits of that. FT-Win and Milky Way were not really feeling themselves. Rip Big 9 was able to capitalize on that. And now they're showing us that it's not just that the other teams underperform. Rip Big 9 is very much a team that needs to get a better name and start keeping running tournaments with that comp. Because, I mean, Zenith and Yoshel have been playing together for years now, and they've been trading a lot of players, and each time they find more to do, and it's working better and better each time. And now they're really reaching that level where they can say that they are on par with the top teams in the West, and that the West, we started this tournament yesterday in the Swiss, we were saying there was a top 3 in the West. Now there's a top 4.
Well, right before the reign of PXG began, Zenith and Yoshel, I think, were on a team with Goss, and I forget who their 4th was, but that was Metro that won the Super Jump tournament. And did they win the 20XX League as well? I think they did.
I think they were playing with Gray.
That might have been the case. It was two. It was another split. It was like two EU and two NA kind of players. But yeah, like Zenith and Yoshel are not strangers to being at the top of the mountain. And then you throw in a player like that kid who has been just a lightning rod to go up against, and a player that has shot off the depth charts in the last couple of years or so, and then a very experienced player like Phoenix as well. Just like, here, you get the gal and you do what gals are supposed to do. Okay, I got you. I can do that. I'm a pro enough player to knock that out of the park there. So are we about to see Vacuum World versus Rip Pig 9? Is that what I'm assuming that we're seeing right here? So
I believe so, yeah.
Is this the first time? I don't know if we saw Vacuum World yesterday or not, because I wanted to know
We didn't.
if their name implied that they were actually going to use Vacuum, and they got a player who does nothing but 96 it looks like, so they'll live up to that name.
The 96 is such a fun weapon that works everywhere. It just works, and I love that it's getting love, that it's getting the recognition it deserves. And Vacuum World, seed number 2 yesterday, seed number 1 today. Very much a team that one of the monsters of the day. One of the team that, we didn't see them yesterday because I am pretty sure productions were keeping them for today, knowing that they were going to go very, very deep in that bracket. And now it's on Rip Big 9 who have been stepping up to face one of these monsters.
So Vacuum World is the top team to come out of Swiss. They went 5-1 though. No team is going to go undefeated in this tournament because everyone lost at least once yesterday. The team that Vacuum World lost to, Paint Prime, they got 3-0'd
Really?
by them. The team that Paint Prime beat them 3-0. And that's the team that Rip9 just beat. Now, this isn't an ipso facto situation. We beat them, you beat that team, so that means we are going to beat that team too. But you just kind of start looking at the path that some of these teams could take. Like, this isn't... And you look at what Rip9 is early on in this tournament, which for 11:30 at night, it's hilarious to say that that's early on. It's not far-fetched to say that this could be another situation, especially in the best of 3, where we could see the West keep marching on.
I was about to say best of 3, best of 3, best of 3. Everything is possible. The bans have been made. I guess we're going to wait for our stage to be revealed. I know Yoshio that's pretty happy right now.
Everybody who sees this in solo queue ultimately says, you know what? I'm going to play a different video game, or maybe I'll go touch grass for the next 2 hours because I don't want to see E-leaders in my lobby non-stop. But yeah, this is not a bad scenario to look at. By the way, it is also worth noting there is one match that's still being played at round 1, and it's Aeternus and Rush that are tied 1-1. So we might have another West versus Japan victory for the West still coming down. That one's going down to the wire in game 3, but we are moving on to round 2 here with Rit Pig taking on Vacuum World. And yeah, the Vacuum is what you're going to be seeing here. And is it? Oh, Aeternus won.
They won. They're going to face Pacdora in round number 2.
This get the authors of the Declaration of Inkopolis on the phone. Let them know a year later they planted the seed. The West has won 2 matches in round 1 against Japan in the double elimination format.
Top Gun.
Beautiful
That's
stuff.
Whatever your level, whether you're like eligible following and you're not gonna make it to day 2, or you're one of the best teams in the West, that's how you get good. You go in a tournament against an opponent that's supposed to beat you, you get destroyed, you come back next year after practicing and knowing why you got destroyed, and you do better. And the West is learning, the West is improving. 2 teams from the West are making it to 3 teams from the West are making it to round 2. 2 of them,
yes.
2 of them by beating Japanese teams. So yeah, we have representation here. We have more on the line, and now all the pressure is on Rip Big 9 as they are facing the team that was the winners of this Sweet Stage yesterday.
You know what I think, Pat?
Yep.
I think we should just stop the tournament right here. I think we should just be done. No.
Show me the games!
I think we're good here. I think we can all just pack it up and call it a year. I think it's been a success. There's nothing more that we need to see going forward with this.
Bobcat, hear me out. We did it. Everything
we
else
did it,
now
yes.
is bonus. Every splat you get against Samurai Kasato is bonus points. It's just anything we get, any drop of ink that we get is bonus points right now. So let's get right in the game. Round 2 of Splat World Series Finals. And it's Rip Big 9 versus Vacuum World.
All right, Dat Kid, let's see what you can do with that Zipcaster against the vacuum and the E leader is going to be used right off the bat. So yeah, Yoshel getting to use the snipe rider, but it's the problem is, what do you do about the E leader on the other side? And it's going to be difficult to do when you can't even keep your own players safe on the ledge until Yoshel says, nope, you're not going to jump up here with that blaster just yet. But there's a vacuum ready to go that gets shut down before it can be activated.
Yeah, that's complete control right now for Vacuum World. Rip Big 9 able to get back control of their platform. Now they need to mount the push. They're already in the right positions. 40 ticks remaining, and here comes the push. The Vacuum is there to deny the paint on the zone. Just got zip-casted, and it's just the blaster there to... Okay.
Shout out to Ellie for cutting away before we saw somebody get mugged with a zipcaster. It was like, nope, let's keep this stream PG. We don't need to see that splat taking place right there. But it ultimately didn't do much on the scoreboard. Look, they're about to go 0 to 100 right now. That could get eliminated yet again. And, oh, nope. Zenith's just gonna swiggle the controller all over around and do just enough to get it onto the zone. And now, staying alive is Rip Pig 9.
Itokuchi was the player with the blaster to hold everybody from Rip Pig 9 away. Simply just being with the blaster in the right spot, knowing the angles completely denied that push by Pig 9. And now Rip Pig 9, they bought themselves some times, but they need to push once again, checking the right spot with the vacuum. Not letting everybody go in, but the explosion is not on the zone. That could allow the control to be taken, but that's 3 down again on Rip Pig 9. Some time has been bought, Bobgun. Just a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is you just got to keep yourself in this one, because eventually you can find ways for those zipcasters to connect. Like, eventually that kid is going to take over the game if you give them enough time to accomplish something, and the rest of Rip Pig 9 knows how to capitalize off of that. Here's yet another attempt by that kid, this time behind enemy lines. You'll see everybody else start to push up and capitalize off of that distraction. 2 players instantly going down here. So this could be the scenario to where, okay, we didn't just cap the zone. We can try to find ways to hold on. They're not going to have any specials, though, Pat. That's going to be the problem. They just got to win fights.
Right now, they used all of their resources to get that zone, to get that control. Now they have to go a mano and hold as long as they can. This is the test for Rip Pig 9. I mean, they just lost your shell, but they're still in their position. Now here comes the push. Jackie with the vacuum that gives the name to the team. It's going in, and that's an instant retake power of that good vac. And now the blaster is dancing around, is punished. It's not over, Bobgun.
It's not, and again, that's all you can hope for if you're Rip Pig 9. Just keep the clock going and see if something can happen. Now, the problem is, how do you deal with the vacuum that's going to be covering players that are going to be going into the zone on top of the tri-slosher and the blaster and all that stuff? Because that vacuum is ready to go, and they're not going to just fire it off and hope something happens. They have a ton of time. They can allow Rip Pig 9 to put up some points onto the board, but now they are starting to push in with everything ready to go at once.
Yeah, we're in the last minute of the game, and with a vacuum and a bubbler. They didn't gap! They haven't gapped yet! That's a few extra points for Rip Pig 9, but that's still Vacuum World taking back their control with 40 seconds left. Rip Pig 9 needs something big now. They have one push to do so, and they don't have the specials ready.
They don't. They got plenty of time to... Well, actually, no, they don't. Because as soon as those penalty points are gone, it's going to be in a KO scenario right there. Not getting canceled before they can activate the big bubbler, but that will keep their teammates safe. Can they do something here? Get splats and cap the zone at the same time? Actually, yes. They did get splats. And yes, they did cap the zone at the same time. Ultimately being a wipeout here. So this is a situation. They have something to work with. They're not going to have any specials, though. Yet again, just going to have to weather the storm and find ways to shut down that vacuum before it gets going.
And the vacuum is ready right now. They need to hunt the 96, the Zipcaster is not there, and here comes the vacuum. They need to counter it right now. And the Blaster is on the zone. That's a bubbler. That's so much that is thrown at the zone.
Oh, man.
And a retake. Mincemeat goes to Vacuum World.
That bubbler saved them, though. If they didn't get that bubbler off, they lose. Honestly, because they had a couple of players just go down on the backside. The squid advantage was in favor of Pig 9. It's just that bubbler was just dominating that zone, and they're able to paint over everything else that they needed to stall things out there. But that's, again, all they needed to do was just keep the clock going, and they just barely ran out of time. But there's flashes there to where they can make plays.
Yeah. But, like, even if you have a blaster and you're not painting, put a bubbler on the zone, and the zone is yours. That's it. The zone is yours. And Rip Big Knight able to show us a few pushes, a few holds, but coming in a bit too late, making a few too many mistakes, losing a few too many players, not able to get game number 1. And now it's going to be their only counter pick of this round.
It is, because this is still best of 3.
Yep.
And we're going to get 2 stages eliminated from the vacuum team. So they're going to go like, okay, what are the 2 stages that haven't been eliminated already that we know are frustrating for us to use vacuum with? So that's just going to be more things that they're going to lock Rip 9 into ultimately picking a stage. It's going to work out for Vacuum World anyways. But the question is going to be, how do you deal with that? Because the strategy is obviously built around, with retakes, let's get the vacuum, but let's not just instantly pop it and just huddle up into the vacuum. Let's wait to get our other specials so that the vacuum activates everything else. The vacuum lets the bubbler get into place to do what they need to do. Lets the blaster get ahead of everything and take the fights away from all of the little specials that are being built up in the zone. So they have to find ways. And I don't know if it's like a sword that you can put into that. I mean, they got players that are capable of that, but don't need to. Actually, does Octobrush work in the vacuum? Like, you can still, I know it, like maybe the paint will get absorbed, but you can still like smash someone in the head through a vacuum with a paintbrush, right?
Don't think so, no. It's ink damage. You can bonk them with the brush if you're running, but I don't think we're going to see that today. One thing that works though is the Zipcaster. That is rush damage. And
we're going to Robo Ramen. That's what they're opting to go with.
That's a counter pick that Rip Big 9 was using yesterday. They got some success with it. They got some trouble as well. But that's a map that they seem to like counterpicking a lot. I mean, it's a classic map, it's a solid map, it's a map where Pencil works well, where Zimi works well, where all of the weapon work pretty well. I'm not sure if the Zipcaster is the best, but I mean, Zipcaster is going to be good when that kid is running it anyways.
Must-win scenario here for Rip Pig 9 if they want to extend this match here, going up against the best team record-wise from yesterday in Vacuum World, as both sides start to collide into the middle of the zone. We see the Blaster starting to work around the flank side for Vacuum World, on top of everybody else just attacking through the mid. Ultimately, what the heck was that? The jump shot? Oh, and the Pencil getting eliminated. Tan says, nah, you're not going to be camping out around there. And Vacuum World doing what they did last time, going to be creating a lockout scenario. Yes, they opening points did go to Rip Pig 9, but this is where you build the lead that you have the foundation on for the last 4 minutes.
What done? What a try-slasher move. They're supposed to be the support, but they just absolutely got a monster trade right there. And that Vacuum World, they're going to extend their lead. They're going to get more and more points. Now that's all the pressure on Rip Pig 9. Rip Pig 9 needs that next push to work. They have 2 specials ready, and Jackie using the vacuum a bit early before Rip Pig 9 really commits their resources. And that's going to allow at least that kid to use the Zipcaster forward for that push. And they don't have much time. They need the Zipcaster paint. Well,
I did suggest we stop the tournament, didn't I? And now look
did.
what happened, Pat. This is all your fault.
I'm not in charge of this thing.
You know, the vacuum being popped early caused all that discombobulation because they had some resources built up. They had Zipcaster ready to go. They had Big Bubbler ready. But like, oh no, here comes this vacuum that's protecting everybody else. Now we got to scatter into traps that are just being set up. And this is kind of what we saw. Game 1 could have ended this way as well. Yeah. Again, we talked about how Rip 9 was just able to find ways to keep extending things. This time around, another huge lead that just ended into a KO. Just too many splats being piled up and too good of a usage of the specials by Vacuum World as they make sure, like, okay, we know what this team is capable of if it goes the distance, but we found ways to close it out and not let any shenanigans develop.
Yeah, I mean, Vacuum World, they got a lot of wins yesterday and they intend to keep going. So far today, they haven't dropped a game and they move forward onto the semifinals on the upper side. Meanwhile, we went through that pretty quickly. Vacuum was kind of speedrunning that set. So we have the rest of the bracket to wait to catch up now.
Well, you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of other best of threes to move pretty quickly. Let's Go Brother and King of Hammertide 1-1. The winner of that one will take Vacuum World on in an all-Japanese winner semifinal there.
Yep.
CutieNK 1-0 over PXG right now, and Pacdora and Aeternus have yet to play game 1. Keep in mind, Pacdora was the number 1 seed and was rolling yesterday until one of their players had to go bye-bye. And I don't know if they played a 3v4 or they just grabbed some scrub from chat to fill in for their 4th, but that kind of resulted in them tumbling a bit at the end. But if they have their full roster, which I would expect they do today, then even though they're not the best team from yesterday, they're still on paper the best team overall. And Aeternus, who beat Rush 2-1, gets to dance with them right now. That one's still tied at 0-0. We are going to peek into that one, it looks like. This will give you a bit of a view of this team that has 5 players on their roster now.
Yeah, I believe they started already, but the sub that they got is not a scrub in chat, Popgun. It's 4000 XP 52 Gao. So I think Erimomo is going to do the job well. I think that's going to be enough probably. And Aeternus is a team that we did not believe in yesterday, but they managed to surprise us a bunch, and I guess we're going to see what they can do against Pacdora, that Pacdora team that is very much, as you said, one of these big dangers of the tournament.
And this is one of those tournaments where loser's bracket is almost just as intriguing as the winner side thing. So to give you an update on round 1 of losers, Paint Prime is 1 game away from eliminating Content Cat 1-0. FT Win, their weekend is done. Odd Loop knocked them out 2-0. Milky Way got a 2-0 over Flower Man, so Milky Way is still alive, and Rush has knocked out Ascension 2-0. So round 1 of losers almost complete as well. As we take a first look at Aeternus as well. You should be pretty familiar with these players, Pat.
I've seen these players a bunch, yeah. I know that throughout the Swiss yesterday, Captain Happy subbed in instead of Jason. And so two backlines, that's why we have that on the roster. But yeah, Ant, Jazor, and Reiki, 3 fixtures of the French scene. Great players, always incredibly dangerous. Punchy, one of the best supports in Europe, incredible, especially with the splash. And Captain Happy, you know Captain Happy better than me, Popgun.
Oh yeah, me and Captain Happy go way back. You know, we used to get coffee together every morning. But I mean, how many Sniper Rider players can you have on your roster? Really, I was just giggling at the fact the combo flag that this team has. With first off, it needs to be updated because Captain Happy is from North America, I believe. But also, as it stands right now, looks like something the eye doctor would show you to see if you're colorblind or not.
Also, as a French person, I'd like to say the French part is the wrong way around, Ellie, but I'm sure you're doing your best.
There's a lot of countries that have just like those three colors in the stripe variant. I think they're just mixed up in like what color comes first. France, white comes first. Is that correct?
No, it's blue, white, red.
Blue, white, red. Okay. Well, what country was that was shown there?
Red, white, blue. I do not know what. I don't think that country exists. But
well,
black,
it
yellow,
does now.
red is.
That could be the country that Captain Happy can represent. A part of that conglomerate there. So we're gonna do like an official cast of this. We're not like just viewing somebody's stream, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, and
right
another question that I'm asking out loud instead of reading the stream coordination chat. I'm sorry, Ellie. Have they played game 1 yet, or is this game 1? They have already played game 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are showing you what happened in game 1. Pacdora won eventually the first game, so now it's on Aeternus to select their counter.
Did they go to the airport in game 1? Did we miss that?
Umami.
We could have.
Umami. I'm being informed it was Umami. Also, Captain Happy will not be here today. That was just the day one, so we'll only see Jay on the night.
I couldn't care less about that right now. There's only one thing I want to know. Did they go to the airport game 1, and did we miss it?
They went to Umami Runes, and we missed it.
Oh, Umami Runes? Okay, cool. So they can still go to the airport. They would just have to be crazy and actually pick it. I would have been okay. Yeah, I see the airport and the hub are still alive at the bottom there. Yeah, I really just want to see it, just for the sake of variety. I was almost upset that we missed it, but we just missed Umami. We've seen that a million times. I think we're good there. Now, is it safe to assume that Pacdora won that one? The answer is yes.
Yes.
So, Aeternus. The winner side hope's still alive, and Inkling Art Academy. No, it's not tower control, although I guess that could be tournament legal in Splat Zones only with how often it's picked anyways. It's going to be the Splat Zone variant of this. What are we expecting comp-wise from Aeternus, Pat?
From Aeternus, we're expecting a pencil, a stamper, a blaster? I don't want to say something wrong, but we're about to know, I guess. One thing for sure is I don't know. Like I know these players. I've met some of them, but I can never match a face, a name, and a weapon together.
To update you on some final scores we have here.
Yep.
Let's Go Brother to 1 Ham, King of Ham. So now Vacuum World and Let's Go Brother will face off. CutieNK has finished PXG 2-0, and Content Cat still hasn't lost game 2 just yet against Paint Prime, so they're trying to get things going here. But we are hopping into game 2 of this winners quarterfinals best of 3. Pacdora already up 1-0, and here's the counter pick from Aeternus using the Fire Fin.
That's a weapon that Jay has been using a lot, that Fire Fin. It works. There's so many good backlines that Fire Fin is slipped on, but it's a weapon that can work well if you know how to use it. It's still tripling strikes and a wall. Still a good weapon, but right now Pacdora is, it's Pacdora, and they're opening pretty strong.
If you've been paying attention to anything from the Japanese side of things, a player's going over to the West, this Stamper should be somebody that you're all very familiar with, as they were somebody who played a lot of our majors as well, hopping into other teams, and was kind of the player that put Stamper on the map as far as like what the Western scene is concerned right there. So Mauricio, the player who subbed out yesterday, is clearly back in full force and making their presence felt immediately against the Turtles.
And Momo on the pencil right now, trying to get the extra splat. That's 20 ticks left on the zone. That's not much time. Reiki trying to go in, but against Mauricio, the OG Stamper, that's rough. It's still penalty was applied, and that's still a
what? Did they run out of ink? Why didn't they finish off that slosher right there? They had a good kind of angle at that, and okay, I don't know what's going on, but Pacdora has control of the zone, and everybody else is just throwing punches at each other.
It's an all-out fight in that pit to the side, so far from the zone. But that's good for Aeternus. They were able to capitalize on that fight far away. They got the zone back, and now they're establishing their control. Mauricio is punished in that zip. That is so important. That is a huge sigh of relief for Aeternus. And now Aeternus can move forward, can start getting some points. They're going to pass the 50 points mark, Popgun.
And the pencil's taken off the board, and the Zipcaster is ready to go. 2 more plays. Oh, hold on. It's just the dualies that's rocking alive right here, and they're going to have to throw Weight-Breaker just to clear out their own plat. This should be lead. The question is, are they going to get the KO off of this? There's the lead. There's the dualies going down. Hold on now.
Ooh.
Are they going to get the win right here? We go into a game 3. Just a little bit ticks left here. Here comes Mauricio on the backside, able to get a splat or 2. That shouldn't be the KO, but still out of nowhere. A monstrous push for Aeternus.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, that could be the KO. We saw Mauricio in the corner activating the Zipcaster. And then Mauricio got to the side, got the splats, and put Pacdora back on the map, back in control. 2 minutes left in this game. One thing for sure, Popgun, there's still some game to play, as the penalty is pretty low for Pacdora. Aeternus needs to push, and they need to do it now.
They got to get a splat. Actually, they do, and a player jumping out. So here come the stripes across the board, and the Zipcaster on top of it. So that's going to create enough of a diversion for them to not cap the zone and instead get wiped out. And oh man, that looks so promising right there. How do they not get the zone back?
It was close. Aeternus. They showed us we should not have slept on them. They really played a great game there, but they played a game against Pacdora. And Pacdora got back in the right position, were able to deny the KO that Aeternus was touching, was so close to, but close is not it. And that was not enough. And I believe that's Ant on the blaster right there, able to get very good fights, but not able to seal the deal.
Not the Ant you might be thinking of, but yes, the Ant nonetheless. So that is it for winner's side for Aeternus, who showed some very curious flashes. I mean, again, it's when we're looking at things from the Western perspective, it's just like these little key moments where you're like, oh my gosh, we're doing something. Yeah. We being like the fans who get to watch the team. So obviously we're not taking credit for what these players are accomplishing here. But and again, we're not seeing, it is worth noting that the monsters from last season, not all of them are back this time around, but still you start to see, like, okay, I can see why Aeternus was able to get the dub in winner's side last time. We could see some moments from Rip 9 over the course of the entire weekend that shows that, like, these wins they're getting are not just flukes. They're getting pretty straight up solid wins here. And by the way, maybe the most impressive win of all right now is the fact that CutieNK has taken a game off of Paint Prime. And that is for a team who won 4 games total yesterday. That is the one win they were looking for, but they're if they can somehow turn that around into another dub, they could get a win. Their tournament run is not over just yet.
Yeah. Well, one thing to note, Popgun, the tournament has to keep going, and now if you look at the upper bracket, it's Japanese teams, and we have to keep going. The tournament has to keep running. I know you're scared, Popgun, but we have to. And now we're going to watch more of Pacdora. This time they will be facing CutieNK. CutieNK just 2-0'd PXG in a strong fashion. So I guess we are seeing the CutieNK that we've been seeing during the Global Gauntlet coming full force.
Yes, this is the team yesterday who we were like, I mean, they were just playing awful for their standards, beyond awful. We were just like in the chat, like a VC being like, okay, is this the same roster they had last time? Or are they got a sub? Or are they like using different weapons? Like, no, this was, I still don't have an explanation for it. And it wasn't that they were using the reflux, because they were using it last time against FT Win and they 3-0'd them. Now, again, it was late at night, but that is a factor. But still, this is the comp this team has been using up to this point. And whatever happened after their 2-1 loss that came following their 0-3 loss to Rip 9, where they then later lost 2-1 to Milky Way. They've flipped the switch and they've been winning nonstop since. Now going up against the true number 1 seed, Pacdora, who is at full strength right now, and we're going to be going into a best of 5 now for this one.
Yeah, it's time for the best of 5, and I think one thing to note, to remember from these tournaments that we've had with the Splat World Series is quite often we would say at the end of majors that we were organizing on the West that had bad timing for Japanese players, that Japan would get better at the end of tournaments as the sun was rising. And maybe it's not just that, maybe it's also that these players get better and better throughout the tournament, that they don't try at the start, they lose a few games, they don't mind that much, and as the tournament keeps going, they get more and more energy, like playing the game makes them stronger constantly.
And we're still keeping an eye on the rest of the things. The Odd Loop is up 1-0 over Rip Pig 9 in the losers bracket. Those are best of 3 down there. Aeternus and Milky Way are going to kick off, so whoever wins that will be the first Western team to move on to losers round 3. PXG and Rush have yet to play their first game, and CutieNK still being scrappy against Paint Prime. I believe a couple of players of CutieNK are streaming that one, and might be screaming if they find a way to get the dub there. Yes, Pat. Yes.
You need to refresh your bracket, because Paint Prime beat CutieNK 2-1, and they're now facing Kingdom Hearts.
But I liked living in the reality where they were still tied at 1-1.
Well, again, we need to move on.
Well, Rip Pig 9 and Odd Loop are now tied 1-1, and Rush is up 1-0 after I hit the refresh. So yeah, we Hammerhead Bridge is what we're going with right here, and somebody, for the love of the Zapfish, help that jelly right there, who's on the verge of death. Maybe one of these players can go out of their way to do that.
But I believe jellies can swim, so it's fine.
The panic in the eyes of that jelly would say otherwise. Maybe Mauricio with the Zipcaster can take time away from splatting the opponent to go save that poor innocent worker before they get back to this narrow linear zone map.
I don't think Mauricio ever takes time away from splatting the opponent. And nobody takes time away right now. It's a wipeout for CutieNK. What an opening! And they don't waste a second. And now here comes the power of the reflux. Everything is painted their color already.
The power of the reflex. I mean, yeah, it is a high turfing weapon for sure. And this is where you can create a lot of interesting lockouts on a stage like this where the zone just kind of sits back and waits. But here comes the Carbon that's left by themselves, ultimately gets wiped out. So that is a free zone being taken over by Pacdora.
Yeah, the answer by Pacdora able to really match the fighting power. They are just, it's like watching two glass cannons fire at each other, trading blows. And now it's Pacdora that's in control of that ramp, and the clock is ticking 2 down onto CutieNK still, but Nene is getting to the zone with the carbon. Can Nene get the splats? No, the answer from Pacdora still keeping the control, denying the way in, and they're still getting more and more points, Bobgun.
Nene just trying to force something that just wasn't there. It's 2 players down. Maybe I can just make a drop here, hug a wall, and get a splat, but ultimately not working. Mauricio trying to stay on for their life, and the Zipcaster able to work out into a trade. That is a great end to what looked like a player jumping off the side of the stage right there, but still a lot of penalty points on both sides. But it's just there's not a lot of action going on in mid. It just seems like everybody's taking the fight on the enemy side of things. And then when they get wiped out, the zone just flips, and then we immediately move to the opposite side of the stage.
And right now, penalty is almost done, and that's 3 players down. Mauricio under the ledge with a stamper. That's the last thing you want to see if you are CutieNK. But Bazooka is able to get a few splats. That could be the opportunity. K needs to get to that zone, needs to paint. They don't have much time, just 10 ticks left. They need to paint that zone, and they're able to.
Keeping it alive. That's all you gotta do. Just keep the timer ticking, because it's so easy to create some lockouts in these scenarios. Now, both teams have done a fantastic job of breaking out of them, but all it takes is just one time where it doesn't work out, and it's not going to be right here. And ultimately, K saying, I mean, they know I'm here. I might as well just try to drag somebody down to hell with me as they come to take the fight, but still, now you're getting a little bit of a staggered territory as well. That's something you don't want to see if you are Cutie.
Yeah, that's right now. More control for Pacdora. Pacdora able to get a few ball splats, able to hold their presence a bit longer, and right now, all the pressure is on CutieNK as Pacdora has the specials ready. They're just waiting for the mistake right now.
That's is this gonna be it? Yeah, they're not gonna get the zone in time. That too many players gonna be in the way, slowing down. And you saw Mauricio backing up just in case. Like, hey, if they are gonna attack the zone, I can just turf over it and at least counter it out long enough to get the Dit KO. So that is going to be 1-0 for Pacdora, who once again is at full strength this time around. Mauricio blowing us a kiss, saying, "Did you like that double splat bomb splat from the quarter of the way across the stage?" I did think that was pretty cool, but just too many different ways to create the lockout right there. It seemed like Cutie was kind of relying on the roller to make something happen, but everybody else was getting splatted, and there was just so many scenarios where the roller was just by themselves and couldn't get anything going offensively.
Yeah, I mean, we had the first push, where everybody from Pacdora decided to stand on the same spot, which you don't do. You don't do that. You're not allowed to do that. And CutieNK smelled that weakness, went in, and destroyed them for that opening. But then Pacdora showed us how fast they are at getting back in, at pushing their way back forward. And CutieNK were able to push back as well, as you were saying, but not as fast, not as powerfully. And Pacdora, they were able to push and save a special while doing so. They were able to push and get an extra splat while they were doing that, and that gave them game number 1. Now, as you were saying, Hammerhead Bridge, a very linear map, not the best map for a roller that likes to play cheeky, that likes to go to the side. So CutieNK will have the opportunity to go to a map that favors them a little bit more.
Well, you pointed out how they're kind of standing on top of each other. Where else are they going to go? The thing is just so doggone narrow that it's like, okay, do I drop down to where the Stamper is waiting for me, or do I go somewhere else where there's just another player that's just kind of waiting in the wings as well? So, yeah, just tough sledding on that one as Hagglefish and Barnacle and Dime get taken off the board. So now CutieNK has got to be going to the roller player and saying, first off, do you want to go to Carbon? If yes, where do you want to go with that? Because there's plenty of roller options that are on the board with how they want to do things. And we didn't really get a chance to look at the reflux, which wasn't really a factor in that last one. Humpback Pump Track. You know what? If I got a roller player and they said, I want to go to Humpback Pump Track, I'd be like, let's lock it in.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's what we'd expect from a roller team. Go to Humpback. That's kind of a plan usually when you have a roller and the other team doesn't. And but that's a map that is the opposite of a hallway. This is the widest map that we have. You always have a way to the side. You always have an extra lane, some place you can go where they won't see you. Of course, that also means you have a lot of ground to cover, a lot of ground to paint. You can never be in full control of this because there's always a corner of the map that you can't look at.
And what kind of specials are you going to throw onto the zone? This used to be one where if you just throw double Booyah Bomb, there's nothing you can really do about it. Ink Strikes work out really well here, as well as we take a look at the loadouts. There is the Carbon Roller this time around, so Zookas are going to be flying across the night sky, and Reslider as well with that variant of the Reflux that's going to be used. On the opposite side is all vanilla for Pacdora with the comps that they're using here, including the Wave Break from the VDS.
Yeah, one thing to note for Pop Gun, Pacdora's lowest range is, I think, the Slosher, and CutieNK's longest range is, I think, the Slosher.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, the Noricio's range on that thing might as well be as long as an E-liter with the stretch that they have, especially with the length. Those burst bombs can go as well, but they trip strikes. Okay, so the strikes on the zone are automatically going to stall it. The question is, do you have somebody else who can get on there that can do something about it? And yes, they do. They have a Carbon that can just take over the game when necessary.
Yeah, beautiful plays right there by Nene with the Carbon first splatting the pencil and then taking care of the rest, cleaning up to the side. Now that's control over the map, and the Reef Slider in the street getting a double. That is huge. That's still a 2v2, but the rest of Pacdora is ready to push still, and the strikes are going to come, as you said, to stagger the map. An extra bomb right there to add a bit more paint, but the map, the zone stays yellow. The zone stays for CutieNK, and with 2 players down, Pacdora, their push just failed.
All you got to do is just keep the thing controlled, the zone controlled long enough for the Reflux to jump back in. Because then they can start throwing those walls, build up another Reef Slider, and they can just whittle the zone down to get the KO, which is what they're going to do right here. Yes, they lose the splatter shot. Yes, the strikes are coming out, but the Reflux is just going to take care of business on everything.
The clock is running, though! CutieNK, they just kept the zone. I mean, we've made fun of the Reflux throughout the ages, but
yeah, we do.
If you can splat the Reflux and they stay next to the zone, they keep the zone. That's it.
I mean, yeah, look at that. Trip strikes being thrown across the way, or I guess we'll see like that final trip strike at the end right there. But this is where the play gets set up with Nene, who is why they picked this stage to begin with, because they can just move all over the place. And the Reef Slider being used offensively on the back end here. But yeah, the Slosher played a little bit of a role with that as well. But that's just free special feeding in the way for the Reflux, who can just paint over everything. And then, by the way, now my Reef Slider's ready to go to put the nail in the coffin on this one. So CutieNK, surgical with how they were able to use their entire comp together in one congested unit to get the KO and tie this one up at one apiece.
Yeah, which means we are going to a game number 3, Popgun. I mean, we were set to play a game number 3. It's a best of 5, but we get to see more games. That's going to be between CutieNK and Pacdora. And after game number 1, I was really worried for CutieNK. Pacdora was able to get bigger pushes. They were fighting better. Right there, CutieNK just reminding us that, yeah, you can fight better. We hold the zone.
Just fight better, forehead. That's all it comes down to. We do have some updates that are of interest here. Rip Pig9 has been eliminated by Odd Loop 2-1. Rush and PXG were tied at 1 apiece, but Rush gets the dub there. They eliminated PXG 2-1. Milky Way is up 1-0 over Aeternus. So we will still have some Western teams to keep an eye on going into losers round 3, but whoever wins between Aeternus and Milky Way will have to go up against Rush, which is the team that Aeternus sent down into losers bracket earlier, by the way.
Yeah, and Aeternus is on Milky Way right now. Our last Western teams fighting for the position of being the team that went further into the bracket. Still 1-0 for Milky Way right now, but on the other side, the other winner bracket semis, Vacuum World is leading 2-0 against Let's Go Brother. But enough about the other games. Let's get back to CutieNK versus Pacdora. I believe the bans have been set. We won't be seeing more Illtail Ali, and we're waiting for Pacdora to pick.
I was assuming Illtail was going to come off the board where and it's not the same exact thing as Hammerhead, obviously, but you see the play style, how it changes when you have a much more well-rounded map, like we saw with Humpback. And if you're CutieNK, you want to make sure, let's get some of the more narrow ones out of the way. So Illtail's gone. Museum eliminated as well, so that leaves still the airport that can be picked. It's still up there.
One can hope.
Pacdora, is this the first loss Pacdora has taken all day? I believe it is. Yeah, they 2-0'd Assertion, 2-0'd Aeternus.
Yeah. We're still pretty early in the tournament run, Popgun. But yeah, Pacdora so far have been winning. I mean, had been winning everything. So for today, I believe Vacuum World is the only team that still hasn't dropped a single map.
Correct. They are up currently 2-0 over Let's Go Brother. And if they were to win that one, they'll play the winner of this one. Yes, CutieNK, their first loss of the day was against Pacdora as well. So those 3 teams in particular have been taking care of business up to this point, but only one can win here, as we are waiting very patiently for Pacdora to look over what is left and say, okay, what can we do, knowing that they got the reflux that is just going to paint all over the place. How about we get a zone that has a giant tower in the middle and see if that can disrupt how easily it is for the reflux to just paint over the entire zone.
And that's the map that was counterpicked against Pacdora by Aeternus. Pacdora is like, oh, I guess we're good on this map today. So they're hot with it. They know they already have, they just practiced it. So now they can play it again.
Why not? I mean, I feel like this makes sense with what they're going up against. Again, like with the last stage, the reflux could just very easily paint over everything in the zone effortlessly, just based off the position. That tower's at least going to slow it down. And maybe that's also why they didn't want to go with Illtail, was just how big that zone is. And all the obstacles that are in the way. So this isn't going to be just the free capture the reflex had in the last one. You should go have to deal with the carbon, though, finding ways to ledge camp around here.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat spots on Inkblot. Inkblot is just a bunch of steps that are quite flat themselves. And on a flat ground, range is pretty important, which means CutieNK will have to rely a lot on their Zookas in order to win the fights. Right there, they keep pretty much the same comp. that they've been running. I mean, yeah, I don't see any change in terms of weapons. We keep playing that, and let's get right into game number 3 of this winners semifinals.
Well, if you don't want to get splatted by the carbon roller, the good thing to do, just get the splat on them in the first 8 seconds.
Yep.
Just take them off the board, and then you can deal with everybody else. Oh, that's twice now. In the first 25 seconds that the carbon has been eliminated. So they realize, you know what? If they don't have all the turf in the world to work with, we can locate them a little bit easier, and we're going to find ways to just keep jumping on top of them before they get established. That's another splat on the carbon roller.
That carbon, now they have the carbon's number. They can see the carbon coming, and that's going to be harder and harder to play. But the carbon is still to the side. Momo has seen it. Yep, that's going to be... Why are you cutting the space with the pencil? Okay, they're taking their range, and now with 20 ticks left, CutieNK needs to go in.
Yeah, and I think that's why they kind of gave up the pursuit of the carbon. It's like, okay, you're going to go that far away.
Oh.
All right, we don't care. Like, you eventually have to come back to us. And that is that in the West is what we call a drip pick. Or at least they solo one from right there. As you saw Mauricio turn back and look at Ellie and say, hello, this is my good side. Get a good shot of it. Because you're going to see a lot of it as we're going to keep marching on in the tournament right here. They just took the carbon roller out of the game.
I mean, we're reaching a point that is pretty worrying for CutieNK. On the neutral map, CutieNK was able to get a push. On the map that they chose, they won. Good for them. On the map that Pacdora chose, Pacdora just 100-0 them and looked good while doing so. Like, they were looking at the camera while killing everybody. And that's worrisome, because CutieNK needs to win not just this next game on their counterpick. They also need to beat Pacdora on their counterpick after that. And there are lots of good maps for Pacdora. I mean, it's Pacdora, the CutieNK right there. I believe Macromart is still on the table, so they have good options for carbon. But then what? Because Pacdora,
Well, it could be eliminated because Pacdora is going to get 2 more stages that they can remove from there. Now, maybe they don't really worry about Macromart and be like, okay, we'll fight you there. Maybe they have other needs or concerns that they want to eliminate first. But yeah, it all comes down to, we need to activate our carbon roller. Like, they were just removed from the game. It was basically a 3v4, and it's not due to lack of effort. It's just they hard eliminated the carbon in the first 8 seconds and never let up until the carbon tried to just move away and see if anybody was going to engage with them in the little pit on the right. And then they were like, nah, we're just going to focus objective and win. And it's like, oh, shoot. I did it. I didn't think you would play that card, but you did. But yeah, so it comes down to, what is Pacdora going to get rid of? And then what can we do to get our carbon rollers' feet back on the ground?
Yeah. And CutieNK needs... They need a big win. They need momentum. They need to reset their mindset, because right there, this is not the L you want to take. This is Pacdora very much setting themselves as the people that are supposed to win, and CutieNK, they're going to need a bit more in order to create the surprise. Sturgeon and Flounder Heights are banned. Pacdora, they don't want no funny business. They don't want the funny maps. They want us to go to Macromart.
I mean, Flounder makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you would see that counter back when that was legal during the Ink TV days. You saw that counter picked a lot exclusively by the carbon roller players. So yeah, you can't get rid of everything, and Mako Mart's the last one remaining. So, as you pointed out, seems like the obvious choice for CutieNK to go here.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many ledges, so many ways to sneak your way through. This is the map to shark. This is the map to be annoying, and this is a map where being outranged by everybody else on the other team is not that big a deal. Of course, if anybody from Pacdora gets on one of these stacks and is looking at you from the other side of the map, it's going to be rough. But CutieNK, they've shown that they don't mind the range that much.
And also, it's another place where if you're going to spam reach sliders, it's going to work out really well onto the zone on a place like this. But that is operating under the assumption that you find ways to get some sliders going here, which eventually looks like it will be the case as some punches are finally starting to be thrown by CutieNK as they get control of the zone with the reslider on the backside. The question is, can they create the lockout here? Here's everybody's favorite matchup, Stamper versus the Reflex. And with a little bit of the help, the Stamper loses.
But Nine Rave right there, able to get a few splats with the Slusher. That is CutieNK. Why is the Reflex here? Okay, the Reflex is out, but I guess CutieNK has a few tricks still in their pockets.
In the zone, getting flipped back now for Pacdora here. Yeah, I'm kind of questioning what the game plan is with that as well. But again, they're able to get back into the zone so quickly that they're able to find ways to keep striking at things. As you see the Reflex already back into a position where it can keep kicking the zone with conjunction of those strikes. And the Reslider can now be used defensively to get splats instead of having to worry about things. Clears up all these flanks and now gets everybody right back in front of CutieNK. And now you see the Reflex yet again really determined to make sure that left side is locked down.
Yeah, and CutieNK right now doing the job. It's their map and they know how to play it. Just lost 2 players though, and Pacdora is attacking once again. And Zuka is still outranging you though, Nene, with a beautiful move right there. The zone is getting painted, yeah, and with the strikes that confirm control for Pacdora, CutieNK had the time to respawn. We are back to a neutral fight for mid, Popgun.
I remember there was a time where we were debating if double Zuka should be banned from the competitive scene. Obviously, we're not at that point, but we are where CutieNK is saying, you know what? That's not such a bad idea. They're getting some value out of these Zukas so far, and they're going to need them to really connect right here because this is going to be lead for Pacdora, and we need some specials come online immediately for CutieNK, and that looks like because of the splats and the staggering, that might not be the case. Although they are getting close. They do have the Zuka, they do have the strikes. They're not going to have the Reslider, though.
Yeah, that's a splat on the Reef Slider. The strikes are coming in. They're not enough to get the zone. Now Nene is stuck in a Zuka, cannot paint. That is game for Pacdora, and that's 3-1 for them. They make it to the upper bracket finals.
And I think we see why they have that giant number 1 next to their name. And wouldn't you know it, they're going up against a team that has the giant number 2 next to their name as well, Vacuum World, who did take their first loss to Let's Go Brother. This is going to be going on into winners finals with this one here. But yeah, not due to a lack of effort, some nice plays by CutieNK, and it looked a little bit more comfortable on this stage than what they did at Art Academy. But still, at the end, just a little bit too much skill being put on display once they weathered the storm of those Ink Zukas and the strikes and the Reef Sliders that weren't used much on the zone, but were used a little bit offensively to keep pushing players back. At the end, the team with the giant number 1 wins.
Hey, I mean, we've had a few surprises yesterday. Today, we see seed number 1 versus seed number 2 in upper bracket finals. And right now, if you look at the lower bracket, there's still a few odd numbers. Milky Way is fighting against Rush. They just started their set 0-0. So Milky Way is the last Western team in this tournament. And yeah, we are moving forward.
They it's almost at this point of like, we are going to watch winners finals of Vacuum World and Pacdora. But you do want to keep an eye and see, like, what is Milky Way going to do right here? Because they're going up against Rush, who lost to Aeternus earlier in the day, and Milky Way, who did lose the PXG. This is actually the first time Milky Way's played a Japanese team today. they played PXG, Flowerman, and Aeternus. So this, like, the whole point of the whole gimmick of the tournament is what Milky Way is going to experience for the first time today, at least, in losers round 3. And it could be a team that, you know, they have the capability of beating. PXG took a game off of them. Aeternus beat them straight up 2-1. So that will be a match you'll definitely want to keep an eye on. But again, Vacuum World and Pacdora, 2 teams that we just saw back-to-back on stream here, going to be going into a best of 5, where the loser gets a nice little break. The winner gets a nice little. Actually, both teams will get a break out of this one, but winner gets to move on to grand finals.
Yep. I mean, we're back on track with the script. The 2 monsters of this tournament are on top of the finals, and right there, this is the big question, because I think they met in the Swiss stage, but that was after Mauricio had to go away. So this is a matchup that I don't think it happened yesterday. Let me check quickly.
Well, while you're doing that, it looks like both teams are getting into the lobby, so we will be seeing which ones that they want to eliminate to get to the stage yet. Did you see if they did play?
Yeah, they played in round 5. Mauricio was out, and the Cube World won 3-0.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not much we can glean from that. Because, they were missing one of their star players, if not the star player around. So this time around, it's like, okay, we're at full strength. We're gonna crack our knuckles, and we're gonna show you what you missed out on yesterday. The fun you could have had playing with us then. Now you get to play us for real. And I mean, losing that one didn't really change much. I mean, it's not like you get home field advantage. Oh, actually, Vacuum World gets to eliminate stages first, which I guess maybe that plays some sort of factor, but ultimately these were the top 2 seeded teams in the tournament, and lo and behold, here they are playing against each other in winners finals. But still, nobody's completely undefeated at this point. Vacuum World did lose once yesterday, like a match straight up lost yesterday. So this could be the version of this match though that both these teams wanted to have. And we finally get it.
Yeah, but Vacuum World has yet to drop a map. Oh no, they dropped a map against Let's Go Brother. So even today, everybody has dropped at least a map. I mean, you can't underestimate anybody here. You can't. You're not allowed to. First, because we have best of 3s, and a mistake can cost you a lot. And even then, after that, you reach semi-finals. You have to pay attention. You have to make sure that you beat your opponent completely and not let any funny business happen, because one single mistake is your last in these games.
Even CutieNK took a game off a Japanese team today. You can't let it slip up. Rush is up 1-0 over Milky Way on the loser side of things. The opposite of that is King Ham versus Odd Loop. That one's just now getting started, 0-0 on that one. And of course, CutieNK and Let's Go Brother have a little bit of a break. They'll play the winner of those 2 matches on the loser side of things. So after this one, we will dip down into the loser side and give you a preview of how this tournament is going to close out. And I think we're going to go to the analyst desk after this one as well. So yeah, let's get this one going. I'm ready to start eliminating some stages, Pat. Let's.
I'm ready as well. It's all up to these players, and now they have to be used to it. So I guess this should come pretty quickly. And if there's one thing I'm sure is that these 2 teams, they've studied each other. They know exactly what is good for everybody around. and
They got
these
rid of the
picks and
hub.
bans are going to go smoothly.
Come on, airport. Come on, airport.
No.
Oh, Sturgeon Shipyard. Okay, you know what? Fine. This isn't played super often. It's at least something a little bit unique to play. And look at everybody. OSHA would love what they see out of this. Nobody's hanging on for dear life as they work at this place. They're doing just fine.
There's still a few bottomless pits you can fall in on this map. I know that a bit too well.
Now, I do want to point out, because this isn't a note that is on the little stage breakdown there on the screen, 1v1s only in the Fight Club. If two players are fighting in Fight Club and you hop in to help them, that is a penalty. That is the unwritten rule of competitive Splatoon. And we'll see what happens down there. Obviously, Vacuum World, if you're just now tuning in, I hate to break it to you, but they do use Vacuum exclusively from the 96 Gal. And, well, the Stamper isn't really going to worry about that, are they?
Not necessarily, but one weapon type that is very, very good on Sturgeon is the Blaster, and we've seen Vacuum World have a monster Blaster in their ranks. So very much look out for that Blaster player. That's going to be very dangerous, but again, I mean, Pacdora, they have the tools. They know what to expect, and they're ready to play it.
And we're ready to watch it. And we're ready to get this one up and rolling here. But yeah, there'll be plenty of Zipcaster angles and like some cheeky spots that you can kind of go with as well. Just kind of surprise some people from Spider-Man positions if you can find the ways to get those popped into the right kind of scenarios here. But here we go. Game 1, winners finals. Number 1 seed Pacdora going up against number 2 seed Vacuum World. That is an E-liter that is coming out there. The same exact comp we saw from Pacdora earlier as well. And yeah, that's a lot of swim speed on that Vacuum, by the way.
Yeah, they want to. I mean, you have to position yourself perfectly if you want to use the Vacuum World. So the swim speed makes a lot of sense. And right now, our two teams trying to find the right spot, of course. And it looks like Pacdora are going to take the early control. And I think it's Pacdora that's. Oh wait, no, it's Vacuum World that's going to take control.
No, it's just the colors. They'll be switched in a second because the Vacuum team is in control of things right now. And the question is going to be like, okay, well, first off, I guess you don't need to pop Vacuum if you just got great accuracy with the 96 and you just eliminate players with the range that it has here. But they're really holding on to that Vacuum. They're not just popping it for fun. They're going to wait for the perfect opportunity to do it. And in the meantime, you get the Blaster that's sharking around, being patient, waiting for an opportunity, not trying to build up Bubbler. You've got some soda that's being built up from the Tri-Slosher. Very patient from Vacuum World here, waiting for the right opportunity to strike with the zone they have.
And beautiful Bubbler there. Bubbler on the zone. They're going to keep it. And with just 15 ticks left, Pacdora needs to just run forward and try whatever they can. An extra splat by Casato, who's just sniping. Wait, how did they get that zone?
I don't know. But they did it. They did it somehow. They just did. They're just that good. They can get control of the zone. Maybe we'll get a replay that kind of looked at something we weren't seeing back there, but they immediately get the zone right back. But what we saw last time is Vacuum World not just pushing up into the enemy side of things. They were sharking around. They were waiting for the right opportunity to pounce and say, you know what, we're going to let Pacdora move into us, and then we're going to activate the Vacuum, and then we're just going to completely shut them down here. We're going to force them to make the play instead of us making the mistake into them.
Yeah, right now the clock is ticking for Pacdora, who are going in. Norisho just getting in the fight with the Vacuum is going to get that punish. But can the rest of the team paint? Yes, it looks like they're able to take control over the zone. And now it's their turn to be in the driver's seat. The big question is, can they really establish themselves around that zone, not let Vacuum World get back on there? And it looks like Vacuum World, they were not locked out. They're able to push back in instantly.
Yeah, the VDS being the last player left alive isn't going to be able to accomplish much on their own. But yet again, the zone is in control. You see everybody get into the right position. You're probably going to see that blaster start sharking around, just throwing some auto bombs left and right just to keep Pacdora a little bit honest right here. But they're waiting for the right opportunity to strike when there's a battle in mid. Here come the Ink Strikes right away on top of the Zips Cap. They're both get eliminated. And now the vacuum getting used at the perfect time to counter the left side, which is the only spot that they can come from to attack. So that's going to absorb everything, at least almost everything that can be used onto the zone. And there goes a Splat on Tan. One more going down. This one's going to keep going.
That's the pencil difference right there for Pacdora, keeping themselves in the game. They now need a KO as we are about to enter the last minute. But finally, Pacdora are able to really set a lockout, and Vacuum World, for the first time, we're going to have to see them really get a full push.
Wow. Mauricio just getting shut down immediately. I'm just popped Zizcaster and was just like, nah, we're not going to let you get set up. So that means our vacuum gets to activate scot-free on top of everything else, crashing onto the zone. Mauricio comes back a bit too late, but they're still in this one.
Yeah, and we saw the swim speed work very well for the vacuum there. The vacuum was able to relocate mid-vacuum without wasting too much of vacuuming time. And with 30 seconds left now, Pacdora is in a rough spot, a spot we're not used to seeing them. But, I mean, it's Vacuum World in the driver's seat, absolutely controlling the game and getting the KO.
The patience to hold on to those leads, to not try to go for the knockout in the sense of, like, let's create a spawn camp. No, let's just make sure that we keep the points flowing. And when they activate on top of us, we can use the vacuum to suck up some of their specials, to slow them down with their counter push that they're trying to pull out. And yeah, if they get the zone back eventually, okay, we have a way to keep getting back in because of our specials. And on the flip side, when Pacdora finally had complete control of everything, you did see them try to be a little bit more aggressive, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but it worked out against them because they were ready to eliminate Mauricio immediately. And when that Stamper is out of the picture, all of a sudden that vacuum can just be used to absorb everything and provide the cover necessary for the players to jump right back into control of the zone. The vacuum isn't counterless. We did see the Zipcaster just bully the vacuum, and you don't want to be stuck with a vacuum that you have to ride out against Mauricio. But when that player's gone, it's free reign.
Bob Gunn, I mean, you're sitting down right now. It's fine.
I am.
I have news for you.
Okay. Is it that we're going to be watching a Japanese-only invitational from here on out?
Yep. That's 2-0 for Rush against Milky Way. The West is now out of the tournament. It is now time to watch Japanese players show us why they're the best, why they are the ones beating us over and over. And as you were saying, it really felt like even when Pacdora was pushing and painting the zone incredibly fast and we could not see how, it was part of Vacuum World's plan. Vacuum World was like, oh yeah, we're gonna let you take the zone, we'll be right back in just a second. We already have our super jump spots, we already have our special to retake instantly. And there was just one time Pacdora was able to push them out, and it didn't matter that much. It didn't matter that much. Vacuum World always had a plan, always felt calm and collected in what they were doing, always felt incredibly coordinated in what they were doing. And Pacdora was the team just trying to get an extra fight, trying to get an extra inch, but Vacuum World didn't care.
And while the West is eliminated, and while we are all very sad about that, the difference between Global Gauntlet and the Splat World Series is that we get to see these teams now go up against each other in some of the highest level of play that you will see on an IPL channel here. And, well, this one has got the potential to go the distance as we see a couple of stages being striked by Vacuum World. Undertow's gone. Brindwater Springs, we wouldn't want to go there either. So now Pacdora has to say, all right, where do we want to get the Zipcaster angles going here? And I'm assuming the comp they've been using pretty consistently now with the VDS, the Slosher, the Snipe Rider, and of course the Stamper is what you see is what you're going to get from Pacdora.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they mix up that variant. We haven't seen them go off of vanilla since they've been on stream. But,
Yeah.
and I mean, there's no reason for them not to go here. Keep going as well. Like that comp they have is going to work against the Vacuum that we've been seeing up to this point. It's just, okay, is there a specific stage we feel like capitalizes what we have versus what they're going up against?
And Popgun, the Vacuum is kind of weak against ledges, against a map that is cut in two by a big top mid. And we know Pacdora is happy to play on Inkblot. So this is a map we could see again in this set.
It could be. They're certainly taking enough time to look over their options.
Yeah.
I bet you what they're doing is they're staring at the airport and they're thinking like, man, it's right there. We can just pick it and everybody's going to love it because who doesn't love an airport scene?
Popgun, you're just setting yourself up to get back news. Just stop.
Hey, it's almost 1 a.m, okay? I gotta have some hopium if we want to keep this streak going here. I mean, what else could they be taking all this time to think about? I mean, they're trying to talk themselves out of the airport. It's exactly what they're trying to do.
I don't know if you want to go to airports when you have a pencil against an Eliter or when you're going against the Vacuum, honestly. That's a great map for Vacuum. I think we have so many options right there. There's been a few bans, but other than that, everything is on the table. I mean, to play at that level, you have to be ready to play any map anyways. And right now, Pacdora, they have to make a choice. And I thought they were ready to know what they were about to face with Vacuum World, but it looks like they're taking a long time to think. Can't blame them. It's still winners finals of a big tournament.
Do we have any updates to go over? Oh, yeah, we do. King Ham has beaten Oddloop 2-0, so they're going to be going up against CutieNK in losers round 4. Rush, who eliminated Milky Way, is going to go up against Let's Go Brother. And one of those 4 teams will end up in losers finals going up against whoever loses this match that you're currently watching, which is now currently in this stage where Pacdora has too many stages to choose from, I guess. Oh, we got a selection. Oh, you know what? Credit to you, Pat. You got it right.
Hey, they just won on this map twice. And honestly, I think it can work well against a team like Vacuum World. This is the kind of map that enables Pacdora so well, especially this is such a good map for a good Zipcaster player, and there's a Zipcaster player that you know you want to unleash on the side of Pacdora.
Yeah, Mauricio's pretty good. I'll
Pretty
sign off for
good,
that. Yeah. Me, the commentator over here in the West, is saying, yeah, I think that player knows what they're doing. I'll sign off on that. And we saw how effective it was against the Carbon Roller team, where they just dominated the entire time. And to your point about the Vacuum having some spots where it's going to be a little bit tricky to be as effective as what you would want it to be. Yeah, it can slow down like one side of the zone. It can't get both. So once again, that tower's right in the middle, blocking a whole lot of things. And we saw Mauricio being Spider-Man all over the place, knowing how to hug onto those walls and how to attack players at awkward angles while you're flying through the air. You called it for a reason. This is just a smart pick for them.
Yeah. let's get into game 2. Pacdora down 1 point against Vacuum World, but they just picked that map, and we know they are very, very dangerous on it. But one thing to remember, Popgun, Chiaki doesn't just play the Vacuum. The 96 Gal has the right range to fight on this map. And yeah, that's still going to be a rough fight for Pacdora because, I mean, at this stage, every fight is hard to win.
I think I just saw the VDS using Object Shredder. Is that just for the big bubbler? I mean, like maybe the sprinkler too. Like, there's not many objects that you're going to be going up against, but I wonder if the whole point of that is just, okay, we're going to dive bomb the VDS onto the big bubbler if it ever gets activated. Easier said than done because VDS has just got eliminator right now. And while there is a huge, a pretty decent lead for Pacdora, here comes Vacuum World getting right up into the enemy plat, doing the opposite of what they were doing last time. Now getting up into the plat and trying to take the fight to the enemy team.
That's where you want to be, especially if you have a blaster ready to take on the fight. The strikes are not really finding much paint right there, and Mauricio gets punished. Q down on Pacdora. Vacuum World, they are still in full control, and Pacdora doesn't have much time left.
Mauricio trying to make something happen, though, and they are going to accomplish. Eventually, good players are just going to make good plays, and that's all you need. Just get everybody set up here. Now you got Momo in a good situation along the tower path, throwing down some soda to initiate the rest of their teams, and rotating back to the right to make sure, like, okay, nobody's going to flank around here, but I can still poke the plat area and force everybody into this tunnel on the right side where they're going to have to just dogpile with this vacuum and see if they can make something happen.
But Mauricio is still there to fight, able to get a few more, enabling the rest of the team to repaint the zone. Penalty was not applied right there. That could be the comeback that Pacdora needs. It looks like they're going to take the lead, and now the pressure is on Vacuum World.
About 15 seconds left to go here. Yeah, what is the plan? You got to vacuum, but you got to go right now. And you're going to have to focus one side of the zone. You can't really split attention on both. But you know what? You could. And then you just get punched in the face. 1-1.
Whatever the level, one player sharking in the right spot can do all the damage. And we are now tied up in the score. Pacdora, they had to sweat a little bit. Vacuum World were able to get control, to have the lead for a while, but once Pacdora were comfortable, once they were choosing their fights and really having their paint around the map and deciding where they could be to defend, it became very, very complex for Vacuum World to get any momentum back.
You know what? I didn't even myself see that slosher until that replay. I was like, oh yeah, that's. But again, when you're at the liberty of the enemy team has to just jump in and make something happen, you have a lot more freedom to find those cheeky little sharking spots to where, okay, they're not going to check this one spot, and then that's going to be the fatal flaw that closes out this one. But credit goes to Mauricio for setting up all of those plays, getting the good opening at the beginning, and then breaking through the defense with a Zipcaster. And again, you're just waiting for those moments to where your player is going to step up to the plate and hit a home run. Mauricio was able to do that literally with their stamper, and the rest of the team of Pacdora was able to ride the momentum of that to tie up the match at one apiece.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you need to get the few splats that your enemy team really doesn't want you to get. If you're able to get behind everybody else and deal some damage, suddenly everybody is looking behind their back and still having to fire forwards at the same time. You can make things very, very complicated very fast if you have a good Zipcaster, and Pacdora right there, they have one of the best in the business. So yep, that's game 2 going their way, and we are now tied up, but it's Vacuum World's turn to pick a map. And Pacdora have set their bans. No Barnacle today, no Hagglefish today, and it's all on Vacuum World to select their map.
And it's still available?
That would make sense. I'll give you that one. That one would make sense. I don't think, but I think this is a better map for Vacuum World than Pacdora.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as you and I are hopping off here, I'm gonna hop in bed. But if the airport does show up on stream, I want you guys to ping me. I will wake up in the middle of the night and I will watch that. But it's it's still on there. I mean, in Pacdora's, they're not afraid of it. It's almost like they're daring Vacuum World to pick it. Like, we're just gonna get rid of Hagglefish, Barnacle, and Dime. 2 classic Splat Zone stages. Bet you won't pick the airport. Vacuum World should call their bluff.
Could be very much. And right there, Pacdora just striking of the classic flat maps, where the wide maps, I mean, they know they're facing an Eliter there with a pencil. So the long maps where you can see your opponent, they want to avoid. And Vacuum World now, we'll see what they decide to do with that. But with their bans, Pacdora is signaling, please don't go to a good Eliter map. And Aeternus is still on board.
Oh boy here. While we wait for the stage to be selected, do we have any other updates across the board? Rush is currently up 1-0 on Let's Go Brother. And CutieNK and King of Ham are still handshaking on game 1 as we get through that. Again, the storyline of this one is that obviously the West doing a lot better than what they were last year. It is worth noting that there are some really strong players in this time around for Japan. It's not, there are some key players that aren't here around, but that doesn't discredit the more exciting action that we've seen out of the Western players this time around versus last year.
Yep.
And Flounder Heights is an option.
Yep.
What they're thinking, if we use vacuum on one side, it's going to allow us to just cross the bridge.
Vacuum kind of covers a whole zone by itself, so you can just completely deny one zone from being painted, and then with the shot you paint the other zone instantly. It works well. But one thing for sure, Flounder Heights will have a lot of fights. It's kind of odd that Vacuum World decides to go here, but because of the Eliter, I feel like this is the kind of map where usually Eliter players are not happy to see, but they probably know something we don't.
I don't know. I think we got a good beat on everything that's going on here. I think we got a sharp grasp. I have no idea what they're saying on the Area Cup stream, but I feel like we're right on par with the information that we are giving them here on all these players that are remaining in this tournament here. This is Vacuum World's pick. Keep in mind, it's still best of 5, but this is obviously a very critical game 3 for both teams, especially if Vacuum World wants to hold on to that quote-unquote home court advantage where they get to make counter picks, and if they win on their counter picks, they're going to be in grand finals here. Flounder Heights, no, this is not the Ink TV Resurgence League. This is Splat World Series on IPL, baby, and nothing changing across the board. Except the Object Shredder is gone this time around, except for the E-Later. Yeah. I guess it's not super important, but it's just something I'm always curious about.
I mean, Popgun, the Julie Squelchers are gone. They're now at 52.
Oh, you're right.
They're ready to fight the Gal. If you're not sure what to pick, bring a 52 Gal. It's going to work.
Are they leaning forward in their gamer chairs now? Is that what this is? Like, okay, we really want to speed this match up. I know we just won that last one, but now we're using the Gal to go across. Maybe they just think like Wavebreaker isn't Maybe it's like the Wavebreaker
Yeah.
specifically. They don't want to bring it up here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best map for the Squelches right there, but it looks like the fight for top mid is over, and Vacuum World has set themselves up top in control of the map, and it's on Pacdora to get that push. We know how hard that push can be. Pacdora has all the pressure on them. The strikes are going to come there. They're not even capping one zone yet. Okay, they're able to. Now, Mauricio needs to get a crazy zip. Never mind.
Well, I was just going to say, it seems like defensively, Vacuum World is hyper-focusing their opposite zone.
Yeah.
Well, how are they going to deal if somebody were to flank around? But they responded to it very quickly. I mean, it was kind of an obvious flank with the Zipcaster. Not the most subtle way to move around things, but they know where Mauricio is at all times, and they are moving quickly back to deal with it. The problem with Flounder Heights is it's so hard to get points because you just sneeze on the zone and everything kind of stalls from that point on. But regardless, even though they're just now crossing, or maybe not even crossing the 50-point mark, they've had control of the zone, them being Vacuum World, pretty much this entire 2 minutes.
Yeah, right there. Vacuum World still holding their zones, but Pacdora is back next to top mid, and with a few extra splats, it's just the 96 gal left to fight. I don't know where that 96 is. Oh, well, it's gone away with a super jump back to the team. So now it's Pacdora's turn to hold, but they already lost 2 players. They tried to set themselves in front of the zone, but Blaster said no.
Blaster said no,
Ooh.
but will the zone say yes for Vacuum World as they're trying to get control of both of them at the same time? And they finally do right there. Okay, so now we're at the point where both teams have penalty points. And that's critical on the stage like this because it's so hard to get any kind of points because yet again, you basically just have to create a lockout and hold on to it for a long time. So Vacuum World can just get into a seesaw right here and just win just a war of attrition at this point. And, well, Mauricio can just do that as well. That's a pretty good option, I would say. That works out most of the time for them.
Beautiful double by Mauricio there. That's going to allow the rest of Pacdora to take control of the zones. But there's still someone from Vacuum World. That is so important to always have someone near top mid on this map. Not, let's say, yourself get locked out. The fight for the zones is still raging on as nobody's able to really get too many points. Beautiful snipes and that 3 down. Edita is moving forward. Momo, the last squid standing for Pacdora, is going to be sent back to spawn. Vacuum World, they have the lead. They have 1 minute left, and their penalty is shrinking.
Yeah, they might not add any more points onto their total score at all, and they're going to be just fine with that because again, that 28 penalty points is massive here, but they will get rid of their penalty points and they will add some very crucial insurance points here that will help them. Oh, actually, they just got a double, and if they can find a way to get rid of the slosher as well, okay, this is looking like a really great late game push here for Vacuum World, and Mauricio is gone for free as well.
Vacuum World is getting splat after splat, and with a huge trade behind the Tri-Slusher, the Vacuum is just there to add just some flair to remind us the team name. That's game number 3 for Vacuum World. They are now on match point in this winners finals.
They found a way to close out that game in a very strong way. Even though I was talking about okay, they can just kind of bleed time off the clock because it's so hard to put up points, but they were getting all the splats they needed at the right time and eliminating Mauricio on top of it at the very beginning to start the collapse of taking care of everybody else. But it also works out that they were able to, again, control the zone for the first 2 minutes. They didn't always score points while they had control of it, but that's 2 minutes off the board where Pacdora doesn't have a chance to add any points to their total. That was a massive opening and allowed them to get into the situations where they needed to be in at the end right here to where they could just close things out.
Yep. And with that beautiful control over Flounder Heights, Pacdora now is facing the losers bracket. Vacuum World only needs one more game to make it to the grand finals. And all the pressure, Popgun, is on Pacdora. They need to choose the one map where they'll be able to not just win as they did on Inglot. We know how powerful they are when they pick the map. But they need more than that. They need momentum. They need to find a way to really break that formation that Vacuum World has. Because Vacuum World, when they are in control of the game, when they know what to do, where to set themselves, it feels like they're just going through with emotion and everything goes their way.
Well, they don't even have to win this next game. If the counter pick is so clever by Pacdora that we go to a game 5, all Vacuum World has to keep in mind is like, okay, let's make sure they don't strike the stage that we actually want to go to for game 5, and let's just take care of business right then and there. Keep in mind, these two teams played yesterday, although it didn't really matter that much because Mauricio wasn't in, but maybe you get a little bit of intel, like what stages they wanted to strike earlier, and you can set a path to where game 5, if it gets to it for Vacuum World, is that one stage that you need. Wahoo World gone, Crab Leg Capital out of the way, and now Pacdora is going to spend at least 2 minutes having a conversation about the airport before going ultimately to somewhere completely different.
On the other side, in the lower bracket, it looks like we have 2 teams left. That is King of Ham versus Rush. They were able to beat their opponents, and they are now fighting in lower bracket semis, which means we only have 4 teams left total in this tournament, Popgun. Whoever wins between King of Ham and Rush will face either Vacuum World or Pacdora, and it looks like Pacdora is picking Mahi Resort.
By the way, Rush started the day losing to Aeternus 2-1. So Rush has been in losers bracket the entire time. If they were to find a way to losers or even grand finals, they would have to do it making the extremely difficult losers bracket gauntlet to pull that off. Of course, they would have to beat not just King Ham, but whoever loses this one. And we are going to Mahi Resort, as you pointed out. A stage where it's obviously going to open up once we get 50 points in, so it's going to change. As Magic cleverly called it yesterday, it starts off as Mahi Resort, and then when you get 50, it turns into Mahi Resort. Fair enough. How is that going to factor into the early game, where in the last stage we did see Vacuum World get control of things at the very beginning, but once the stage kind of opens up a bit more, maybe that Vacuum's not as powerful over what it is when the stage is obviously a bit more limited.
Yeah, sure. It's always a map that we see in competitive. Mahi is one of these maps that has established itself as one of the best maps that you can play for zones. But it's good for everybody. Everybody will have some good plays to make, and Pacdora, I mean, they better have a good plan right there, because for sure Vacuum World knows how to play on here. But dual squelches are back. I guess that was just that they didn't like to play these squelches on Flounders. And now let's get for game 4 of this winner bracket finals of Splat World Series.
It's not every day you see a player go, oh, thank God I can drop 52 to go to V dualies. All right, fair enough. Wavebreaker going to have a lot more room to kind of be effective once the stage gets lowered a bit as well, but it is Pacdora getting control of things early. But here comes the Vacuum leading the way for Can and all of their friends to get into the control of the zone and start pushing up. And yeah, so it's just the waiting game here before everything starts opening up and the stage lowers a bit. But you want to be the team that's in control of the stage when it lowers, because you can start moving around and getting a lot of specials built up and trying to find ways to take the fight to the enemy side of things. This lead does go into Vacuum World as the water level starts dropping.
And that's Itakuchi with a blaster and a bubbler. As soon as the bubbler is done, the blaster is done as well. But that's still a lot of points that Vacuum World just scored right there. Norishio now activating the zip, wants to chase everybody out of mid. That mid it now belongs to Pacdora. They have a lot of blue around. They'll be able to have their control now. The big question is, can they keep Vacuum World from pushing back in? We know how strong they are in their pushes. The big question is, can they make sure that doesn't happen here?
Well, they're going to get lead first off, so they're going to make sure that that happens. The second thing that they're going to have to do is, can they find a way to get behind that vacuum right there that's going to try to escort everybody in? And the question is, well, the blaster's not in a part of that vacuum, so they survived the vacuum for now.
Yep.
And Norishio's just doing all kinds of nonsense in the middle of the zone. And just like a shark going straight up to somebody. You're not safe in here. This is my big bubbler. And by the way, we're going to a game 5.
I mean, Norishio right there, really making sure no funny business could happen. Just, yeah, if your opponent has a bubbler, just go in and kill everybody. Doesn't matter. If you're Norishio, you can do that. We had to know that we'd go to a game 5 Popgun. These two teams, when they choose the map, when they're comfortable, when they can execute their plan, you can't stop them. They just win.
Just win. Just win, Forehead. And yeah, I mean, we've seen the counter picks just work out really well for Pacdora. And that's why it goes back to that game 1 being so critical, because you have control of things, or at least as much control as you can have when both teams get to decide what to strike going into game 5. So now this is where we get to see, did they have one particular stage in mind, and can Pacdora like figure out what that is now with the strike system, and maybe try to neutralize game 5 by limiting what they actually want to pick on the back end. So if you're going to get rid of the airport, now's your last chance to do it. Otherwise, you can't be upset if you go to all the airplanes and your luggage is missing. You could have done something about it right in here, right now, in the decisive game 5.
Yeah. And we're waiting for Pacdora to get their bans in. I mean, it's been a long day, Popgun. We've seen a lot of games already, and Pacdora know that they have to put everything that they can to help themselves win. They want to ban the map that Vacuum World is thinking about right now. They need to guess the right one, the one that Vacuum World wants the most. And Ilter Ali is out. We won't be seeing that Ali. And I mean, Pacdora has been banning the long-range maps a lot, the flat maps a lot, so Ilter was kind of the next on the chopping block.
I wonder, with what's left, if Hammerhead is an option that you would want to consider, just because of how narrow it is and how Vacuum can just like completely eliminate that. I can't believe I'm making the case for Hammerhead of all things here, but I mean, you start looking at what's left and what it is that you like to do.
I was about to make the case for Mincemeat, so
that's the point that we're at right now.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they're thinking of. Do we ban Hammerhead or do we ban Mincemeat? Which one do we get rid of? And then they ultimately get rid of Manta Maria or something here, but they're taking some time to get this one right. I mean, critical game 5. I mean, you lose this one, you're going to go up against the team either in Rush, who is going to be on a 5-match winning streak at that time, or King of Ham, who is going to be on a 4-match winning streak. Like, King of Ham started in losers round 2. Like, we got two teams in losers bracket that are on a roll. So yeah, you want to win here and dodge those two teams.
Hey, Bobgun, the good news for them is whatever team the loser has to face, they'll have a short break and they'll be able to watch them on stream and study them as they prepare. And you got it, Hammerhead Bridge off the list. We won't be seeing it, which means, Bobgun, you still have a chance. We could go to the airport.
What? Okay, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 9 stages left to pick from here. Yes, and you know, the hub or the airport is one of them. I mean, there's not a lot of like traditional stages we would see, like maybe Umami. Oh wait, no, Mako Mart is still something they could pick. I don't know if that's like something they would want to do, but there are some more like traditional things that are still on the board. You don't have to get too loosey-goosey with it.
Yeah, for sure. Still options. We are deep. Half the maps have been banned, are no longer eligible, but still there's still a lot of choice right there for the Team World. And just like Pacdora took their time to choose the maps to ban, Vacuum World, they're gonna take their time to choose the map to play on. And can't blame them, honestly. That could be the map Big Bad decides. I mean, it's likely going to decide this set. It could decide the tournament.
Well, it could. It could very well do that. It could also keep everybody waiting, because I think we are like pausing King of Ham and Rush. So that we can stream that one next. So we do have a stage selection. It is a Mako Mart. It's not going to be the airport. They are instead going to go to the grocery store. So be it the stage that they optimally want to go to here. Explain to me, Pat, and the audience, why they picked this stage.
Popgun. When I was a young player, playing my first tournaments in this scene, and I think it was in Splatoon 2, but I think it was one of the first tournaments in Splatoon 3. We got tied after the Swiss stage of a big low-level tournament, and the TOs told us, hey, look, we need to break a tie to sort you in the bracket. So you're going to play one game, Splat Zones, Mako Mart. And I like to say we won that game, so I like it. But this is one of these maps where you won't see these teams test themselves. This is one of these maps where you're going to see fights left and right. And one reason we won that map was because we had a Tri-Slosher on our team. And a Tri-Slosher on here is quite dangerous, Popgun. Because they can be anywhere and they're dangerous everywhere.
You know what? Maybe that low-level tournament should change their tiebreaker rules to a strike system instead of just auto-defaulting to Mako Mart. But so be it.
Or to Mario Airport.
He could have. Maybe, you know what? It's my tournament. I'll do whatever I want with that. But this tournament belongs to Japan right now. We're going to Mako Mart. No changes from either side. What you see is what you are going to get out of both squads. And enough pomp and circumstance. Let's put the boxing gloves on. Let's start throwing some punches. And there's the first punch landed against Vacuum World as the Blaster is eliminated.
Yeah, good opening right there by Pacdora. They're able to set themselves. Norisho cleaning up the stack. Oh, not able to completely push everybody away. That's still some presence for the Vacuums, who are preparing their push now, but they're waiting for the right opportunity, for the right moment. With the Wave Breaker, I guess that's a signal for everybody on the team to push forward and get into the fights.
50 points already gone for Pacdora, and it's not looking any prettier if you are Vacuum World right now, because they are starting to get set up in the right spots. They're jumping back, waiting for Norisho to get back into the action as they try to close this one out and go on to grand finals, having to throw a lot of specials onto the zone. And they're about halfway way to the Vacuum as well. If they do, they're not going to have the Tri-Slosher ready to go, but they do have Soda in their system, so they do have an opportunity to just kind of go and attack the zone and try to get some splats onto things. Finally, the Vacuum gets popped And here comes somebody around the backside. It is the Slosh, but they're not going to get there in time. Ultimately gets the Splat, but Vacuum World keeps their set hopes alive.
Yeah, the Vacuum to just secure the zone right there, but the Slosher is not done! That Slosher is still dancing around, forcing everybody from Vacuum World to look back, which means Mauricio is now in the position to annoy everybody with that Stamper, and that's a retake already by Pacdora. Pacdora, they're happy to be on this map, I guess. This is a good map for them. They have a huge lead just 2 minutes into the game.
But all you got to do is give yourselves the right opportunity to make something happen right now. And your E-leader's set up in a pretty good spot to support the teammates, but you can't help out as Mauricio slaps on top of that player before Inkling get traded out as well. By the way, while that is going on, just a few points added into Vacuum World's favor before they get all the penalty points put right back on here. As Tan, who, well, just say, come on, Mauricio. I dare you to drop down here. I'm just going to get the Splat on you anyways. A nice little stare down. And by the way, now more points slowly being added for Vacuum World.
Yeah, more and more points. We're past the halfway mark of this game, and Vacuum World are making the points back. The pressure is on Pacdora now to get the push, but with that Splat on Chucky and the strikes onto the zone, this is Pacdora retaking their control. They have the lead. They have the whole map painted their color, and now Vacuum World, they need to prepare a good push, but they're already in the right position to do so. Kasiwa with the Slosher will not get anything. Tan is watching, and Tan is ready to go forward. Itakuchi with the Blaster is now already on the zone. The Bubbler is ready, the Bubbler is there. That is a free zone for Vacuum World. Now they still have a lot of resources and a lot of splats to take.
A minute 30 left to go here. You got to start be thinking you're chipping away slowly. If you're Vacuum World, you still have plenty of time to work with as well, but you keep finding ways to slowly add on to points right here. And even if you lose control of zone right here to the strikes, what it looks like they won't. And look how high up Mauricio is. Can they accomplish something with that? Yes, they do. Coming all the way down from a different planet to get that Splat, but it's not going to affect anything on the zone. Not quite getting control of the lead, but this is fine. This is fine if you're Vacuum World, because you are finding ways to chip away right now. And all you got to do is get rid of your penalty points, and you got the match.
1 minute left in game 5, and there's just a single point between these two teams, Popgun. Vacuum World are pushing in, trying everything they can. They're retaking the zone, but they lost a few too many players. Pacdora is able to get back into the fight, to get the zone back. 30 seconds left. Mauricio is getting splatted by Tan. That is huge. Tan right there. Still fighting to the side. Is going to be splatted before they can use the cooler with 15 seconds left. This is pretty rough. Vacuum World needs to go in. They need to win every fight and paint that zone now.
Do they have the resources to do just that, though? Oh, it's just one player remaining now. Oh, here we go. Just got to get rid of those penalty points, but you're not going to have the Vacuum to work with. This E-leader's just going to have to find a way to hold their ground on that right stat pack.
Yeah, overtime is going. They have to hold for a long time. The strikes are ready, and the Tri-Slosher is already down. Kasiwa is just waiting for the right opportunity. They want to make it count. They get splatted. Ooh, Vacuum World holding. The strikes are coming in too late, and Vacuum World make it to the grand finals. Pacdora gets put down.
I have a feeling that we are in for a very long night, because I think those two teams are going to find a way to go up against each other yet again. And when they do that, I think we're just going to see a lot more back and forth. Again, it comes down to, well, actually, no, I don't want to say it came down to game 1, because that game 5 wasn't really a home field advantage for anyone. It was just a bar fight. But again, the huge lead that Pacdora got in the very beginning, the fact that Vacuum World was able to slowly whittle their way back into that one. It's hard to believe that Pacdora couldn't find a way at some point of that to add a little bit more points. They never got through the penalty points at all. They really struggled to hold on to the zone.
Yeah. What a game, what a comeback, and what a victory for the Vacuum World PUBG. And we're only halfway through the night. We have more to see, more to say. But for us, PUBG, I think it's time to say goodbye, to let others take care of the microphone and let our analyst desk take the relay. Something you want to say before we go?
No.
No, that's it. The games speak for themselves. And time to listen to our analysts. This has been Pat and PUBG. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope we can get Sasu back in soon.
I'm back. I think
no!
I'm back now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. Bit of a false start there, but we are still trucking through this Splat World Series. We are currently, you just saw that action-packed sort of match that was happening. I was writing up my notes ready for analyst desk, and I had to delete. Pacdora going down there to Vacuum World. Now, we saw a lot happen in that game, but now that we're here on analyst desk and Vacuum World is there waiting in Grands, let's first of all talk about a lot of there's been a lot that's happened before since the start and us getting all the way for waiting for Grands. I wanted to ask, starting with you, Siren, are there any surprises or upsets that you want to highlight before we kind of look to the future?
Yeah, I mean, we had quite the booming start today. That was Ace Jura taking a couple, like a huge win in round one, like a 5 seed upset over Rush, something like that in that range. 6 seeds ahead, taking the win against Rush in round one. And you know, you never want to like look at a match like that and be like, okay, well, like I want to blame it on one thing, but I do want to note that very early on in this tournament, a lot of the Japanese players were kind of struggling to get up out of bed, and maybe it could have been a bit of a momentum thing. Just Aeternus having, you know, they've probably been awake for a little while now, so they've been working on that grind. But that win was absolutely huge for all of us watching on the caster desk, because it was like, to me it felt like a sign of good things to come for the rest of the day. And oh my goodness, there was a whole lot of that. I'll pass it over to you, Magic, because I know you've got a lot of choice words for what's happened so far.
Well, Rip Pig 9, the biggest fan of Rip Pig 9 is me today, because they clutched it out. They got far, they were really hype and put up a really good showing and got that first upset against Paint Prime, which was so key, I think, for them to like keep the momentum going and to like they were one of the last teams to finish out of the round one, and just like seeing that go their way was just like, all right, yeah, we've got a fleet of the West coming through, right? And now that like we're all going towards this new threshold that all of us can reach. And so that to me was one of the key ones as well, because again, they kind of ended on a sour note at the end of the night last night, and to like pick it back up again and say, no, we're going for it this time, that's exactly what everyone needed who's rooting for the West.
Yes. And speaking of, we can confirm you saw the bracket. All of the Western teams are officially out of the running. However, I am very pleased to let you know that we have made it way farther than we did before. Last Splat World Series, the West was sent all completely to losers round 1. They had to sort of cannibalize each other to claw their way to losers round 2, where they were all knocked out by Japanese teams. But this time around, Milky Way actually going to end up being your highest placing Western team, making it all the way to losers round 3. Where they then went down to a 0-2 from Rush. Not without putting up a fight, though. So I think they are going to finish at the end of the day top 6, which, seeing their seed, I think when we started this off, may not be what we expected, Siren.
Absolutely. I think I kind of placed all my bets on teams like PXG today, which, like, to PXG's credit, they did perform very, very well, but it was not going to be an easy bracket for them either way. Like, they had to fight CutieNK very, very early on in the tournament, and that may have been a bit of a rough one for them. They still had to go through and fight through losers, which unfortunately they immediately met Rush there because of that upset that happened earlier with Aeternus. So you kind of get pushed around a little bit for teams like PXG. And I know a lot of us were rooting for them, and we really were thinking that, like, maybe Milky Way was not going to make it as far as PXG, but honestly, super, super proud of everybody who fought really hard this time. And I don't know. It is nice to see the Western teams performing a lot better than last year. It does feel like, because a lot of the players are the same from last year's Splat World Series as well. So it means that we're taking notes. It means that we're taking lessons.
I have to agree. And, thinking about, we're probably going to talk about this perhaps even a little bit more at the end of things, but after Global Gauntlet, I think that really revitalized the West and even Western perception about how well we can do. I think coming out of last Splat World Series, we wouldn't have imagined that we have this many games on the board. And I think we may actually have that stat for you shortly as to exactly how many games we're able to come out with. I think, do you have that stat handy, Magic? I remember it's something like 20 something out of 70.
Yeah, 75 games over the course of the last 2 days in matches that were Japanese teams versus teams from the West. It was 75 games won from the Japanese teams and 20 games won from the West, which is much higher than the past Global Gauntlets from earlier this year. And I'm pretty sure a significant margin higher from last year's Splat World Series. So it is making a lot of sense that it feels so much better. But I want to take this and spin it back to somebody that did not do better, and that is FT Win. And unfortunately, I think the F outweighed the W in their name this time around. And
unless the W stands for washed,
unless the W stands for washed, I'm not going to throw out that specific allegation right now, because surely they were tired or they weren't ready. They were playing with a sub. You can throw out any kind of John you want. I won't give it to them yet. But even CutieNK ended up getting at least one game win today. FT Win didn't get any. None. And that's crazy. I don't even know how to feel about that, right? Like, it's so interesting because Milky Way. Whose train was that? Was that?
I think that's Sasu.
It's me. Okay. I'm buying a train.
Like,
that's you throwing them on the tracks. Yeah, like you mentioned, FT win, a bit of a disappointment. Not a bit, a large disappointment, I'd argue. A lot of people were pulling for PXG, Milky Way, and FT win to really be the champions of the West. And like you mentioned, CutieNK outdoing them with that single win on a Japanese team when FT win was not able to pull out any, despite being one of the teams that we personally invited to come over. Now, granted, they do have a sub in Leafy, so maybe something was happening there. But given the fact that they finished yesterday in 13th, below Rip Pig 9 and Aeternus, it already wasn't looking so great for them. So unfortunate there, but it happens. And of course, there'll always be future opportunities. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on FT Win and make sure they have not indeed become FT washed.
Yeah.
However, I think other than that, we do have to look ahead at what's currently going on. Vacuum World is waiting in that Grands, and we have Pacdora and Rush that are going to have to face off to each other and claw their way to that grand final. So I want to hear from both of you. Who do you think can get themselves up there, and who are we looking to be the eventual champion, starting with Siren?
Well, we were all watching that winners finals. I think we all may be in agreement that I'm just feeling it here, that Pacdora is like slotted to crawl their way back through. The only element that could possibly sway me at this point is if they like are feeling maybe a little bit demotivated in the way that they lost just now and getting sent to losers in such a way, like, you know, game 5 and it's so close. I would not feel super elated to be in that position. But if their mental is strong, I think they have this in the bag. And I think they could even have the potential to take everything back in Grands. It might be hard because bracket reset, but I think they absolutely could.
Magic, what are you thinking? King of Ham, Rush, Vacuum World, Pacdora? What's it looking like?
The interesting thing to me is that right now, Vacuum World has 2 players who were on not the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, who won last year's FCWS, but Samurai Kasuto, who the team that was runner-up. And so Vacuum World has 2 of those players, and Rush has 1. And Rush also has the phenom that is Streamer Senna, who is like a fantastic player even already at the ripe young age of 10. And they have been on a tear in the losers bracket. They lost to Aeternus, right? Like one of the very, very low seeds coming into the day, coming into SWS as a whole, somebody that people almost kind of wrote off. And then they just tore through every single obstacle in their way for the past 6 sets in a row. So they definitely have the potential and the prestige to make it all the way. They are just going to have to run into a very hot and very well-positioned Pacdora.
Yeah, I think as for me, I'm going to be excited to see this face-off, but, you know, I think that Vacuum World, they came into this day first. I think they really showed their acumen yesterday, and seeing them eke out that game, like I said, I typed Pacdora is waiting in Grands in my notes, and I had to tap, delete it out of the way when I realized that that wouldn't be the case. I think that Vacuum World, they have the clutch gene, like you mentioned. I think they have the players and the acumen to really pull it out. And I think the fact that we also have to mention Pacdora will have to trigger a bracket reset once they get back up to Grands. So they have to outplay them not once, but twice. Puts them in a precarious situation. So I think that really sets the table, sets the scene for the last few games we have coming up here. It's gonna be a nail biter as we get ready to crown our new Splat World Series champions. But we gotta watch the games. We have to see it happen right before our eyes. So I will throw it to K-Bot and Shiny Hunter Zach to finish off these games for us. Aside, and it's just me who's getting that 52 to
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Splat World Series Finals, the continuation through the rest of Losers Bracket and in to our Grand Finals. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me on the commentary desk today is none other than K-Bot. I know we've been watching the tournament together. K-Bot, how are you feeling about day 2 of this intense action?
I'm feeling pretty good. Hey, the West, I think, has got a lot to be proud of in comparison to last year's performance, and I think that's the narrative we'll stick with. Let's ignore the fact, Zach, that we'll be talking about Japanese teams for the rest of the night, but I think overall, I think the vibes are sleepy but positive right now across the pond, and I'm always going to be excited to cast some of the highest level Splatoon that there is to offer, which is exactly what we are about to be brought.
Of course, heard from the mid-show desk about the fate of the West, so we won't harp on that for too long. We have 4 teams remaining from the Eastern side here, and it's all going to start with loser semis, what will be officially our last best of 3 on the day between King of Ham and Rush. This is kind of a matchup. Looking first at King of Ham, they have been seemingly one of the main teams that has stuck together in these past global events. We've had a lot of hiccups come through, but it seems like this roster, especially Toto, Inaten, Tanaha, they have really played together, which is more rare to see, which is going to be exciting as they've made a pretty decent, in fact, both of these teams have, K-Bot, made a pretty decent losers bracket run up to this point.
Yeah, and in terms of King of Ham, right, I think we were all walking into the tournament expecting a decent chunk from this crew, right? There's plenty of familiar names that have been around in Area Cup conversations towards the top of the table for quite some time, and the relative uniqueness of what their composition and their style can offer, especially because they are not burdened by something like a dedicated Sniper Raider or a Charger player, and instead Sofu on a Splatling. Toto, of course, has been a player that's been around for some time and can captain teams to victory, including aiming currently for a, at minimum, repeat podium appearance in SWS after the 3rd place finish from Takoyaki Party last year. So, going to be exciting to watch. This team has been, of course, up to this point, and surely you all are at least somewhat familiar, and it will not be surprising to see Umbrella on the screen.
And a bit more of an arduous run for them. They enter the losers bracket and have to face 3 straight Eastern or Japanese teams in Paint Prime, Odd Loop, and CutieNK. But the other team that they will now be facing in Rush, they've had a much different journey. Of course, piloted in part by streamer Senna, a player who needs no introduction, one of the youngest players to be playing in the event, but also one of the most flashy with that splat roller. Goyame on the E-leader, as many teams are wont to do. And then you have Rifu and Suemaru, with Suemaru playing various different support type weapons. But K-Bot, their track through day 2 has been a loss in round 1 of winners to Aeternus in that best of 3, that 3rd game. and then playing through Ascension, PXG, and Milky Way before getting to their first Japanese team of the day with a 2-0 win over Let's Go Brothers. So definitely not a slouch, but a much different journey to make it to this point.
Certainly. And I think heading into the day today, even yesterday, I was like, Rush, I feel like as a team I was expecting a little more out of in day one. They finished the day 4-2, and today they're sent down to losers early who expect them to maybe still be shaky, but they're proving that they can still take games and series off of Western teams. Got that one over Let's Go Brother a moment ago, and now are heading into one final best of 3 of the night. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it, because it would be quite interesting to say that such a young prodigy of Streamer Senna has made it. But young though Streamer Senna may be, Suemaru, may I remind you, also was on the second place Samurai Cat roster from last year's SWS. So there is some veteran leadership here out of this Rush team. We'll see whether or not Suemaru can guide Rush to victory.
And stages started to come in. This almost feels like the opposite of what we normally state between a best of 3 and best of 5, where it doesn't feel as costly or important sometimes, depending on, if you're in a best of 3, because you have in a best of 5 more times to be striking stages. Mahi Mahi Resort will be the selection after the 4 struck stages. And K-Bot, this is one that we've gone to pretty consistently throughout the 2 days. You, of course, have the rest of the stage originally submerged in water that will unlock after 40 points have been scored. And teams really seem, especially with these E-leaders and these tactical players for the most part, to play around these obstacles quite well, hide themselves, and then the players that are more offensively minded, Slayer-oriented, sharking around and making sure that they are close enough to this somewhat small zone for the type of stage that this is to still be able to make an impact.
Yeah, I think this stage plays front to back just enough where an oppressive E-leader is going to be quite impactful, but also plays just wide enough to the point where a lot of the short-range weapons have plenty of ledges to shark underneath, have plenty of points of pressure, and can provide or find more opportunities to team up on a larger level. And so I think both teams are probably pretty happy to see this one be randomly picked as we head into game 1.
Only one going to be happy with the result of game 1 as we take a look at the selections here from our 2 teams. No surprise with Streamer Senna on that Splat roller. On the opposite side of things, Soph with the heavy Splatling Deco. So they're going to favor the Kraken Royale variant, as well as the Zinc Mini Splatling. This has also been a more popular variant in a lot of cases than its vanilla or hammer variant, as we see the zone first flip over to Rush, but then it pretty immediately get contested once again, and backing off is Soph there, getting Streamer Senna away. I guess that's kind of how you have to play around that roller, is to kite them as much as you can and provide that range against them.
Certainly the case, and anytime there's going to be a roller, anytime there's going to be an E-leader, these are weapons and playstyles that you're going to be very familiar, at least on paper. But the question is, can you put it into practice? It looks like right now, King of Ham is getting the best of it. I also think compositionally here, King of Ham with maybe a slight upper advantage. I'm kind of so shocked to see Rifu playing the 96 gal. I like the pick overall, but the ink back here is going to have to play into both Toto's Decapitator and that Kraken Royale. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that vac is going to actually be impactful, or if we're mostly going to see that just long-range presence from the 96 gal. But already here, Rush is storming the keep, is going farther forward, and Goyame in position here. Some specials are going to have to be committed out of King of Ham, and even though they got rushed to a 2-9 situation, they do not take back the zone just yet.
Yeah, and Streamer Senna goes down, but I like the way that they were keeping the pressure on. They were kind of baiting in engagement from King of Ham. So Streamer Senna would jump on the box, just go through, and then immediately Squid Surge back. And it gets a lot of resources out. It makes sure that, unlike the one that just happened there, the triple Ink Strike is having to be used away from the zone. And it buys Rush so much time that they get to 27 here. And now the retaliation coming through. We're seeing Streamer Senna on top of the zone. Don't need to be the one getting the splats. Again, just providing that distraction, 2 down per side. And King of Ham struggling to maintain control, they will do so without accumulating a penalty. I think you can call that one a win, at least in the moment.
Certainly the case, but now how are they going to clear out the rest of the members of Rush here? This hold is not going to be very strong for them, and positionally right now, they don't have a lot to their name either. No specials really. They're going to commit the triple ink strike here to try to intercept this push coming in from Rush, but it's not quite enough. 2-down situation at this point, and Tanaha struggles to get back in after the party, and so it will be Rush turning their attention back towards the zone and back again towards the other side of this stage. And Senna, here's where the roller wants to be, though the ledge is a little high for that vanilla roller. And now Big Bubbler plus the Inkvac in position here for Rush. A very strong lockout they have, a composition in general. We'll see if Sofu can get something done here now in the Kraken Royale. It's going to be able to pick up one, but again, with no real follow-up here, King of Ham is going to have to panic with just a few ticks left of the zone. Sofu in position, takes down the jump, will find the cap for their team.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge individual effort there. You don't want to have to rely on those singular performances, but getting to holding down the zone, standing right on top of it. I've seen both anchor players do that, as we see Tofu sitting under. I see Tota there getting the pick and advancing forward. This is what Rush was able to do to King of Ham earlier, and now King of Ham trying their hand at seeing how far they can push Rush back without getting overly aggressive. But they've already lost 2, including that heavy deco that was allowing them to start this in the first place. But they're getting the jumps in behind the box. Nobody able to spot them out, and Suamaru not daring to get close enough. So we're in this kind of perpetual state of each team grabbing around 30 to 40 either penalty or overall points and trading out. And so far, King of Ham, despite losing a couple early, they've played some good defense and have gotten back into the fight, even building up a big bubbler in the process.
It's that really strong early lockout from Rush that got them into this position in the first place, and now King of Ham is clawing back with everything they have to hold on for dear life. Streamer Senna in position to take down Toto. The tip of the spear for King of Ham right now gets traded out in the interim, and Rush is trying to cap the zone here. Do they have enough ink? No, they don't. Just in the nick of it, it will be King of Ham taking the lead. 30 seconds left to play, but with a 2-9 situation, Rush is going to have another opportunity to set up a really strong lockout, Zach.
Yeah, at least one fight remaining here, despite King of Ham going 3 down. The problem is they will not really have much to jump to, as it looks like Rush eliminated all possibilities behind the play and in front. Goyame set up and in that flow aura state as well. Just 5 penalty points remaining. Tanaha gonna try to get in, but will be taken down with just the 1 triple ink strike thrown, and the status will not change or bar an overtime in this one. Goyame helping to lead the charge at the end of the game. Streamer Senna at the beginning of it. And as a result, it will be Rush holding on against King of Ham. K-Bot, I think with how back and forth this one was, something that we would expect in the final few matches of day 2 of SWS.
Certainly the case, and it's going to set us up for, again, what is a really interesting remainder of the night. For those of you that might be considering turning it in early, hopefully that was a little appetizer of what's left to come in the remainder of what Splat World Series 2026 can give us. But I think overall, right, the largest thing that really helped out Rush was being able to find those strong lockouts. As the generally slower composition, they're going to be looking for those kinds of things. And now that I watch it once, the Inkvac issue that I called out earlier is not nearly as much of a problem when you're dealing with both the fact that I already have a big bubbler and I already have an E-litter, 2 of those weapons that really want to try to play the stall tactics. I don't need another special to be able to do that for me. I can use the range of the 96 gal, or yes, indeed, use the Inkvac as a little extra bonus to perhaps escort Streamer Senna into an even more advantageous position. It's exactly what the game plan was for Rush, but I also think King of Ham, who may not have had as many of those stalling resources, was able to find ways to get their composition into the right places at the right time. So they certainly can play this. The question is, will they have enough of an answer or a stage that can swing back their direction here in this best of 3, now with their tournament life on the line?
It's a 4-pronged monster in Rush. They basically have every range extreme covered. They have that Splat Roller for the short range. They've got the 96 for the mid range. They've got Goyame on the E-Leader for the long range. And they've got an N-Zap to cover everything in their team's ink. Wahoo World and Crab Leg Capital being the next stages to be banned. And now it's King of Ham's pick. And you really do have to look for something that allows you to bunker down a little bit better. You're potentially bringing that Zinc Mini once again. You're going to have Tanaha on the Splat Roller. A pivotal play at the end, only being able to get one of those 3 triple Ink Strike throws out there. And the selection is to Brine Water Springs. So a notoriously pretty simple stage in that you have these very long ramps going down and then a zone smack dab in the middle. E-Leader players, they have purview over everything. They can easily, even pencil players as well, can have a great sightline on the zone. And there are some small flanking areas on the left and right, but the majority of this battle, K-Bot, as you know, is going to be controlling the area just a hop, skip, and a jump away from that zone, that first little square area at the bottom of the ramp, to make sure it is that much more difficult for the locked out team to get back in.
And I think to that point, Zach, when you're talking about controlling those areas at the base of each ramp, it's a little more challenging to set up creative ways of approaching that area, right? You can't really find a creative universe where streamer Senna is going to be able to get into a strong position on a roller, right? This is going to be something, what I like to say is, people who have listened to me talk about this stuff before, if they can find a way to play this more front to back and not have to worry so much about the flank angles, worry so much about where the crossfire could be getting set up by Rifu, no matter whether it's a Splattershot Pro or a 96 gal, those are going to be the kinds of things that they're going to be able to shut down easier. And now, as we load into game 2, that will be most of what I am looking for here, shutting down some of those crossfire angles and being able to play this one in a more straightforward sense, trying to utilize some more of their mid-range options.
And no composition changes here either, so we see the return of the heavy Splatling Deco as well as the Zinc Mini, so the double Splatling comp is here to stay. And as you can see, Sofu able to use those low walls to get some coverage on the zone without having to peek out, despite streamer Senna's best efforts here. And Inaten gonna use and involve that big bubbler. Streamer Senna getting aggressive, and it will allow enough space yet again for Rush. So continuing from that theming in game 1, they are using streamer Senna both as bait and as the ability to get ahead of the objectives for their more ink-oriented players to focus on the objective. A nice 2 versus 1 gonna help with that endeavor, as it's a full wipeout against King of Ham.
Really good resource control by Rush, just like you were mentioning. The use of the ink back to completely nullify the impact of the big bubbler. You saw King of Ham desert that the instant they saw the ink back, because they knew where that was going and they knew the player that would be swimming forward with it. And here it comes again. Streamer Senna teaming up with Rifu in the ink back. And now this big bubbler goes down in an impressive position, forces the triple ink strikes out incredibly early. Rush is playing the resource game very well.
Toto gets in, does what they need to do. There is, of course, a cost, a sacrifice to be paid there. Suimaru getting a nice pick as well. But the onslaught continues, so only a brief moment of respite for King of Ham. And I don't know that Rush is going to allow them to take space in that way twice. Certainly not streamer Senna, who's going to get 2.5, basically. Tanaha so low, and the last survivor of the onslaught. No time left to get to the objective. So a much more emphatic game 2 and deciding game 2 victory for Rush as they complete our final best of 3 match for the day. And K-Bot, they've secured themselves a spot in losers finals to take on Pacdora, who's been awaiting them.
That's a spot on the podium for streamer Senna and company. Just like I mentioned here, I think game 2 was all about the resource game. How was Rush able to bait out everything that King of Ham wanted to try to do, right? And then, of course, I mean, you know, you can say what you want here about the end of the game. Streamer Senna comes up with 2 because most of the time they're focused not playing the front-to-back fight, that instead try to go for the zone, gives that window of opportunity for a Splat Roller to come right up and T-bone you. And that's exactly what streamer Senna will love to do. So But the fact that they were able to get Senna into that kind of position in the first place, and the fact that they were able to completely nullify what weaker defenses that King of Ham might have had to be able to stall or slow the game down in their favor was completely nullified, largely thanks to the team up of Rifu and streamer Senna, the back, plus the roller swimming forward. And it forces you to scramble, right? Suddenly this roller isn't afraid to swim directly at you. That's a scary sight in any universe, right? You can almost hear the Jaws music, except it's sped up times 10, right? Nearly by that point. So props there to Rush. I think this is the kind of thing that we would have been expecting them to see for quite some time. And now it's gotten them a podium spot and an opportunity to challenge Pacdora.
Yeah, maybe Rush hearing the Jaws music and having to face the #1 overall seed coming out of day one in Pacdora, a roster that is an additional player deep, notably here, Mauricio, that 4378 X power and the spectacular play on the Splatana Stamper. Joining them, you have Momo on weapons like the Snipe Rider 5H, and then Rami, a very interesting one, playing those dually squelchers. So that's going to provide an element that you don't typically see with a lot of compositions. You're going to have the Wave Breaker there. It's got a pretty decent kit with the Splat Bomb that can get some cheeky splats as well. And then Eri, Momo, and Kasiwa. So you have those standard weapons of the 52 and Slosher, respectively. K-Bot, I know you've had some thoughts on the current state of the Slosher, when maybe to bring it in over, for example, a Blaster variant. But the 52, definitely undeniably strong. Not sure if we would see that at the same time, or whether they would be the player to be subbed out. But this is going to be a very difficult challenge against a Pacdora team that was taken to Game 5 and very nearly had it against Vacuum World. I'm sure they are looking for some revenge.
I have been critical of the Slosher so far this weekend, Zach. This is true. However, I will say a player like Kasiwa has been very impressive up to this point on the Slosher. Seems to consistently be in the right place at the right time. Now, why that's the case, we'll probably have to go to multiple different SWS rewound segments and the like to see exactly why. But I think the base premise of what this composition is going to be able to offer at its level of flexibility is going to be more than fine no matter what you decide to throw at it. And I think the interesting play right here is with Rami's custom dually squelchers. This is also a weapon I've been very critical of from the same targets, as a matter of fact, in the past. But I do think the ability to set up that longer range crossfire is something that is very pressing of an issue. It has been for quite some time, and a lot of teams. It's going to give Mauricio a little more flexibility. It gives Momo more opportunities to find the single tap shots that are needed to get the splat rather than trying to go for even more. And so it's certainly a play that has been working for this team up to this point, and I'm excited to see it continue here as we go along. But again, will they be able to shut down what we have seen so far? And the maybe, thing here is if Pacdora can get around the Inkvac plus Splat Roller combination just to the same extent, then there will be a little less that they probably have to worry about, right? How are they going to shut those kinds of things down? It'll likely be with slightly longer range, attempting to pick off Rifu first before anything, because they probably know that streamer Seta is going to be very cautious and passive. But in doing so, right, you're giving up space to Goyame on an E-leader to continue just raining down fire from above. So the small little intricacies of how these two comps play into each other is really what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, I have to think a player like Mauricio has potential to kind of throw a wrench into Rush's composition here, because if you wait and try and bait out the Zipcaster or watch for it extensively, you're probably having to either turn around and turn your attention away from the objective or utilize specials away from the zone or in a position that is not going to be optimal. For example, if Mauricio is going to look at Streamer Senna, they might have to use the big bubbler early. If they use it on Goyame, and Goyame is having to take their eyes off of the objective. So lots of potential here. You could apply that same logic to Rami on the Dually Squelchers. But our ban stage is starting to come through. Pacdora getting rid of Bluefin Depot and Sturgeon Shipyard. We've seen a little bit of both this weekend, but not nearly to the level of something like a Mahi Mahi Resort. Lemuria Hub and Museum de Alfonsino returned as banned stages from Rush this time. And the selection comes through, Kbot. It will be Robo Ramen, which we haven't seen extensively, but enough to get a perspective on. And I think from the way we've seen it played out in the Western scene, it's remained relatively the same. There are players that will somewhat live in those alleyways. I like to call it the seedy underbelly of this stage, but a lot of it is going to be played, especially for your longer range players, on these low walls that sit behind the zone, and your mid to short range player is going to be basically playing on top of the zone as much as they can to make sure that they have it locked down. Another tough stage to be locked out on, so you have to make avoiding that a big priority.
But I think for a team like Pacdora, Rami and Mauricio are very likely to be playing those off angles, playing that underbelly, as you mentioned, right? And it may be more challenging to pin this team down fully if you are Rush. You are not just going to be able to run at them with the ink back and roller, because there are going to be players on different sides of the stage, and likely Mauricio will be making heavy use of the Zipcast, and there's plenty of ways to be creative with the Zipcast on this stage, right? So I think there's a decent amount here that could favor Pacdora, and the adaptation that we see out of Rush in comparison to what we've seen in the past few, I think will be most interesting, and what I am looking out for here. Will we see Rami try to go for more of those poke angles, with the longer range of the custom dually squelchers, and try to be more independent? Or is it going to be something that we attempt to force towards the middle and try to play more front to back? I think if it's a front to back fight, Pacdora is probably going to lose, thanks to how well Rush has been playing and how they're able to control the resource balance.
It does feel like for a player like Rami, the ramps as opposed to the walls kind of perpendicular to the zone are going to be where they want to hang out, just making sure they can get anybody to focus on them instead of the zone, which we've seen multiple times, leading to teams not being able to cap in the final seconds. But here we go with the start of losers finals between Pacdora and Rush here on Robo Ramen. Taking a look at the compositions, not really seeing any surprises. That in itself is not surprising. We'll see where they start to set up. Looks like Rami indeed going to that ramp just under the zone. Mauricio kind of giving them a bit of help, making sure that they're not isolated and can be rushed down by any members of Rush, as Goyame helps to tap that zone into the control of Rush.
Actually, Mauricio being the first one down, it means that Rush is going to have a large amount of control in the remainder of this fight. And here's the ink back. Here's the Streamer Senna escort. What's the answer? Pacdora's been able to escape for the most part and was able to reposition to a point where it was not nearly as much of a threat as Rush would have hoped. It's going to mean exactly what we're looking for here. Beautifully done by Pacdora to parry that one completely away and keep this game tight.
As a sports guy, you might be familiar with the term somebody's office, and it looks like Momo has basically been living in their office. It's kind of this traditional anchor office, and Goyame just might have gotten a pick from theirs on the side of Rush, as they're able to welcome in a jump from Streamer Senna and get the wave breaker down. So effectively a 2v2, but it's Rush starting to lose out, but Goyame is effectively a living beacon, allowing them to come back in. Granted, they're going to have to give up some space, and Pacdora will extend their lead as a result. But this is also a countermeasure to avoid having these lockdowns that we talked about. The trade-off for that is that Rami now has traded sides, that they're playing on these low walls and on these ramps, but they've gotten costly with it. They go down early, and that is going to create a domino effect that allows Rush to get right back in.
Once again, as soon as they're able to start taking down one or two, they're going to be rushing forward. That is the name of the game and the name of the playstyle. that this team is going for, and for good reason. They're able to capitalize on a lot of these advantages in a good way. Oh, Streamer Senna getting taken out of the big bubble right before it becomes active. And the strikes are going to come out here for Pacdora to keep this one largely neutral. It is Rush with the slight lead, but it is Pacdora with a decent amount of control, especially as Streamer Senna goes down. The regrouping here from Rush is what they'll need if they want to try to maintain a lead.
Ooh, Rifu getting the jump shot there effectively, but we're seeing this play out kind of how we predicted. Mauricio is baiting out or forcing out a lot of these high value plays, like getting the big bubbler down or focusing on them or Goyame, but not both. And now Rush trying to make them pay for it. Streamer Senna backed up by Rifu's Ink back now, trying to make use of that bottle opener there or that soda dispenser. They're not going to find much. Mauricio trying to bait out Senna once again, and they will get the support of this triple Ink strike. All in all, yet again, Rush going 3 members down as a result of this heavy investment that they've had success with in these 2 days of Senna getting a lot of their picks, and Pacdora seems to just be one step too far out of the range from wherever they're trying to take them down.
Yeah, Streamer Senna, may I remind you, second, I think, in highest KA per time or per 5 minutes in Global Gauntlet 2. This is the kind of play style that the team is going to go for. Funnel all of the resources towards that roller. Let the roller be the tip of the spear, and it works for a lot of teams. It's what's worked for Rush so far, but will it let them take back the zone here once more? 2-down situation. They don't get it back before the lead changes hands, but they still maintain the Ink back in position. Rifu's likely going to wait for a little while before Streamer Senna can jump on back in to really go for it. But now with Suemaru down, Streamer Senna gets taken down right before the back comes back up, and it's Pacdora thwarting the potential push out of Rush.
That's the risk. You have to wait. And even if things go wrong, I think you're still making the right call by waiting. Nice little jump shot there by Goyame, holding on to that charge and maybe opening a path here by taking out Rami. And it's not too far off. This is pretty much a mirror of the game one that we saw last match, where it's very back and forth as Streamer Senna trying to get the pick. Mauricio once again flying around on the Zipcaster, but Rush is ready for it this time around. And as a result, nobody from Pacdora will be able to contest the zone. The lead going over to Rush with under 30 seconds left to go. They'll have the Wave Breaker and the triple Ink strike down, so combining as opposed to layering in these specials, and Rush now once again on the back foot despite having the lead.
Well done there, being able to continue to maintain some presence, take down the timer even further. And now Pacdora is going for broke once more, but again, it's almost too little, too late with the ratio in the Zipcast. That is going to be all they wrote, and it's Rush continuing with the momentum here so far. Let me go back and take a look for a moment. The last game they dropped was in round 2 of the lower bracket to PXG, and that is the only game they have dropped all lower bracket since their round 1 loss to Aeternus. This is a team that I think is feeling the momentum right now. It is continuing to keep up the pressure, put the pedal to the metal, and make sure that they have all of their bases covered in the process. What a showing from them up to this point. And again, it seemed like there was a lot that worked there for Pacdora. I think it'll probably be a lot of them attempting the same on different stages. That'll hopefully allow them to be even more spread out than they were on.
I think there's a reason, too, that this game one felt like a lot of similarities to the previous game one, is that for Rush, the strategy as it has over these past 2 days does not really change. Sure, you're now having to deal with a higher range extreme in Momo on that Snipe Rider, but you are still looking to be effectual at any possible engagement that you take on. Of course, your backline, they're trying to stay as far back and protected as possible. We saw in the early minute to minute and a half, they were bringing 2-3 members in at a time with jump-ins, and the rest of the time they're getting Mauricio to go for these risky plays that take them, yes, across the stage and could potentially set the members of Pacdora up well, but especially in the final minute, again to a minute and a half, they are waiting and playing together, watching and calling for where they're going to land, staying outside of that landing area and being able to take them down with numbers. So as Rush will eliminate Inkling Art Academy and Urchin Underpass, we await Pacdora's pick for game number 2 in this best of 5. Still lots of stages that have been relatively preferred on the board. Some Hagglefish, some Mahi Mahi, some Mako Mart even, and teams have even opted to go places like Flounder Heights in terms of, you know, things that are still available. Brightwater Springs is up there as well. So for Pacdora, an important opportunity to take Rush out of this momentum that they have. And K-Bot, it is indeed going to be Mahi Mahi Resort.
Mahi Mahi once more. I have to imagine that seeing this, Rush is going to be feeling much the same as they might have otherwise, right? I don't think there's anything here that is really going to be like, oh no, we're going back to Mahi Mahi. It's one of these more neutral stages. A lot of different strategies can work. And, you know, the weird double-edged dichotomy here is that any place where Mauricio and Rami might be able to further spread out and try to set up more crossfire angles or be more creative, so too are there more opportunities for streamer Senna to be unassisted by an Inkling, right? You're playing both sides of this, and it's a pick your poison type of endeavor. And here, perhaps we'll see a little more spread, but I don't know if it's going to be creative enough for Pacdora. We'll see if they've got something else in the line ready for this one, because this one will certainly remain to be interesting as we move forward.
Last place you want to be is in the middle of a DED. Double-edged dichotomy, could be pronounced as dead as well. And that's certainly a place you don't want to be either. As we get into a game number 2, Pacdora, kind of an important one for them if they want to have the best shot of returning to the winner side of the bracket. Certainly don't want to be down 2-0. We'll see if that procs any changes. For now, seeing more of the same as we get going. So the Dually Squelchers return. Mauricio, of course, going to be on that Splatana Stamper. And a big thing here was who got into the zone area first. The last time we saw Rush on Mahi Mahi, and streamer Senna was kind of going past the zone and acting as a decoy so that the rest of their team could take the zone. They had to cost them a couple of points here, but it will be somewhat the same as Rush gets the lion's share of the points in the early portion.
How about this? Rifu being able to continue to keep up that pressure. All members of Rush infiltrating on this right side and blitzing for the opposing spawn. This is the game plan out of this team, as it has been time and again, and it continues to work for them, buying on plenty of space for Goyame on the backline. Not even taking a very aggressive position here, but that could be one of the largest strengths. Goyame only went to the spawn point a single time on Robo Ramen, and I imagine we'll be trying to keep up much the same pace here.
I think Mauricio was trying to play touch your opponent's spawn point challenge. They didn't really have a great shot to take somebody out, but they said, by golly, we're going to take the chance. Streamer Senna going to take this opportunity to set up. It'll cost them their life, but a wipeout forced against Pacdora here. And now Suemaru playing as the tip of the spear. You see these NZAP 85 players play in two streams of consciousness. They either play it like a splatter shot where it's super aggressive, or they play it solely as a supportive weapon. They were only able to play it more so offensively for a little while as they go down, and just like they never left, Pacdora back in the driver's seat and Mauricio back with a Zipcaster in tow.
But I think to that point, Zach, the mark of a great NZAP player, I say now as Suemaru is about to be taken down, is one that can be able to flip back and forth between the two. We've seen Suemaru be just as aggressive when the team is in rush mode. That is the kind of play that needs to keep up here for Rush, and I have to imagine they're waiting for their full team fight to come back in. Here's the Ink back, but they're not getting a lot of value out of it. Now here's Mauricio coming from the backside, is able to go into the big bubbler, at least take down one in the process. Streamer Sana is going to be able to find that trade, and now it's a 2-4-2 in the middle here with Pacdora maintaining control up to this point. A beautiful bomb from Kasiwa is going to be able to take one down, and now 17 is the mark for Pacdora. A beautiful push.
That's the trouble. Always such a tenuous balance between how much you play around the objective and how much you have to play around the person that is next to the objective. Ideally, you're going to want to take the person out first, but that is going to cost you time and potentially even give you a penalty. We see the trade come out as Rami's going to fall, Suimaru shortly after, and Streamer Senna after that. But this is all part of Rush's strategy. They live in this in-your-face style that's buying their further back players more time. The triple ink strike's going to come through to stall out, but it's not going to be enough, and the lead goes back over to Rush. Rifu not going to have as much as they want out of that ink back. It's not going to stop the zone from coming back over, and that is what Mauricio wanted in touching the spawn point, that landing to get them a pick.
How about that? Koyame jumps back to spawn. Mauricio says, now hold on a minute, I'm not done with you yet. And takes down that one again, further delaying what Rush wants to do, further allowing for more points to come off the board. Here's Ripu and Streamer Senna once more. Mauricio's in position and now is dancing around, is going to be taken down, and now the wipeout comes through. Rush puts a stop to it just in the nick of time and maintains the lead.
Yeah, not a moment too soon there. You would have to have not had to stop to take a breath before that lead would have changed hands, but this is where Rush needs to continue to play their game. Streamer Senna not daring to go past that low wall with about 50 seconds left to go. They get taken out early though, and it's going to be the Tacticooler online, and same with the Zipcaster for Mauricio, who does not get to use it with 45 seconds left to go. Suimaru looking for a pick. They're going to avenge their teammate as Rami goes down. A couple points remaining, and Mauricio, that Zipcaster not coming online earlier as they go down, ultimately costly as it's their last line of defense and one of the closest to zero knockouts that you're going to see in this event. Puts Rush up 2-0 and one game away, K-Bot, from making it back to Grand.
You know what it feels like, Zach, is Rush is playing, obviously, a rushdown style. But what's key about what they're doing is that they are always working as a unit of three. Even though I've been focusing on Rifu and Streamer Senna and how the Vac and the Rollers paired together, Suimaru is somewhere in the vicinity also contributing to the engagement, right? That is what is making this team so strong, is when everyone's coming together and they all take the fights together and they they hold the left stick forward all together at the same time, it's going to work. They have the faith in one another to take care of business in those ways, even when you're dealing with someone like Mauricio on the other side of the stage. And so these are the kinds of things that make this team look even better than they may be on paper. This is the kind of thing that is needed in coordinated play and makes them look less like a pickup and more like a team that's been doing it together for years.
That's something I noticed about CutieNK, another one of our SWS teams, when they played in the Splatoon 3 North American League, is they would, instead of playing together as a unit of three, they would play a 2-2 style where they would send Pika and Gimme as far forward as they could. So they would have a Dapple Dualies and a Blaster kind of waiting under those low drop downs like we saw Senna do on Mahi Mahi just now. And then their other two players, Hawaiian and Kronos, would be by the objective, one watching the others back. And against a team like Pacdora, you're going to need that because Mauricio builds up these Zipcasters so quickly. And the triple ink strike, sometimes it's not meant and rarely does cap the zone in all instances. Either you're not close enough or there's enough ink going down that the three don't land quickly enough to cap the zone. So you have to watch out for the larger strategy, the larger play. Is that going to be all it is? Is the special just for claiming the objective, or is there a sinister second facet of what they're doing that is set up? And I like that these teams are not playing in an area often that is going to get them in trouble. They're not putting themselves in the corners, especially as basically the entire perimeter of this stage is waterlocked. So you cannot be backing yourself into a corner lest you get outranged by just about anything. They are sticking in the middle of the stage, either right behind the box or as aggressive as they can play. and putting the pressure back onto their opponent. It's just that Rush created more of those opportunities for themselves. And now Pacdora potentially a game away from being eliminated. As you mentioned, K-Bot still making the podium no matter what, but your hope of returning to the winner's side of the bracket for that revenge slowly slipping away here.
What I mentioned there, if you look at the KA screen, that game looks even closer than it was observed in front of our faces. Streamer sent up 14-12 with 3 big bubblers. Mauricio 12-10 with 4 zipcasts. But once again, Goyame only 6 on the KA, but only 2 times sent back to spawn. And one of those times was that zipcast play that Mauricio made that we called on. So really, Goyame still is not being punished. And if the 3 are able to work so well together to open up space for Goyame, the E-Leader once again has a field day. They don't have anything to worry about unless Mauricio is so intent on making those kinds of plays happen. So again, where do we go next? If we're Rush, I don't really know what the answer is here. For Pacdora, once again, going to have to try to come up with something where they could be a little less traditional, play something that's less front to back. I kind of doubt that any team is going to pull out something like a humpback, but maybe that's the case here, right? I mean, where else can we go where we can mitigate the pressure that 3 players charging forward at us is going to have? I think is the largest answer here. How can we create counterplay on a different side of the stage, or have something else prepared that they walk into and try to bait out their rush? We'll see.
I was doing the same thing in my head. I was like, okay, surely they're not going to go to, say, a Hammerhead Bridge. They're not going to go maybe to Flounder Heights, where Rush and Streamer Senna are really going to excel, and certainly not a Humpback Pump Track, which has not been a favored selection this weekend. Some other places that have been picked, Undertow Spillway we've talked about as being a rising star or one of the premier 2-zone stages that's been picked up. A surprising amount of Mincemeat Metalworks being played as well. That does give Splatlings and Chargers a lot of greats and slight high ground to walk around on. It's not going to be the towering high ground that you can achieve on something like a Flounder Heights. And also, we've seen things like Crab Leg Capital get banned in a lot of instances and still remains in this series. So is there a team, and is that team Pacdora, that would prefer to go to a Crab Leg Capital if it's left available, or is it something that each team kind of has a mutual agreement on that they don't want to play? Other stages, traditional Western favored stages for Splat Zones, things like Hagglefish and Mako Mart still available as well. And if you want to make the range used as well, if you want to have all of that available to you, Wahoo World is still there. However, Marlin Airport, maybe the only stage I didn't mention in that diatribe, coming through as the selection. The fans will be buzzing, and each team will once again, K-Bot, be making that mad dash to the zone.
We'll see how this one pans out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see what ends up happening. And here we are. It's Marlin Airport in losers final of the Splat World Series. Hey, whatever works. I think there is a very real possibility here, right? Where, like, you maybe have the opportunity to dodge some level of the rush that could happen. Not only dodge, but make it more challenging, given by the fact that there's some verticality they have to fight up into on the other side of the stage. Who really knows what to expect, I think, on this one, Zach? I think all notebooks might have just been tossed out the window simultaneously.
And you know what? Maybe that's the plan. I think at this point, you've had a couple of close matches, but nothing is going your way. And at the end of the day, you are not going to be remembered for how close you got in most instances. It is only going to be the game result that matters. So any composition that gets to even a point but still loses is not going to be the comp that you want to stick with for the remainder of your tournament lives. So now, Marlin Airport giving them the opportunity to throw a wrench in the plan of Rush. They have the added element of that elevating platform with the fans that maybe could throw Streamer Senna off, but have Goyame playing on the far left or far right. to see if they could stay out of most sightlines here. Of course, no composition changes coming through that I can see. Goyame on the E-leader with that wave breaker to try and make the most use of that range. And handily, K-Bot, Pacdora beating Rush to the zone, but also being the first picked as well.
And again, not exactly what you want to see, right? Going down first, unforced, but here comes the ink back once more from Rush. Senna tries to get in position. Here's what I was talking about, though. It's a little harder to get up into a position to make that full rush beneficial. So they were successful in pushing back the members of Pacdora. You don't get a lot for the resources they committed. Here's Kasi, while coming in with the triple ink strike, secures the zone. Mauricio zip casting in to follow, and a 2-down situation from Rush now is going to be continued to follow up. And now Rifu on the backside is going to be taken down by Mauricio and Momo, who turn to look to help escort Mauricio out of position. These two have plenty of team-up experience together and are showing it here. We'll see whether or not they can come back from an early current gap where they are in the point.
The opposite of an engagement that you would expect from Mauricio, as we saw Rami take down 2 there. Mauricio actually getting the pick as they jump back to their jumping off point, as opposed to the player from Rush that was jumping in. But now they're face to face with an ink back, and they've built up a Zipcaster in the meantime. So they are going to put Rifu on their toes, disorient them to where they can pick them off from range. We have the triple ink strikes coming out as well. Don't need all 3 of them to take over the zone. And as predicted, Goyame having to deal with these constant elevation changes. So Suemaru helping to lock things down. The big bubbler going on for the zone, but Rush, for the most part, pushing them back, and Streamer Senna living exactly where they want to where Pacdora has no idea where they can be found. Despite that, Pacdora able to cause some havoc of their own. And now let's see how they're able to handle putting some pressure onto Rush.
Now, here's the part where the map starts to come together a little more, and so this is the part where Pacdora probably has to be very careful of where that ink back is going to end up coming out. They're probably waiting on Mauricio to get out of the zip cast, but now Suemaru getting taken down. There is Goyame getting taken down as well, with Rami in a great position to continue following up, and it's still maintained presence here from Pacdora. They continue to find a handful of picks and now have a safe escape route back down out the right side, maintain control of this top fan, and are quickly ticking down towards 0. The strikes are out, and they're going to keep that wall and pressure out. Streamer Senna taken down by Mauricio right before the vac gets popped, and the strategy worked from Pacdora on Marlin Airport. Of all stages, they're able to split up Rush in a way that allows them to not rush down in a single file line.
No matter how you describe the selection, if it works, then it pays off. And that is all that matters here for Pacdora, as they put any thoughts of a Rush sweep to rest here. Rami, a big facilitator of this, and this is a stage that seems to benefit them well. They don't mind playing in these tight pockets that can be constricted by these fan platforms. They're comfortable rolling around and even going down in the form of a trade, as long as they're able to take 2 or more with them. And Mauricio getting so much value in one of those last engagements, and in this engagement as well, getting down to practically 1 HP, but they draw so much ire from the members of Rush that it takes focus away from the true purpose, which is the objective. So you're putting them into a corner, even though you're locking yourself there too. Multiple members of Pacdora are able to hold their own and using Rush's own strategy against them of, Rush wants to have these multi-man advantages in these engagements. We're confident in our ability to live, whether that's because we can roll around, use the Zipcaster, or draw them away from the objective. And they made that work. That allows a player like Momo to stay relatively unperturbed, and it allows a lot of focus to be off of the objective, giving them the win in the end.
Zach, your line right there, 100% correct. Momo 14-0 in the last game, completely unscathed in the last one, and this is exactly the point, right? As long as they're able to control some of that area and have a safe escape route, so that when an engage is attempted to be made from Rush, they're able to find a route away. that's going to be the most successful part. The problem with that, though, is that we are now going to rush stages, right? The way this worked is it's flipping on its head now, and I completely expect, if it is not already stricken away or will not be here to come from Pacdora, I'm expecting to see an Eeltail Alley. I think that's exactly what Rush would love to see, something that is very front to back. Goyame is going to have a field day on the E-Leader stage. We'll see whether or not it gets stricken away. Not quite yet. Hammerhead, another solid front to back stage that was probably worth taking off the table. But there are plenty of other options available for the taking here. No, actually, Rush struck away Eeltail themselves, so they don't even have that at their disposal. But we saw them have success in something like Brine-Water. We saw them have, Mako is going to work wonders for them, I think. So plenty of opportunities here for them to take their pick of the winner.
I almost wanted to go by the logic of the last game and say, let's just find the most random stage left, maybe like a ship-shaped cargo co or something, and go there. But no, I think this is the logical choice and something that's very akin to the point that you were making, which is we're going to go to a stage that allows streamer Senna to pop off. Mentioned this one in my self-described diatribe earlier, but Flounder Heights is the selection going into game 4 for Rush. I think that's going to give, once again, every player playing at each range extreme an opportunity to succeed. You know, the traditional E-Leader spot on this stage is around the air conditioner, quote unquote, which is just below the same elevation where the two zones are held. If you have a mid-range weapon, a lot of teams sometimes bring Dynamo here. We've seen that in play, but a 96 can work too, where you can have an impact on the other zone using the very narrow ramp or lip that's there. A lot of players sometimes don't even move away from one zone until they are 100% sure that it's safe. So if that's the case, feel free to recognize lots of neutral states, lockouts, and scurrying around the stage, because you will still, of course, have players like Senna and Mauricio playing their game.
We're loading in now. It's game 4. Pacdora at risk of being eliminated still by Rush on a rush through the lower bracket now. It's Suemaru not taking the NZEP into this one, but instead your favorite, my friend, the Tri-Slosher here out in full force, and it's Suemaru taking the first splat.
Love to see it. The Tri-Nouveau, beautiful tactical weapon. And as predicted, Kashiwa going to be hanging around these ramp areas, trying to cause havoc with the Vanilla Slosher. Rifu, this is a great position for them to have the ink back. It basically encompasses all of the available space. Don't even need the shot from the ink back to go onto a player. Streamer Senna will do all the work and then some, capping it off with Mauricio. That's just what young Senna does, as Rush will take both zones.
What did you say, Zach? Where can Streamer Senna pop off? Here it is. We're playing a front-to-back fight straight over top of the zone, and we've got the ink back at our backs. Suemaru looking for a cheeky camera angle and trying to figure out what's happening. Probably calling out to Streamer Senna, opting for that pincer in a 2-down situation here still for Pacdora, as Streamer Senna continues in the flow aura to find a few more, down to 50 now, with Goyame in a great position in an ink back already at Rush's disposal. They're ready to go all in on this next one.
Does it still count as third-person camera peeking if you're always in third person? Because that was a pretty genius play coming out from the Tri-Nouveau, but Mauricio trying to make any momentum happen, looking for that distraction. Streamer Senna not really moving, just kind of walking around, looking behind them and saying, you're not my problem right now. Instead, locking on to Rami and making sure that with Rifu having that ink back again, it's essentially an unstoppable force and an immovable wall all at the same time. 2 down, as Momo hardly has an angle made even more difficult by the placement of the big bubbler. Stopped briefly at 4. Now reinforcements coming in as the jump through will come through. The wipeout happens for Rush, and after a brief interlude, they will take it in game 4 and send themselves to grand finals.
The giants of Mauricio and Momo are slain now and are left at 3rd place, thanks to this very fast-paced, all-in, all-or-nothing play style out of Rush. How about the clinic they put on in this one in particular? They know how to play this stage. They know that this is a very tight, narrow walkway over top of Flounder Heights that forces them to address the Inkvac. There's no real way that Mauricio or Rami can generate counterplay on the sides of the Inkvac, and that allows streamer Senna to have a complete field day. So Amaru calling this one out. We talked about this a little bit, and then sloshing over to add the insult to injury sets up what is an excellent lockout for Rush. And as I called out, there's another Inkvac right now at the disposal as that clip ends for them to use and continue to keep up the pressure. They bait out a few resources, they re-engage and completely wipe their opponent at the end. Great stuff from Rush, and they now find themselves going up for the grand finals spot now versus Vacuum World.
I think this can officially be called a Cinderella run from Rush. They come out of day one seeding in 7th place out of 16 teams. It dropped immediately on day 2 into the losers bracket by Aeternus, and then only have dropped 2 games since, starting from losers round 1 all the way into grand finals. One, as you just saw there, against Pacdora, and the other against PXG in that best of 3. So Rush, a major performance there, and now will face Vacuum World, who's been awaiting them. That is going to be such a difficult matchup, but one that I'm sure they're looking forward to. Itokuchi Tabaru, Samurai Kasato Chiaki, and Utan, very difficult players to go up against, but should be a very fun match. However, we have a package going into this one, a little video treat that y'all should be able to witness before we get into grand finals. Why don't we take a look? Have to give a shout out to all of the wonderful folks that make the Splat World Series 2026 happen. Could not be done with this impactful level of quality and production value without all of their help. K-Bot, I know you also feel very fortunate to have this level of quality given to the high level players and teams that we have in both the East and the West.
Zach, no matter what time of day it is always a treat to be able to watch this kind of Splatoon executed at such a level, and any opportunity that we're provided to be able to talk about it, it is a true pleasure. So thanks to all the folks that helped out with this, not the least of which, obviously, Ellie on production all day, Z helping corral the teams all together and make sure that apparently nobody sleeps in too long on day 2 of your tournament. All good, though. It's been a treat, not only with Splat World Series in the past few weeks, but also with the Global Gauntlet Series that took place over the past few months earlier this summer. It all has led up now to these grand finals, Zach.
And it all leads up, as one famous caster likes to say, and we indeed are Abedu playing mainly the S-Blast or Custom Blaster, Samurai Kasato, a destructive force on that E-Leader, and then Chiaki playing a role that's becoming more and more common over the past several months in that 96 gal, and then Utan playing either the NZAP or could go to that Tri-Nouveau that we saw brought out in the previous game on Flounder Heights. Rush going to be taking them on. This should be a pretty intense bout as Vacuum World dropping 3 games in the last 2 sets. Dropped one against Let's Go Brother, and of course had that thrilling Game 5 knockdown dragout between Pacdora, which we will not get to see a redo of. But Rush, I think, a good chance to play a team that is pretty similarly minded. They have about the same weapon compositions, loadouts, and range at their disposal, so both teams will kind of playing into the other's game.
And I want to say to that end, there's a footnote or likely something to be said for the fact that both teams in our grand finals are using a 96 gal and an E-liter within their composition. Those are 2 weapons that we don't often see in general, and I don't even think necessarily have been rising the ranks in terms of overall use in Japan. In fact, if anything, the 96 gal probably has seen a little less use recently than it was a few months ago. But even still, when used properly and used to the point and the efficacy that our teams have shown so far, it certainly is a threat to be reckoned with. And I think the largest part of that is how these teams are all playing together, how that coordinated play comes out in their communication with one another, and what they're able to do to the stage all at the same time, as we've been commenting on out of Rush time and again throughout the day and throughout the back half of this event, watching them with the way that they're all 3 able to swarm and commit to plays to open up the field of play for Goyame's laser. Plenty of exciting stuff to watch here for. And reminder, folks, this is grand finals of a double elimination tournament, meaning that Rush needs to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s to come out on top. We will go to a bracket reset if Rush takes this first one away. So it does not quite all come down to this for Rush, but we will be seeing hopefully some excellent games, especially with how well Rush has been playing up to this point, how well coordinated they have been, and the way that they've been able to maneuver the stage select system to their favor, finding these stages that may be slightly more unconventional, but they know they have a game plan for, where the rush forward play style works.
Yeah, we always have these discussions about, okay, does the team that is in losers and has been playing consecutively, that's coming right out of a set, do they have the advantage over a team that's been waiting in winners for a long time? We'll see how it plays out as the bans quickly come through. Mako Mart, Inkbot Art Academy banned from Vacuum World, Lemuria Hub, and Crab Leg Capital. So this is something we did not see in the previous set, is Crab Leg Capital being struck early. And we go to Hammerhead Bridge. So we saw the Marlin Airport last match. Now we go to Hammerhead Bridge. K-Bot, this is quite the rarity to see out of Western teams, and even just generally throughout these 2 days, have not seen matches go here a ton. Maybe this strategy of we want to see, what Rush can do on an unconventional stage, that's something great to get out of the way early for this game 1.
The random picker here, Zach, I think if you are Rush, you are elated to see this. We're talking about the narrower angles that an Inkvac has to be able to cover. This is the definition stage of that very concept and idea. I expect streamer Senna to have a feast in the next one. Not just a field day, mind you, a feast in this one, as long as Rifu is at the back with that Inkvac. Now, will the other Inkvac on the other side be able to counter that or sniff out the opposing 96 gal first? What that itself will remain to be seen. Matter of fact, I might even consider going over to something, may I suggest it randomly. I don't know if this is going to be actually in the arsenal, but Uton could potentially go over to 96 Deco, which I think might actually work a lot better into what they're about to face.
Well, for every feast, there must be an equal and opposite famine. So whether streamer Senna is going to be the one feasting on their opponents here, or whether they are going to be shut down by Vacuum World remains to be seen. I'm also intrigued by the mirror match that we are likely to see between Samurai Kasuto and Goyame on that E-Leader. But we don't have to wait much longer. It's grand finals time of SWS 26 between Vacuum World and Rush. Khan coming out with the Tri-Nouveau as well as Suemaru. So that is another mirror match coming out, and it will not, K-Bot, be the 96 Deco, but Chiaki versus Rifu on the Vanilla 96 will happen there. The Blaster going to be the main counter, in theory, to Streamer Senna on that roller, as these two teams jockeying for position. I see Vacuum World trending a little bit closer to the left as well, but eventually giving way to the onslaught from Rush.
Again, the dueling ink backs. That'll be the story of what I'm watching so far. The tug of war winners in that exact battle will be the team that comes out on top. But Vacuum World not looking like they have been sleeping at the wheel, now going full force forward, looking to charge the opposing side of the stage. And now Samurai Kasato, right? This fabled E-Leader player back at it on the pitch again, looking for even more in an advantageous position and spot as the rest of Vacuum World is surrounding. Resources must be committed from Rush here early. Rifu's likely waiting for the last member to come up before the ink back is popped, and here it is, storming forward. Senna's going to be able to find one, and then on the other side with a vac, and now Senna's going to come around the backside of Chiaki, take down that one. That's three. That's the quad from Streamer Senna to get Rush back in the map.
Who would have expected anything else besides Streamer Senna feasting, as you put it, K-Bot, on their opponents, getting two more? That's going to be the continuation of the Flow Aura state, making it work no matter the circumstances, and saying, I don't need to go past this wall. I will wait to come to my opponents at my own pace, as Hito Kuchitaberu similarly falls. That has bought all the time in the world for Rush, as Goyame now in a similar position to Samurai Kasuto, who does in fact have the high ground, but Rush now with the lead, and the counter ink back coming out from Chiaki, trying to move forward. Streamer Senna unabashedly rolling forward as Rush gets into the single digits here. Uton makes the play for the 180, and it will be enough as a full wipeout finally forced against Rush to put Vacuum World back in control.
You know, the interesting thing with Vacuum versus Vacuum here is the fact that Streamer Senna, as a melee weapon, is not really going to be afraid of the opposing Vacuum. You're not going to be able to dissuade the main tip of the spear here that's charging forward at you. Just won't have quite the level of ink support on the floor as he goes forward, but continues having this feast as more fall. Now for Vacuum World, Streamer Senna back to the Flow Aura state. There's another one on the jump coming in. More resources funneled into the roller, and it's Rush down to 4 with plenty of control.
Could we be witnessing a 30 bomb here if this one goes the distance? I feel like it's somewhat reasonable. I know we talked about Brand dropping a 28 earlier in the event, but this feels realistic if they can give Senna enough space. Hito Kuchitaberu trying to set up here as Chiaki moves forward with the ink back once again. The Wavebreaker not quite going to reach them there, as it'll be the zone taken out of the control of Rush temporarily, and that'll be 2 down as well as Goyame tries to hide, gets the late pick onto Chiaki. It won't do enough, I think, as the jump in will come back in pretty easily, almost a necessity on a stage like Hammerhead Bridge. But Rifu, the last surviving member of Rush, as Vacuum World with a chance to steal the lead away, maybe with one fight remaining from Rush.
Here's the problem, though. Rush has been so clinical in their ability to come back in off of this ink back. It's already at Rifu's disposal. They're going to go in and pop it on any moment. Cooler comes out first, and here comes the Vacuum. Streamer Senna charges forward. The ink is still on top of the zone. Rifu now has to actually turn direction. Almost the zone changes hands, and it will there before Vacuum World takes it back. That is the penalty applied, which is the important piece here, and it sets up a one more fight left to go.
Now Rush looking for the opportunity to get in as Kasato is marked and comes out of it just now. 35 seconds left to go as Rifu getting a couple of pot shots there, especially from these sub weapons that are coming through. But Rifu survives long enough to build up the ink back once again. Senna gets in despite the counter vac and is able to find that pick using this big bubbler right on top of the zone. And even the ink back shot, not enough to take the bubbler down, just barely outranged, was trying to get Suemaru in as well, but just not enough space remaining. A huge direct there from Hitokuchi Tabaru, buying some space for Vacuum World in the waiting seconds of this one. Rush all grouped up, but maybe just a bit too optimistic with those blaster shots as we enter overtime, but it is not enough. And despite the late attempts at heroics from Vacuum World, it will just be Streamer Senna's world, and we're all living in it as Rush takes game one.
That might be the truest thing said all day by Fred. It is Streamer Senna's world, and we're all living in it. Put that one on a t-shirt. That might be well worth it at this point. And look, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I was worried about there a little bit when you're playing both sides of the Vacuum Ditto. Seeing the pairing here go back and forth is going to be risky when you're dealing with a melee weapon on one side, right? Streamer Senna didn't really care that there was a vacuum. He still found opportunities and avenues to get in. It created just enough to be able to keep going forward. Do want it mentioned there in the last one, Zach, not quite 30 from Streamer Senna, 16 KA with 9 respawns. I think that's the other part, is that not even most of those went like super positive for Streamer Senna. If he had half as many deaths, he'd probably have twice as many splats.
Unbelievable performance. And I mean, I feel for a player like Utan who's on that Trinovo. You can see them backed into a corner. They're just getting whatever they can find in that moment. And make no mistake, this was not a dominant rollover by Rush. It was back and forth the entire way through. I think Ellie on the spec cam was just doing a phenomenal job of catching these engagements from Streamer Senna and the ink back duels that were going on the entire way through. Not to mention the early and consistent E-leader duels that we were seeing come through as well from Samurai Kasato and Goyame. So that could be a sticking point going into the remainder of these matches, is how can they make their longer range weapons to be put in places of opportunity to spot out Samurai Kasato in situations where, for example, Streamer Senna was able to be just behind that very slight wall, and they weren't getting any picks, but they also weren't able to go anywhere either. Yes, they survive, and yes, most aggressive players would kind of get ants in their pants and want to come through and see if they could get the pick and get taken out. So those plays are good, but you need to try and catch Streamer Senna out in the open somehow without the protection of that ink back or their own big bubbler, which is much easier said than done.
I am really curious to see if there's going to be any adaptation from Vacuum World. While it may be in the title for Vacuum, I think ditching it from them right now is probably the better call. I mentioned earlier, I'd love to see a 96 deco here. That Kraken is going to be able to interrupt the ink back on the other side and Streamer Senna caught in the ink back itself. Maybe there's even a world where we could see something like a custom E-leader, might I add, go double Kraken even, and go full into those melee specials, fully with the intent of denying this, because I do not think Rush is all they're chalked up to be if you can find a way to mitigate that ink back. Vacuum World, the best way that I see of being able to mitigate it, aside from a stage selection akin to Marlin Airport in the last one, is going to be other melee weapons, which I don't know that they have, or at minimum melee specials here. And they're choosing Hagglefish Market. Zach, I don't know how you feel, but I'm not sure if I agree.
It's a stage we've called out, and I have picked up this sentiment from many a fellow caster. You don't counterpick to neutral stages, especially if you're down. You need to give yourself every advantage possible. So truly the Hagglefish market pick is going to be a coin toss, which is not something that I'm sure that Vacuum World, despite them going to a bracket reset if Rush does win this grand final, I'm not sure it's something that they want to risk. Now, yes, it's going to give their E-Leader players on both sides great wide open views on that uninkable tent or tarp, and it is going to allow streamer Senna, for example, to play quite aggressively in tandem with the blaster from Vacuum World, Hitokuchi Taberu. So you're playing, again, a similar playstyle per team. And yes, it was very back and forth, but we mentioned previously, K-Bot, you don't want to continue trends where you've lost, even if that loss was just by a couple of percentage points.
Speaking of continuing trends, though, it's the same stuff that's coming out of these compositions. We're seeing actually the Tri-Slosher again here on Hagglefish Market. Maybe you see the vision here. Fizzy Bomb's able to zone the opponent away a little bit better. You've got enough small little ledges where perhaps the Tri-Slosher would be beneficial, but Suamaru getting taken down first is a colossal bow blow against Rush. But here's the dueling Inkbacks, and guess who's stuck in the middle again? Zach hits streamer Senna. He doesn't come up with anything quite this time. I expect this not quite to be a full feast for the young man.
Well, and it looks like Vacuum World kind of employs what you could call a pitchfork strategy. You were talking about this grouping of three. They separate themselves as a group of three enough to where streamer Senna is not able to focus in on any one of them. They're not really able to chain the way that they want to, like we maybe saw there. And now with the backing of the Inkback trying to do it again, Chiaki seems stuck, but is able to get away only for the moment. Taken down in the trenches. Another one on the Hitokuchi Taberu. This is streamer Senna's game. It just doesn't happen to work out every time. Similar in nature to players like Mauricio, but because it is on their main weapon, it is that much more prevalent and deadly.
Here's Suamaru working up the right side, but again, getting instantly taken out by Hitokuchi Taberu. Tell you what, has been coming up with a handful of impressive directs and plays, and might be part of the reason here Vacuum World's about to just go for the complete knockout. We were so impressed with what Rush has been able to do so far, and once again, Senna gets into position, but Vacuum World is able to back away just enough to hold on to control. Nearly. They lose control of the zone. The penalty is applied, and the game will continue.
Shout out to Ellie, by the way, for catching the shot there from that Inkback being shot way into the air, kind of at a 45-degree angle and going into the court area of their opponent as Chiaki moving forward. Hitokuchi Taberu marked, but not taking any chances there as they stay behind that box, and they've locked down the zone. So now, yes, Untan going to try and take down and will trade with streamer Senna, which I think is a trade that Vacuum World will take every day of the week. But you have this three-pronged offensive once again. It is something that you are going to have to break through as a barricade if you are rushed. Rifu using their Inkback way further back than they normally do, and also not with the support of streamer Senna. So yes, that's going to go adjacent to the zone, but it is not nearly going to be enough, and Vacuum World almost rid of their penalty.
It was a huge pick against streamer Senna that made that not a threat at all, and the vacuum was blown for Rush. 1 point, no, they don't have enough ink to find the cap, and it's Vacuum World responding in kind, nearly with a dominant performance, and I think the difference there was a little longer range. They were able to find more opportunities to back away from streamer Senna, or enough with some past the big bubbler. He is going to be able to find two in that play, but without the big bubbler is probably sitting like a duck out of water, not going to be able to do a lot else there at all, right? And so that's where, while a lot of what Rush was doing was still successful in their overall engagements and attempts at retakes, it was Vacuum World that was still able to control it, able to take the step back and take the slower approach to get the job done. Vacuum, and before you know it, anytime you try to apply that slower approach is the moment that that zone timer ticks down and you look back up and you go, wait, there's 10 ticks left. That's crazy. But indeed, that was the case there.
I lament to say that we're kind of 0-2 on our thoughts for map selections here. We had Marlin Airport and we were like, oh, what are we doing? Marlin Airport? We didn't even mention this thing. And then counterpicking team gets the win. We come in and we say, oh, you don't want to counterpick to neutral stages. and Vacuum World gets the win. So I think we'll just be the bystanders that we are and let the professionals do their stuff here as we look towards our next set of strikes and selections here, heading into a Game 3, which will break the tie again, still in a best of 5, as Vacuum World will now have another chance to ban 2 stages. Undertow Spillway, which we've mentioned being somewhat of a favorite, gone. Scorch Gorge, I know a lot of Western players not favorites for Splat Zones in particular, gone as well. So mixing it up between a place that you might likely want to go versus a place that very few teams would dare to tread, but still a number of stages that could benefit Rush available. We've seen them pick to Flounder Heights previously. That is still on the board. We've seen as well some success on Robo Ramen. That is available. And if you want to try your hand at another neutral stage to see if that last game was a fluke, you have the Mahi Mahi Resorts of the World still available. And Eeltail Alley, one that K-Bot, you mentioned in the last set as being a cheeky pick and one that Rush might be happy to play, also still on the board.
I think Eeltail probably is not the kind of stage that Rush is going to be happy to pick against another E-Leader composition. There's no real advantage there, although there is a little more of the skinny stage where everyone's fighting along the same line. And so in that way, perhaps it can be successful, but it'd be more likely to see a Brinewater Springs, I think, than an Eeltail Alley. Of course, we'll wait and see what Rush has in store for us, but they're looking for not only these stages where the front to back exists, but also the stages where you will be in tighter quarters. And that's one of the things, Zach, that Brinewater is probably going to be good about. But no, nothing once again. We're just spitballing at this point because it's, 2 o'clock in the morning over here. Sturgeon Shipyard is evidently the answer. Does this track? I mean, I suppose it does, in that there are smaller areas where you're more likely or less likely to escape an approaching roller. So I suppose they have that, plus plenty of E-Leader sightlines here as well. So.
Yeah, that was going to be my point as well. This is kind of an E-Leader's playground in the intricate places that you can set up. Of course, highlighted there, that rotating platform, that gives you a good chunk of high ground, but that box on the far right when you're coming out of spawn, that is going to be an area that gives you an easy sightline into the zone and puts you well out of the way of your opponents. Of course, there are the grates that run just behind that rotating platform where you can set up on. That's more of a Splatling preferred area because you like to be hopping on the E-Leader while holding that charge, not necessarily the most mobile while holding that charge unless you are in your squid form. As we take a look for Sturgeon Shipyard, some walls and some lower areas for a player like Streamer Senna to set up on, but it is a pretty cut and dry zone in and of itself. It is somewhat of a King of the Hill style area with ramps leading up to it, and it is pretty open in that if you are playing on top of the zone, you are pretty decently exposed from all angles. So you have to play very cautiously. You have to play around what you're bringing to the table. So for a 96, you won't have the benefit of a 52's splash wall, for example. You'll be able to put the sprinkler onto the yo-yo at the top if you want to, or the pendulum, but we'll have to see if this indeed benefits Rush and brings them one game closer to a bracket reset. Taking a look at the compositions here, Suemaru as well, returning with that trying to vote in addition to Utan, and it is the duel of the 96s as predicted as we get set for game 3.
Yeah, still seeing a lot of the same, and still seeing this Tri-Slosher Nouveau as well. I'd be very curious to know why the players in particular think that. Maybe it's, like I mentioned, the Fizzy Bomb, but I feel like that's, in fairness, right, the Tri-Slosher has a lot of different angles on this stage in particular over the geometry, especially while attempting to approach an E-Leader set up on either side snipe, as we see Utan do right now. Takes down 2 with the jump in from Suemaru and is able to trade out nonetheless, getting Vacuum World set up in a great position here early. That's, I suppose, the exact kind of thing you want the Tri-Slosher.
Well, and the exact area you want your E-leader set up in, you do have that very slight box on top of the zone that gives you the sight line. It's somewhat predictable, and if players get too close, they'll know exactly where to find you, but you have some backing here. Rifu advancing forward as Senna practically aiming to push Chiaki off the stage. They'll get the pick before that happens. Utan will get some revenge and go into that flow aura state, helping to break the big bubbler in tandem with that as Vacuum World gets past the halfway mark. But Rush, trying their patented strategy of sending Streamer Senna forward, does not give them any jumping points as they are already kind of split 2 and 2. But Rifu with another chance to make this ink back work, and it seems to have provided fruit this time as Rush, at least for the moment, gets back into the zone.
Yeah, Streamer Center just out of range of Hitoguchi there. Rifu's going to clean up and find the trade out at minimum here, but Rush is still in position and ticking down plenty of time as we go along. Uton might be in position here, and Streamer Senna looks to make the aggressive play, but gets taken down in the process. That will mean that it is go mode for Vacuum World. They take care of the zone now and are going to be likely set up in much the same way as now Suamaru once again comes in. Samurai Kasato takes one down onto Streamer Senna and now is likely looking to duel Goyame underneath this crane.
Kasato looking for an opportunity to shine here, but having to back off as they have lost a lot of momentum and footing to Rush, a team that is all about momentum. And they're basically forming a line here. They don't have this same three-pronged trident, pitchfork, however you want to call it, this three-player strategy backed by Samurai Kasato that Vacuum World likes to play. It is Streamer Senna advancing, getting a trade, and once again, Uton, that's kind of been one of their main roles when they're not looking for jump-ins. As we see Rush take the lead, they're trying to find the trade, but that's all that Vacuum World has been able to find so far against Rush. Rifu waiting for the right opportunity to use this ink back, and they have the big bubbler set up, but they lose too, so all of that protection going to not come through. What will save them, though, is that there is just not enough time for Vacuum World to get back to the objective. It all goes wrong and right at the same time, but Rush will take it as they win Game 3.
Rush being able to infiltrate the opposing side there into the opposing courtyard is going to be what nets them just enough extra area to get the job done. Yeah, I mean, how about this Uton play here early, right as I was talking about, well, where might you consider a Tri-Slosher in particular rather than your NZAP? There is your precise answer. But again, didn't see Streamer Senna become as much of a threat there in that last one. A large part of it actually was being able to corral them back into that lower courtyard area and continue making their presence known as an entire team. It's this trio that's able to continue maneuvering around one another and continue to have a forward presence. You see here Suamaru coming in and diving to support Rifu. And now the very end of the game here with the big bubbler up gives a lot of space to work with. And even though Goyame may go down, it's just too little, too late for Vacuum World to get back in.
You have to take your benefits where you can get them. This is Rush's counter pick stage, so you don't get to choose that. You don't also get to choose the strategy that your opponent is going to employ, but you do have a say in where they try and implement that strategy. As you noted, K-Bot, that court area playing almost backed up against the wall to see if they could get Streamer Senna out in the open, like we mentioned about playing on the zone. And it oftentimes led to benefits. Either Goyame was able to tap them down, or Samurai Kasato was able to tap them down, or we were able to see Utan trade out with them. And in just about every scenario, you want that because you will have your Tri-Slosh Devo built either for the supporting element or for getting back into the fight as quickly as you can with a lot of quick respawn, maybe comeback and stealth jump to get back into the action. But Rush taking that one. It's a back and forth game. Once again, some positives to glean for Vacuum World, including the fact that they now get the stage selection. A couple bands coming through first. Mahi Mahi Resort. So we continue this trend of one band stage is one that is seen pretty commonly, and another is one that we hardly see at all. If you look on the left with Vacuum World, their last match, Undertow Spillway, same thing. Scorch Gorge, same thing. You want to play one, but not the other. So Vacuum World with lots of interesting options available here. Brine Water Springs, as you mentioned, K-Bot still available. Robo Ramen still on the ground here. That Marlin Airport pick that we saw could come through. I'm not sure if Vacuum World would bring them there, but it's certainly an option, as well as the Mincemeat Metalworks pick, which we haven't seen in a while, but these Japanese teams have seemed on occasion to gravitate to, and it will indeed be Robo Ramen where we will play our next game.
Robo Ramen, again, feels like that more neutral pick we were talking about earlier, Zach. And so there's some very real potential here for Rush if they get the ball rolling to be able to do this. And I expect to see much more close quarters combat. Close quarters has been favoring Rush so far in this matchup. Not the least bit because when you have two opposing Inkbacks, Streamer Senna is still fine in the center, and in fact is maybe even more protected in comparison to just the single Inkback at his own back. So I think there's a very real possibility where Rush can keep up the momentum and force a reset on this very stage. We'll see whether or not there's an adaptation. Again, I'm open to surprises here, but at this point in the tournament, Zach, it's hard-pressed, I think, to be able to find some more of those random or seemingly, crazy different weapon selections. This is what the teams are rolling with, and we've got to respect that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because we are only witnessing kind of the highest of the high level here, or if it is truly more of a Western thing to have more weapons that you are willing to swap to at your disposal. I'm just thinking about a player like Zenith and the number of weapons she's willing to play at any given moment. And I've not seen many, if any, of these Japanese players willing to make more than one or maybe two swaps from their traditional composition that they are confident in and that they want to play. As we get into game number 4, a win from Rush would send us to a bracket reset. A win from Vacuum World would send us to a deciding game 5. Let's take a look here. The main swap I'm seeing, Hitokuchi Taberu not on the custom blaster, is on the blaster, so they will have that bubble going forward as Hitokuchi takes the what's becoming and has been the pretty common route. Norishio took a similar route when we were spectating them, that wall on the far left-hand side, as Vacuum World gets there first and has an Ink Vacuum at their disposal.
And now, but here's the difference, right? Hitokuchi tries moving forward. Meanwhile, enemy Inkback gets popped. Rifu allows Streamer Senna to swim forward, and suddenly the opposing Inkback is not nearly the threat that it once was. They all have to jump away now, and Rush feels like they have a decent amount of control in mid, even though they may not have been the one to find the first hold. We got two opposing big bubblers now as Streamer Senna looks to step forward. Will find a trade in the process, but now slowly the members of Vacuum World are being drained, and it will be Rush securing the first major hold.
This is how you know that a push is going well, is when your anchor player moves from their office, quote unquote, to the pillow, though. Although the anchor battle going to be won by Samurai Kasato there, as they are able to find the pick. Chiaki with the ink back online. Will we see the Venn diagram happen? Yes, we will. Once again, Streamer Senna caught in the messy middle there. The 45-degree angle shot lands above the head of Chiaki. On the opposite side, will not find a pick either. So more of a stall tactic than anything else. And it will play out in spades for Rush here as they claim the lead, keep the zone, lose 2 members though. So the immediate rush in from Hitokuchi Taberu and Utan is going to find its mark, but taking maybe a bit longer to claim the zone that they would like. So much so that Rush is already back in, and Streamer Senna is right back to their job of bullying Chiaki. It's a wipeout as somehow Rush never loses momentum.
This is what I'm saying. Look at the melee weapon here, continuing to shred the ink back. I'm sorry to keep harping on it, gang, but it's the main thing I'm seeing that's deciding so many of these engagements. Here's a formality, what it feels like at the end, with 2 specials down on the stage. It's Rush sending us into a bracket reset.
It's not even a rush. It's almost a casual walk in that game 4. That seemed like the most definitive one of the set by far, as only a couple flashes of brilliance from Vacuum World, and otherwise, I think the middle game, Rush controlling the neutral state, playing to where they could get a lot of these specials and the costly investment out from Vacuum World. You even likely want to have your big bubbler placed there on the zone, but Streamer Senna does not mind and does not care. They are familiar with and like to play in these disadvantageous situations, like being stuck in the middle of an ink back. It is one of the biggest counters that we have seen to this consistent ink back meta all day, and it's something that very few, if any, teams have had an answer for, and Vacuum World will have to find it fast because the slate has been wiped clean, both teams effectively with an L next to their name, as we go to a fresh best of 5. And K-Bot, maybe your favorite, the random map pick once again to start game 1.
That's the thing here, Zach, now, is that we have to remember all stages are back on the table, and we can take what we've learned in the last series and apply it towards this one. I expect Vacuum World not to go back to Robo Ramen with how that last one went. In that one, I will claim that I was marginally correct on. So that's at least one from the commentators tonight, Zach.
Scoreboard.
We'll take them where we can get them. But yes, it'll be a lot of fun to watch here. If your adrenaline rush has not kicked in yet, I sure hope you are keeping with us now. Postpone your sleep a little longer here and stick with us for what is bound to be an exciting conclusion here to the Splat World Series in 2026.
Yeah, the team's not having to go anywhere. I mean, they're already in a lobby, ideally. Unless someone needs a break, they're going to stick with the same composition here, the same setup, and we will be looking at where we go first. But in addition to the random stage selection, of course, we will have some bans and some struck stages to be placed by both teams to come out first. And I have to expect, as you mentioned, these bans to both be that mix between stages that pretty much every team likes to play on and stages that Rush has really excelled with. For Vacuum World, you need to make these bans count because there are a finite number of preferable stages available for Streamer Senna so that you can bring it to a more mirror match status. It's been basically that same way with the E-leaders being relatively even, the Inkbacks being relatively even. It's just Streamer Senna and the play style that they have specifically that has been the challenge to detain at all times. So that, I think, has to be one of your biggest priorities, is to find through every means imaginable. And you only have so much time in the game to do that. You have to make every outside influence count. And as we've seen, K-Bot doesn't seem like either of these teams willing to budge much with their weapon composition.
And I wish they were, Zach. I am a firm believer that you never, ever should just handshake to play the same comp against your opponent. I think the Ditto match is you're not providing yourself any unique advantage once you get into the game, right? You are just saying you're going to do the exact same thing that we're going to do, and whichever team does it better is going to be successful. I think we need to see some level of counterplay. It's why I was hoping to see Vacuum World think about ditching the ink back in their name, because in that universe, I just don't think it's getting a lot of value for them right now. They're not able to escort Hitokuchi in the same way that Rush is able to escort Streamer Senna, because in the melee battle, the roller is going to win. When the ink is all taken out of the air, it's that giant roller that's going to make the difference. I really want them to try to find something else that's not just as simple as continuing to do the same thing. I don't know whether or not they will as we load into the next one.
when you're firing the eventual Inkback shot at a 45-degree angle behind basically everyone on the opposing team, I think most out of your special that you could be. Now, with the banned stages here, I like what I'm seeing. Mako Mart and Undertow Spillway, both viable options that Rush might want to go to. Rush taking kind of the opposite approach. Both of these stages have seen virtually no play, maybe for the reason of a high ban rate so far. But Crab Capital and Lemuria Hub basically saying, we will play you on any normal stage that you can think of. And somehow the random map generator has swung completely 180 from the Marlin Airport or Hammerhead Bridge selection. Mahi Mahi Resort, maybe the most sensical pick for any team playing Splat Zones. I guess they just want to end this one on a somewhat more logical note in our game one.
The shorter range stages right now, Zach, are favoring Rush. If Rush is going to be able to continue this playstyle and they're able to back Vacuum World into corners that we've been seeing from them up to this point, they will continue to be successful until Vacuum World, is able to come up with a better response. We'll see whether or not that happens here.
With how often this one's come up over these 2 days, I hope you have that text at the bottom left of the screen memorized, as there will be a quiz on it later. Bracket reset, game one between Vacuum World and Rush. Let's take a look at what's being brought out. No surprises once again. It will be Suemaru going back over to the NZAP as opposed to the Shrine of O. Pretty sensical. We do see that played more commonly on this stage in particular. And also not surprising, Streamer Senna, the first one to touch the zone. However, relenting some space here, not wanting to get too greedy. And that's allowed Vacuum World to inch in. A little bit of progress from Rush, but already Vacuum World has set up their counterattack and they seem like they're getting the most of it.
This time they swarm Streamer Senna in the opposing Inkback and are able to take out the tip of the spear. And now they take out Koyame in the corner. This is a huge start for Vacuum World right now. If they can get set up for a really strong lockout, this is huge points on the board.
This is exactly what we advised against, too, for Rifu's positioning. They are backed quite literally into a corner where one toe off the stage is going to result in a watering grave. I think that was Samurai Kasato getting Rifu down. What a snipe there. Looking maybe for a second onto Suemaru. Ito Kuchitabaru will fall as Samurai gets the pick, but all this time, Vacuum World has been holding the stage down. It's a 2v2 in the middle of Mahi Mahi and Rifu not wanting to be anywhere near the middle of the action. That pays off in the interim as that will give them some objective progress. And Suemaru not wanting to play with the same playstyle as a Streamer Senna. And just like Rifu, they will go down in a corner.
And there it is for Vacuum World. They're able to open up this space. Kasato's been landing the shots up to this point so far, and now is looking to contest against Rifu again. Utan is going to jump in and immediately get taken down. Rush is going to find the zone, but 38 is a great start now for Vacuum World. Can they fend off the blitz play from Rush? It looks like they're being pretty successful in doing so up to this point now, with very minimal use of the Inkback out of Rifu.
And Kasato similarly trying to get set up here, basically on as high a ground as you can find, will not land the shot. What will follow behind Chiaki on this Inkback. Suemaru gonna survive the onslaught here as they will stay backed up. They are playing, going back to the discourse about the NZAP, they're much more playing the supportive variant. And I know you said you have to be able to play both, but giving them that much room to maneuver around in is helping, as we once again saw Senna on top of that court area getting the pick. They will also lose the 96. The blaster will go down on the opposite side of things, and Goyame playing around this box that will give Rush enough progress for the lead. And Vacuum World, with just the Inkback to counter to move forward, will not get a chance to use it as Goyame locks them down. Senna with another one. Rush has not lost a single step.
Once again, right place, right time for the splat roller of Streamer Senna. 4 ticks left from Rush here, and they're able to take game one down again. Another win for Rush. They have only dropped 3 games so far this tournament, or 4 games, excuse me, and 2 of those were over 4 hours ago. This is a team that has continued to be on the roll, and they are continuing to show just why here with Streamer Senna in excellent positions. It almost didn't even matter that Rifu had so few inkbacks in this last one. It was still able to be the job secured for Rush.
I think that kind of plays to your point, though, is that the inkback is almost a distraction. It is kind of the lure that brings people in rather than dissuade them. I think what you typically might want from your inkback is, oh, scary inkback, I don't want to shoot into that. Maybe I'll just swim around and flank or just stay as far away from it as possible. These players are not afraid of it. They will walk down, literally roll down, and ink back if they have to. Rifu, it's not always about the value. It is about making sure you can take your opponent's eyes off of the objective. It helps if your E-leader is hitting shots too. And I think we've said just about all we can say about Streamer Senna. They have not lost a step this entire time. That is 4 games, 1 out of 5 for Rush against Vacuum World here. And previously, 3 versus 1 in losers finals against what was the #1 seed coming out of day 1. So this is the continuation of that Cinderella story, a true prodigy in the making in Senna, but overall a well-rounded team that is playing their role particularly well, even if it is not, especially for a player like Suemaru, the most flashy one out there.
Yeah, and I think at this point, by the way, has to be mentioned how frustrating of a game that would have been to be Vacuum World. Kasato 11-1 in that last one as the losing E-leader in the last one. Streamer Senna 8-9 in the last one as well. He went down more times than he even got splats or assists, but nonetheless, it's in the moments where it matters most, where the multi is able to come through. Streamer Senna is able to go on a rampage, getting a couple at a time, and that's the difference maker there in a nutshell. An excellent job up to this point so far. And again, the Rush momentum is continuing. You can feel the energy. It is not stopped in its ability to pick up steam.
Nor has their ability to ban stages. And we've seen this exact thing play out before. The dual Bs, Barnacle and Dime and Bluefin Depot, now banned out. That has been a consistent play from Rush as we take a look at Vacuum World and their selection here going forward. Still lots on the stage as well. Lots to be picked from. Robo Ramen, something that I would hope they don't want to run back. You would think that they have learned their lesson this time. But on the opposite side of things, we have Flounder Heights. You also don't want to go there if you're Vacuum World. You have Eeltail Alley. K-Bot's had his thoughts on Eeltail Alley. Not sure that you would want to go there. Do you try for another neutral stage? Do you try for something like the Hagglefish Market that we poo-pooed a bit further back and were told off on because the counterpicking team was able to get the win? Still some other stages available. With Undertow Spillway banned, you could always go to Umami Ruins if you are trying to factor in for a 2-zone stage without having to play a Flounder Heights. And there's always the random ones that we just have not seen a ton of that typically get banned out. Your Scorched Forges, your Museum de Alfonsinos, even the Urchin Underpass, which has been a Western favorite for some time now since its inception into Splatoon 3, has hardly been played, more often been banned in fact, but also just not been touched at all when we are in this strike select portion. So definitely a timely moment for Vacuum World, and K-Bot, you can see why they are taking their time in making their selection.
This is a really important one for that. I think there are a lot of key pieces there that you're talking about, and the fact that this cannot be another pick that they accidentally lose on, right? At this point in the tournament, you have no second chances, you have no second lives. While this may be a best of 5, you've got one more map to play around with. You really want to make sure, especially when you're down 1, that you're able to capitalize on your 2 picks. This is where they have the most advantage and where the majority of the field is open at the moment. just saying, Zach, there's a chance they find something like the Marlin again or something of the sort, right? Plenty more for there to come out here. And while it may be challenging for it to be seen at the moment, it is still a possibility. So time will tell, of course, what they end up choosing.
Well, and the time has come. Wahoo World, and the only constant is that whatever we mention, K-Bot, it is never what ends up being selected, unless, of course, it is the random stage selector. Wahoo World has been mentioned much further back. It is such a massive stage with such a relatively small zone, a circular zone, in fact. So we are going to see the anchor players likely either playing on top of those low walls by the zone if you have zone control, or on the cushions or pillows that are right behind the opening. You can see them there next to the wall. Gives you a great angle to right peek into the opening to the zone. But we'll have to see how much of this stage is played around with by either Streamer Senna or the blaster for Vacuum World in Hitokuchi Taberu. How far away from the zone are they willing to stray, or are they more so wanting to bunker down by the zone and endure this constant vac versus vac battle that we've seen time and time again? I think at some point Vacuum World has to break the chain of losses that they've experienced by playing these dueling vacs. Now, I don't know if that's you play the weapon differently or you swap entirely. It doesn't seem like they're willing to do the latter here, K-Bot, and that is continuing to be the case as Chiaki remains ever vigilant on that 96.
Again, I think with Wahoo World here, there's maybe some more opportunities to stay a little further back. If they can predict Streamer Senna's next move, they'll be able to stay a little farther away. But here it is already, going for it off rip with the curling bomb in tow. But a collateral from Kasato comes back the other way, and Vacuum World has opened up this stage early. Maybe this is the moment and the tipping point where they'll finally be able to get some momentum back for themselves.
It's not what you want to say in a team-based game, but sometimes individual plays and hero moments are the only thing that are going to save you. Getting picks from your longest range player are going to be massive when you are taking on a player like Streamer Senna that, yes, may go down quite a bit, but they also get their value when it's needed. And so Streamer Senna not able to find that value. Vacuum World doing a great job of distancing themselves, but yet again, in this three-pronged attack, this time it's Utan pushing all the way forward, creating that space while the remaining three members stay back and guard the zone. And with all of this stage, it's going to be a bear for Rush to even get back in at all.
They've got to make a move now. Rifu has the ink back, and here's Streamer Senna coming through with it as well. Do they have the ink to get there? No. Chiaki's going to eat up the ink back shot, make sure it doesn't explode, and Vacuum World with an emphatic game 2 are able to keep Rush at bay thanks to those longer range plays, the backing up ability that they were able to do, and the fact that Wahoo was able to be more wide open. Zach, I was afraid that there was a universe where we were going to see the same exact rush play where they just walk over top of the zone. Streamer Senna gets into a position and starts getting backed away. But on this map's geometry, there's not enough, or there's more room than they need to be able to thrive and not feel like they're ever backed into a corner. Even where things got a little tricky at this particular point, and Senna worked his way up all the way into that hole, they were still able to collapse on the target and keep area around the zone in control. And we're at an even ball game here, 1-1, with potentially 3 maps to play.
That counts as a hero play to me. I mean, you can obviously look at the highlight reel play of the collateral, but eating that ink back quite literally saves that game from being multiple minutes longer at the very least. You have such a big win for Vacuum World, and it kind of played out how I figured. They played a stage that has so many twists and turns, and a lower portion and an upper portion. They played it very linearly. They just come in a straight line from spawn right out through the most logical path to the zone. and only really Utan even bothers trying to flank or get around. Otherwise, it is just the 3 remaining members of Vacuum World staying pat together in a triangle, spread out just far enough that Streamer Senna cannot chain splat them in a row, but also close enough that their weapons can still have an impact on the zone. And when they get pressured, that's when the Inkvac comes out and they create as much space as they can. Streamer Senna not close enough again to make that chain. So it plays out. I think it's a very strong counter pick. I think it went just about as well as you could possibly expect it to go. The only downside is now Rush gets that same opportunity, and there's a lot of maps that benefit their playstyle still on the board.
That's right. And all Rush needs to do from this point forward is maintain wins on their own stage selections. The strikes away from Vacuum World are going to be real important. And here, striking away the commoner and the less commoner, Zach, Inkblot and Humpback here. Interesting to see. I would have thought actually that Vacuum World might have liked to go to Humpback at some point later in this series, given by the fact that it's one of those ones that is a little more open, but can also feel like you start getting backed into corners, backed up against the wall pretty quickly. And so I can understand it from that perspective, but there's a lot more in play here for Rush. Do they pick the, Brine Water still on the table, right? We were talking about maybe Eeltail, but probably not. And plenty more to follow there, I think, across the board. They don't want to go necessarily to the stages like Hagglefish, certainly not the Marlin one that they lost earlier today. So there's plenty more that they have at their disposal, and every decision matters now.
I'm a little bit surprised too. If you think about it, Humpback Bump Track is kind of just a baby Wahoo World. It's got the same layout. It's just a lot less real estate to go around with. So I think the same strategy may not work twice, and that could be their thinking, or they just don't like the stage. But Rush sure likes the opportunity to go back to Sturgeon Shipyard. Now, this is really interesting because it did not work out as well for Streamer Senna as they wanted it to. They were kind of pulled into that lower court area, and even though there was barely any additional room for Vacuum World to use in a lot of those engagements, it played out well. Now for Utan, they also on that Tri Nouveau were able to make a lot of those plays where they were sitting on the grates using the Slosher's ability to hit above walls so well that I think there's a equal shot for both of these teams. I think Rush must have a reason for going back here, but at the same time, Vacuum World, we saw flashes of brilliance on this stage. So very befitting of a Game 3 scenario in which the match is tied at 1. This is a true 50-50 in my eyes.
We'll see whether or not Vacuum World can turn this one around here. Again, do they have the space to be able to back on away from the Inkvac of Rifu and Streamer Senna, who lurks therein? Last game, Zach, interesting tidbit. There was only one death on the side of Vacuum World. That is a huge momentum boost. And of course, it was that very first splat that Streamer Senna got to open that map. Likely not to see a repeat performance in map 2, but the momentum now, I feel like they're starting to be able to feel it themselves.
And similarly, Streamer Senna opening this one up with the pick on Chiaki, but going down shortly after. Utan has been one of their main stoppages as they did go back over to the Tri Nouveau, but the mirror match won by Suimaru as the trades come out. And this is the position you want to be in if you're Vacuum World, having the high ground, playing just in front of the zone, but you cannot get too overly aggressive as they start to lose members here. May need a clutch snipe from Goyame as Chiaki looks for an opportunity. They were playing quite aggressively, maybe not even thinking about when they could use that Inkvac, as Streamer Senna is already back in the field, locking the zone down, and they've already gotten Rush up to the 50s.
And here's this play again from Rush. We're going to watch them start to move into the courtyard here. Rifu, I have to imagine, is going to be thinking about charging another vacuum as soon as possible. And streamer Senna playing Disruptor, going back down into that courtyard as far as possible. Meanwhile, the vacuum whirling back is working its way up this right side. Utan's going to try to jump on top of Goyame and is going to be able to take out the opposing E-leader. But even still, there's no control on the zone for Vacuum World right now. Rush is maintaining plenty of control. Chiaki has to try to paint as soon as possible. Gets taken down. Hinokuchi has found their way in. Streamer Senna will take down that play. And the jumps aren't in time. It's 100-0 knockout for Rush. They are now on tournament point.
Rush is trapping Vacuum World in a playground of their own design. It feels like there are chances for Vacuum World to make an impact, but that is all the long game for Rush as far as what they want them to do here. This was such an attempt at a heroic effort from Chiaki. That is all they could do in the waning moments of this one as Senna boops, I think, Utan off of the middle of that big bubbler and gets the splat. But one of the most emphatic and dominant matches that we've seen from Rush so far. That game putting them one away from a Splat World Series Finals victory. And why not? I mean, they are playing exactly the way they've been playing this entire run through the losers bracket. Do not need to remind you that this started in losers round 1, a loss to a Western team, sending them down to the losers side of the bracket. Have not lost more than one game to an opponent in a match since. They've had some 2-1s, some 3-1s, and now looking to finalize their tournament run with another 3-1. But Vacuum World, with, regardless of the result, their last chance at a counter pick for the stage, and we'll have to see where they go. I cannot imagine them going somewhere that we have highlighted, like an Eeltel Alley, like a Flounder Heights, that is going to give them pause. And
I'll just cut you off.
Hagglefish
I'll just cut you off there,
it.
Zach. Well, they won on it in the last one, right?
Yeah.
So long as it's not stricken away, I don't see why you wouldn't consider going back there. It has to be the most natural choice, unless, again, they find the marlin or something of the sort, right? Kind of doubt that as the silver fish in the pond, but even still, right, like, I think that's the very realistic possibility here. Rush has stricken away Eeltail Alley, along with Museum the Alfonsino, and so, again, I kind of expect to see the Hagglefish. It worked for them in the last match. They might as well try it again here and force the game 5 when they need it most. In fact, I am correct. There we go. Hey, Zach, predicted it. It only took something that happened 40 minutes ago, but I did predict this one.
Even a clock without a battery is right twice a day, as Hagglefish is indeed the selection. And we come back to the neutral game, already proven once that picking to a neutral stage can have its benefits. And what happened the last time we saw Hagglefish zones as the counter pick? It was about not overextending, not going past that ramp, and employing this same sort of 3-pronged strategy that's given them success. Utan usually the one moving forward. On this stage, it's going to be that little window under the uninkable tent where they can try to stop the members of Rush from filtering in. But the rest of the time, they're going to have to rely on these long distance picks from Goyame, and also from the rest of their team in Rifu on the 96. That's been a big side quest for them, is Rifu having to get some picks here and stopping Vacuum World from moving in. Can Rifu continue to make use of the 96 without the Vacuum World being the savior that it always is? It kind of goes back and forth. Their tournament lives are on the line. Rush could cement it right here. On the opposite side of things, for Vacuum World, locking down the middle lane. That is exactly what they did on Wahoo World, basically eliminating so much of the side elements of the stage. Here you want to take away those alleys and get yourself to a game 5.
It's about locking down that middle lane, but it's about using your range to be able to do so. It's the combination thereof, Zach, that will be so critically important in this one. Suamaru did play the Tri-Slosher earlier on this stage, now has gone back over to the NTAP here, maybe thinking that Rush has better odds in this way, getting all three of those players active as we've seen before. And now we're going to see the Tacticoolers come out here. Utan taken down, attempting to infiltrate on the side. Flank angle, Suamaru getting taken down the very flank as well. And it's just trades as we open up here. Chiaki on one, pops the ink back. It is now going to be looking forward here to attempt this, but there's the response. Rifu and Streamer Senna in position, playing the ink back tug of war in canceling out their opponents when it matters. Rush with primary control.
Yeah, I think about what I expected with the neutral game coming first. Almost 30 seconds for either team to take control of the zone, and then battling back and forth on top of that, only getting a maximum of 10 points before Rush carried forward. And now Streamer Senna doing exactly what I expect a player like themselves or Utan to do. And it's Vacuum World layered in this line, but that is setting up Streamer Senna 3 down on the side of Vacuum World. They just have their blaster with that big bubbler in tow. Can Hitokuchi Tabaru wait, as it looks like they're doing on that low wall, to give their team enough time? It looks like they just have the one fight remaining, and Chiaki will not have the ink back as of yet.
This is the tournament here, Zach. Are we about to see an 11-year-old win the Splat World Series? It's 2 down now for Rush. The ink back is down now, trying to secure it down. Streamer Senna's in position, takes down 2, finds the wipeout, and throws the controller in the process. It's Rush that are your Splat World Series 2026 champions.
And it makes sense. Couldn't have gone any other way. The momentum riding in the favor of Rush behind an electric Streamer Senna, backed up by Goyame on that E-leader. What a performance there. Rifu always with that ink back at their back, as Streamer Senna able to be omnidirectional almost, have eyes in the back of their head, looking circularly for anybody that might be around Chiaki with barely any time to set up, and Utan, who was maybe meant to be the premier counter at close range, not able to find the success that they wanted. What a bout going back and forward here. They cap off the ultimate losers run from round 1 all the way to being the champions of Splat World Series 26.
What a run from this team. On day 1, I didn't know if this team had it in them. I was like, they look like they might be struggling to find themselves a little bit, but here on day 2, they lock in the whole way narrowly after a slip up early. It is consistency as they found their footing and found their style. It works out great in this combination here, and with the ability to have all of their bases covered. Of course, the flashy part, right, is the ink back and roller combination, but everything else they were able to do around it to shut down possible other approaches and force their opponent to play into that same style, show themselves as the favorites here tonight in a strategy that is replicable and relatively easier to execute on most stages in the game, nets them the victory, including in some very critical Game 1 wins to start with that strike select system advantage. Hats off to Rush, and I'm sure we're about to hear more from our analyst desk.
And it's been an absolute pleasure. We have to, even though we had the video congratulating everyone for their hard work on Splat World Series, have to give them a huge thanks once again. Do not go anywhere. We're about to throw it over to our post show for the Splat World Series 26 finals, but I gotta thank my wonderful co-caster K-Bot, all of the casters and analysts that we've had today, as well as the wonderful production crew, the teams and players, and all of the viewers watching at home. That is going to do it for the tournament. We'll throw it over now to our post show. Stay tuned. They'll be breaking down all the action next.
Hello, welcome to the post show. We have finally gotten to the end of Splat World Series 2026. And what a bombastic way to do so. We had our guesses at the end of that last segment, and I think not a single one of us guessed that it would be Rush coming out on top ultimately. So you guys saw the games. You saw how I even said, I think that any team that's not Vacuum World doesn't have a chance. They have to pull off that reverse sweep, and yet they did it in a dominant fashion. You have to give me your thoughts here, Siren.
I was so shocked watching things. First off, just because my pick was like just immediately thrown aside as soon as we went off. So that was one thing. I thought we were going to see the same repeat in winners finals as we did, into grand finals, and I thought it was going to be your typical type of tournament where that seeding is going to push them over there. But Rush really was just proving from the very first round of the tournament, or well, I guess the second round in this case for them, that they had it in them. Like, they maybe had a bit of a slip up at the beginning of the day, and that was like one thing that we really focused on. We're like, wow, what an upset. But they were like, it's never going to happen again. It's double elimination. We used our first lifeline in the very first minutes of the tournament. We are not going to have to go that route once again. And I have to give so much respect where respect is due. I know it's not the outcome that we were maybe hoping for in the West, but like, it's teams like Rush that prove why Japan seems to be so much farther ahead than we are right now. Beautiful execution, honestly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the hopes of the West were on PXG, and it has to be said that it was Rush that took them out of the running ultimately. So PXG can at least go home with their head held high that they went down in that 1-2. And of course, people are going to be talking about Streamer Senna, really the centerpiece of that team. We just saw him ripping through everyone. Of course, everyone always brings up that age, the youngest person in the entire tournament. Magic, I'm sure you've got some thoughts about this.
The way that I saw this prodigy completely break open the game, it was ecstatic. Doing just the craziest movement that I've seen from anyone, I think, ever. With a roller, right? Just like absolutely being able to just be anywhere that he wants to be at any point is remarkable. And even like through Enemy Ink, just finding all these little like techniques and hop arounds that he was doing on Robo Ramen that I was just like, no person would ever do this, but he's so in tune with this game that he is able to. And then to use the bubble to force the way forward, to protect the zone, to create situations to where he can focus on painting from within that spot, and then also use it to pivot and turn around and open the game up for his team. There's a reason that someone who has been playing this game for probably as long as they've been alive is so remarkable. It's because their brain is just adapted to it like none of us probably ever have or ever will or ever can. And I'm scared is the truth of it all. Is I'm scared of what the next generation will be able to do once they have all of these years of experience. Because if Streamer Senna is great now, imagine what it'll be later. But yeah, to your point, PXG, Milky Way, and I think one other Western team got knocked out during that Rush losers run. They all met up with it. So they all can be happy that they lost to the winner of the tournament, and also they're probably feeling like, God, if we didn't run into these guys, we would have been able to actually probably make it even a little bit further. And that's so crazy because Aeternus beat them first. And so it's this kind of cyclical thinking where it's like, yeah, we ran into these guys, but we know that they're beatable. So then did they just become like the Hulk? Did they just get angry? That's the only explanation I can find.
I think it's like a last ditch effort thing, or like a You know, in Pokemon, how some of the starters have a thing with their health. Yeah.
Yeah, the Blaze Torrent or
Yeah.
Overgrow.
Yeah.
The
They
clutch
overgrew.
gene must have activated, as we often see with JP teams. And I have to wonder, kind of moving into closing thoughts and also closing meta remarks, talking about streamer Senna and just how strong he was and how strong he likely will be going forward. I'm curious about your thoughts as to whether what we're seeing today will shift the meta. As you guys know, often area cups and probably seeing some Japanese play tends to really tweak what the West is seeing as viable. And I think we've long known V-Roller and rollers alike are viable, but I believe probably, I don't have the stats on this, 0 Western teams probably ran one, right? So
I think there was one.
One person.
Yeah, I think it was Bonk. Bonk is a roller player.
Oh,
I know
Bonk!
Bonk played
True.
today. Yeah.
I stand corrected. So I
But that's
wonder.
a good point. That's a good point. Like they had Nene, and Streamer Senna, and I think one more player who were roller players, right?
I think so. It's just more common.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my takeaway looking at the meta of things is that I feel like just in general we need to be more open to different capabilities. Splatoon has a lot of weapons in game, and I feel like a lot of them go unnoticed because they go either untouched or it's just like, okay, XYZ popular / top player is not using them right now. And then we see things, I kind of mentioned this earlier, we see things from the Japanese side where like these teams are winning area cup with comps we never considered, and we're going, wow, they must know some secret sauce. Well, the reality is there is no secret sauce. It's like they're just trying things that we're not even thinking of doing.
And then they're just doing it better.
Not too.
Well, as Sasu, the sauce boss, if you will, I think I can agree. You know, I think that the secret sauce is within. It's what you're good at. It's what you excel at. And often I think grind enough at it and you can make it work. Because look at Milky Way. They had Shadowin on the team running Tentabrella, which several of us have decried on the stream. And Milky Way is the Western team that went the farthest past PXG, right? So I think there's something to be said there. And on top of the meta conversation, I will bring up the lack of vacuum. Like, I feel like we saw a lot of vac in Global Gauntlet, and that didn't quite pan out here. So I would agree that we are seeing some shifts beneath our feet. But, you know, it is late, I think, regardless of where you are, at least for North America, where this analyst desk is from. It is past 4 a.m., so I am going to ask for both of your overall tournament series takeaways, your thoughts, and what you're looking for to shift Splatoon-wide moving forward.
I guess I'll start. I'm just super happy that we had an amazing opportunity to have a collaboration between Area Cup and that these regions of the game are connecting a little bit more and being so willing to play with each other. I feel like when I entered the scene originally, there was so much resistance between regions, and you basically like had to pretend to be from Japan in order to get anyone to play with you or anything like that. And you know, we've always had like differences between each other. So I'm just really thankful that we have something like this now, and it was so cool to watch things pan out the way they did, and it's good to watch things progress and see these players learn from their experiences and do it so fast as well. Like, it doesn't feel like it has been that long since the last season or even just the beginning of the tournament today, and watching all these players adapt to each other has been super cool. And yeah, I don't know, it was a blast.
Magic.
I think to follow
It's
up on
your
that,
turn.
what I'll say one thing I noticed first is that I think there's what I think is a shift that we're going to see in terms of, at least with weapon usage, is that we are going to see a little bit of a shift back towards the vacuum in the bubble, or at least some combination of the two, because really what I think was the difference was the heavy use of that to create interesting defensive scenarios rather than just relying on cooler and going offense, right? And trying to go for knockouts, right? But instead playing the zone, playing for the control of the area. Because we see Vacuum World and we see Pacdora and we saw Rush really make exceptional use of the ink back, and I think that teams are going to notice that and go, maybe there's something different that we can do here, or maybe we just need to #get good. So I think that's one thing that we might see shift a touch. But I think in terms of the scene, I would not be surprised if after this summer of Splatoon that has been absolutely packed with so many events, with so many wonderful opportunities, like Siren has been saying, right? With online events, with in-person events, with the crossover of all of these scenes, with the improvements that we've seen from Sendao and from all of these different organizations and tournaments. Perhaps there's might be a little bit of a lull, especially with Raiders and with there not being as many upcoming events that are really on the doorstep, right? I mean, Riptide is going to happen, and that'll be fun and great. But I think, it's there might be a little bit of downtime, especially for a lot of these players that were up for so long and probably are toast and Splatooned out by now. So I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of slow progress kind of starts to happen and everyone really soaks this in, and then a month from now we start to bring back up the questions and conversations.
Yeah, I think that the dust has to settle. People need to decompress after North American League, LAN Championship Showdown, lots of LANs happening. Riptide is coming up as well, like you mentioned, and the Splat World Series. There has been a ton of competitive Splatoon that a lot of players, particularly top players, have had to lock in for. And maybe that may manifest in a lot of rest. But I will say, looking back at the Splat World Series as a whole, especially considering Global Gauntlet, there was a lot of interest in that. And I think it really helped us for the best. I feel like the changes we made to Splat World Series 2026 really revitalized Western Splatoon in a lot of ways. We, of course, were looking at one Western win, two last Splat World Series, and the entire community was kind of set into hectics, long think pieces about what's wrong with the West, X, Y, and Z. And I feel like getting this chance to really familiarize ourselves with Japanese teams, Japanese players, made it so that literally before it was only PXG, every single Western representative was able to get at least one. I say at least one, I think minimum 4. CutieNK, I think, got something like 4, if not, we're able to get several games off of JP teams at the very least. Everyone took at least one. So I think Global Gauntlet, seeing our win percentage off that and see us just grow stronger as a team, really helped out Western Splatoon. And I think that has sent ripples through the community, and it'll continue to push people to get stronger. You see Gray, I think, winning an area cup, with Japanese players. And I think Splatoon just goes up from here. But we have been yapping long enough. We've been on the sidelines, waiting for things to close out. But I think that's just about going to be it for this post-show analysis desk. And I just want to give a thank you to Siren, to Magic, for joining me on this analyst desk and giving me your thoughts, your guesses, and your time. Of course, all of the other casters, we had K-Bot and Shining Hunter Zach, Fufu, Dark, Top Gun, Pat, and every other caster that lent their time to this project. Of course, the big boss, Ellie, in the background, also just doing all of this work between graphics and just organizing everything. I've got to say it on camera. And gonna also give a shout out to Hemi and Varukon, who were the Japanese cast that was going on. As you can see below, they're having an interview with the winners Rush as well. So Razzie was on the cast that day one for JP. You can go back and check that out as well on the Area Cup cast. And also shout out to Azalea, who is another TO behind the scenes doing a monumental amount of work putting the Splat World Series to make it really what it was. So just wanted to give a quick thanks to those amazing people on our team. And that's going to be it from us. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2026 Splat World Series tournament. And we will see you next time.